Trillion Bounty Emperor? I like it, Ray said with a grin, handing the newspaper back to Dragon. Now then, Dragon, you should support Garp in stabilizing the world. Without the world government, the Marines should have fewer restrictions and do their job more effectively. Dragon nodded, a rare smile appearing on his face. Indeed. Ray stood, his expression calm yet resolute. Eve and I have finished what we set out to do. Until we meet again, take care. He extended his hand to Eve, who stepped forward gracefully and took it. Let's go, Ray said softly. With a nod, Eve clasped his hand tighter, and the two vanished, their departure marked only by a faint ripple in space. #### encounter with Luffy. Ray and Eve reappeared amidst a lively scene of food and laughter. Luffy, in his usual chaotic glory, was stuffing his face while holding Rebecca at bay. Ray! Luffy exclaimed, nearly choking on a piece of meat. Yo, Luffy! Ray scanned the area, his gaze sharp. I came to let Ace know I'll be away for a while. He should stick with your crew in the meantime. Luffy nodded enthusiastically between bites. Got it. I'll tell him when I see him. Thanks. I'll leave you to it. Ray smiled and, with a subtle motion, teleported away with Eve. #### a visit to Shanks. Yo! Ray greeted as he appeared aboard Shanks' ship, leaning casually against the railing. Shanks turned, a broad grin spreading across his face. Ray! Ha ha ha! Boys, Ray's here. The crew erupted in cheers, but Shanks quickly turned back to Ray with an amused look. So, Trillion Bounty Emperor, what brings you here? Just a farewell visit before I leave this world, Ray replied, his voice steady but warm. And who's this lovely lady? Shanks asked, gesturing toward Eve. I'm Eve, Ray's partner, she said with a polite bow. Well, Ray, you've done well for yourself. Shanks laughed heartily. A beauty indeed. Ray glanced at Eve, his eyes softening. Yeah, I have. The two shared a moment before Ray turned back to Shanks. Thanks for taking me in all those years ago. Don't mention it, Shanks said, raising his mug in a toast. Safe travels, Ray. With their goodbyes exchanged, Ray and Eve disappeared once more. #### reunion with Yumi Todoroki. The portal opened to reveal a modest home. Ray knocked on the door, glancing at Eve, who fidgeted slightly. Do you think I should dress better? She asked nervously. Ray chuckled, brushing a strand of hair from her face. You're perfect as you are. The door creaked open, and a woman with slightly aged features but unmistakable beauty appeared. Her eyes widened. Ray, she whispered, her voice trembling. Mom, Ray replied, his smile gentle. Tears streamed down Yumi Todoroki's face as she pulled her son into a tight embrace. Inside, over tea, Ray introduced Eve. This is Eve, my partner, he said, holding her hand with pride. Yumi smiled warmly. You've done well, Ray. Don't let her go. Ray chuckled. I won't. But how long has it been? 7 years, Yumi replied. All Might has retired, and Midoriya Izuku has stepped up as his successor. Ray nodded thoughtfully. I'll pay him a visit. But Mom, Eve and I will be traveling again soon. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters, Yumi said, her voice steady but filled with love. #### sparring with Midoriya. Ray and Eve appeared near Midoriya, startling him. Instinctively, Midoriya launched a punch, which Ray blocked effortlessly. Yo, Midoriya, Ray said with a grin. Just stopping by to say hi. Midoriya blinked in shock. Ray. You haven't aged a day. Let's just say time works differently for me. Anyway, how about a spar with Eve? She could use the practice. Midoriya hesitated. Are you sure? She's as strong as All Might in his prime, Ray assured him. The spar began, with Midoriya activating full cowl. Eve, relying on her haki, elegantly deflected his attacks. Despite her superior strength, Midoriya's combat experience allowed him to land a near hit on her ribs. Ray snapped his fingers, freezing the scene mid-motion. Midoriya, great improvement in your combat instincts. And Eve, remember that experience can often outweigh raw power. Unfreezing the space, Ray patted Midoriya's shoulder. Say hi to All Might for me. Eve and I have to go. With that, they vanished into another portal. #### a new journey. Back in the vast expanse of space, Ray frowned. The laws of that world were suppressing us. Eve nodded. Perhaps they weren't happy with how you changed the balance. If that's the case, the world law is petty, Ray muttered. Suddenly, they felt a pull toward another orb. Ray squinted at the familiar figure inside. Amiya Shiro? Eve's eyes sparkled. Looks like you'll meet your sensei again. Ray grinned, taking Eve's hand. Let's go. The two stepped into the light, ready for their next adventure. 3 meteor-like objects streaked through the sky, crashing into a grand mansion with an earth-shattering boom. Dust and debris filled the air, and a voice broke the silence. "Even after all these years, I swear you can't control how you land in a new world," Ray muttered, brushing dirt off his coat. Eve chuckled beside him. "Well, entering a new world is a dramatic affair. You're just bad at landing." Ray groaned, but before he could retort, another voice cut through the chaos. "Who the hell are you two supposed to be?" Amiya Shiro asked, his tone a mix of irritation and suspicion as he sized up the strangers.
Ray smirked. I guess you could call us summon servants, but not quite.
"And as for you, Sensei,"
Amiya's brow furrowed. Sensei?
"What's that supposed to mean? In another world, you trained me for 10 years.
You were my teacher."
Ray's expression softened slightly as if recalling an old memory. Before Amiya could respond, Rin Tosaka burst into the room, her face a mask of shock.
"Wah, 3 of them."
"Father, why did you leave me with this nightmare?" she groaned, clutching her head in despair. Ray waved casually toward Amiya. "He's the one you summoned, not us." Amiya turned, his annoyance growing. "Why isn't it you? Why am I stuck as her servant?" Eve grinned mischievously. "Because you're bound by command seals, Sensei."
"We are not."
"Wonderful," Amiya muttered, rubbing his temple.
He glanced at Rin. "So you're my master, huh?"
"A shrimp of a mage who can barely summon properly." Rin scowled, raising her hand to show the glowing command seals.
"Here's your proof."
"And for the record, I'm not a shrimp." Amiya sighed theatrically, standing tall and folding his arms. "Fine, you're my master, on one condition. I'll ignore every one of your commands in this war and make all battle decisions myself."
"What?"
Rin's anger flared as she stepped forward, her glare intense. "You're my servant, and you don't even plan to listen to me?" Amiya smirked, meeting her gaze with a mocking tilt of his head.
"Exactly.
Sit tight in a cellar or something. I'll handle the fighting while you try not to die." Rin's fists clenched, her entire body trembling with frustration. Eve walked over, patting her gently on the head.
There. He's just grumpy. You'll be fine."
Rin's eyes narrowed.
"That does it."
"I'm using a command seal." "Wait, are you insane?"
Amiya's face paled.
"You can't just waste a seal like that."
"I can, and I will."
Rin snapped, her voice echoing through the room as the seal on her hand glowed crimson. A pulse of power erupted, forcing Amiya to flinch. "Are you serious? Who uses a seal with such a vague order?"
"PFT ha 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 ha."
Eve doubled over, laughing uncontrollably. "Stop laughing." Rin barked, her face flushed with embarrassment. ####, the duo's unclear mission. Once the chaos subsided, Rin turned to Ray and Eve. "So, what are you two going to do?" The pair exchanged a glance, then replied in unison.
"No clue."
An awkward silence followed, broken only when Rin sighed. "Let's start by changing rooms."
"Follow me."
As Rin led them away, she vented her frustrations about Amiya. Meanwhile, Ray and Eve walked hand in hand, enjoying the serenity of the night sky. "What's our goal in this world, Ray?"
Eve asked, her voice soft.
Ray thought for a moment before smiling. "How about we take it easy and conquer this world at our leisure?" "Sound good?"
Eve leaned into him. "Perfect."
Their moment was interrupted by Rin's sharp voice.
"Hey, lovebirds. Hurry up."
Ray frowned but followed, Eve giggling beside him.
"Don't worry, Ray.
There's plenty of time." ###, unconventional servants. As they entered the room, Rin turned to the trio. "So, what kind of heroic spirits are you all?"
Amiya sighed.
"I can't give you a proper answer. Let's just say I forgot."
Ray stepped forward.
"Eve and I aren't heroic spirits. We haven't died, nor have we made a contract. But I do know Sensei's true identity. It's not my place to share though." Rin raised a brow. "Then what are you two?" "Collateral," Ray said bluntly. "We got dragged here because of my connection to Sensei."
"Collateral? That's insane."
Rin muttered, shaking her head. "Well, since you're here, why not enroll in my school? It'll give you something to do."
Eve's face lit up. "That sounds fun."
Rin pointed to Amiya.
"Great.
You clean up this mess while I get them settled." "Oi, I'm a servant, not a janitor," Amiya grumbled, catching the broom Rin tossed at him.
"Exactly.
Familiars clean up after their masters," Rin shot back smugly. Amiya glared at her, muttering under his breath. This asterisk is going to be a long war." Ray leaned toward Eve with a smirk. "This world might not be so boring after all."
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Asterisk yawn.
Morning.
Ray and Eve said to Rin as they woke up. Morning, you two. Did you have a good night? Rin asked as she sat in the living room drinking tea with Archer. I'll just call this Amiya Archer. Yeah, I've never slept in such a nice bed before. Ray said, stretching lightly. Now then, you can go to school, and all the procedures should be done for you to transfer over. Rin said, giving the two a map. I'll take Archer around the city for today. Rin said, sipping her tea. Good luck on the date, sensei. Ray said as he took the map.
Good luck.
Eve giggled, giving them a thumbs up.
BB Baka.
Who's going on a date? Rin choked on her tea hearing what Ray said. Stop calling me sensei, I don't remember you or probably know you. Archer said, slightly annoyed. Ray shrugged as he looked at the two uniforms that had been delivered. Walking into a room, he got changed into the uniform while storing his combat clothing in a separate space ready to be equipped at a moment's notice. Walking out, Ray saw Eve ready and preparing to go. You two will be in the same class and try not to cause trouble, okay? Rin said, hoping that they had some common sense.
Sure.
Ray said half-heartedly. I'll make sure of it, don't worry. Eve said, holding on to Ray's hand as they walked to school.
Hey Eve, shall I just teleport us there?
Won't it be easier? Ray said with his hands in his pockets. Nope, I wanna enjoy the scenery for a while. Eve said with a small carefree smile. Ray smiled and followed her, enjoying the scenery as well. People turned their heads towards the duo as they saw their natural beauty. Walking side by side. One tall and handsome, while the other beautiful. Say Eve, we should hurry before we're late. Ray said as he looked at the public clock. Sigh.
Fine, let's go.
Eve sighed as she sped up towards the school, leaving him in the dust. Ray could only shake his head as he jogged after her. Soon they reached the school. So we should go to the principal's office first before class. Ray said, looking at the instructions left by Rin.
I wonder which class we would be in.
Eve said, walking next to Ray. Well, let's just hope we're with Amiya's class. Ray said as he approached the principal's office.
Don. Come in.
A voice called out from the room. Walking in, Ray and Eve could see an aged middleman with streaks of white in his hair showing his age. I believe Ray and Eve? He asked, seeing the two walk into the room. Yes, is there any paperwork we need to sign? Ray asked politely.
Don't worry about it.
Rin has already signed all the necessary procedures. All you need to do is report to class and get your timetable. The principal said with a smile. You will be in the homeroom class of Fujimura Taiga. She should be here at any moment now.
The principal said. Don.
Look at the timing. Come in, he called out as Taiga walked in. Hi, I'll be your homeroom teacher from now on. Fujimura Taiga, nice to meet you, Taiga said with a slight bow.
Ray/Eve.
Nice to meet you. Ray and Eve introduced themselves. Now then, I believe you should head to your homeroom soon, Fujimura-san. The principal said, pointing at the time. Taiga shouted with a comical face. You two follow me. She shouted as she ran off to the homeroom. Ray smiled warily, seeing Taiga rush away. Eve giggled with a hand on Ray's shoulder. Bidding farewell to the principal, Ray and Eve chased after Taiga. Standing outside the door, they waited to be called in. We have 2 new students today, so treat them nicely. Come in, you two. Taiga gestured to Ray and Eve. The male students muttered in awe, looking at Eve, while the females muttered about how handsome Ray was. Nice to meet you, I'm Ray. Hope we get along. Ray said simply. Nice to meet you, I'm Eve, hope we get along. Eve said with a smile and a small wave.
Oh.
The males started to cheer, seeing how friendly Eve was. Quiet. Now you two can sit in the seats behind Amiya Shiro. Hi, Eve replied cheerfully. All the males felt their heart pound seeing her cheerfulness. Sitting down, Ray waited until the end of homeroom before talking to Amiya Shiro. Amiya-san, are you able to tell me and Ray a bit about this school? Eve asked politely. But before Amiya could even respond, Shinji walked over, cutting him off. Ma, don't follow this loser, let me guide you, Eve-chan. Shinji said as he brushed his hair with his hand. Eve frowned in slight displeasure. Don't talk to her, you fucking creep. Ray said with a contemptuous stare. You. And who are you to make decisions for her? Shinji replied, enraged by the contempt that Ray looked at him with. Let me answer that. Eve said as she stood up and walked over to Ray. She leaned down and kissed him on the lips for the entire class to see. Gasps could be heard seeing how bold Eve was. Separating after a few long seconds, Eve sat on Rei's lap with her hands wrapped around his neck. She looked at Shinji once more and said, "He is mine and I'm also his. I'm sure the rest should be explanatory, right?" Eve said with a smile, making the point clear to Shinji and the class. Shinji looked at the scene, absolutely livid. He stormed off in a fit of rage. "Mama, Eve already marking down your territory, huh?" Rei whispered in her ear. "Of course, I need to let these people know what's off limits," she replied with a smile as she got off. "Now then, Amiya-san, are you able to show us around?" Eve asked with a smile.
Sure.
Amiya replied as he took them around the school. The day ended quite quickly as Rei and Eve got to see the whole school. Walking home, Rei suddenly felt a presence near his range.
Era? So impatient.
"He wants to kill you already," Eve said as she continued to walk, pretending to not know they're there. "Yeah, let me handle this," Rei said as he made sure not one was nearby. "Now then, Rider-san, I believe? Is your master so impatient to try kill me the same day?" Rei called out towards Rider. Materializing, Rider looked towards Rei. "How did you know I was here?" she asked, clearly confused about this. "Let's just say I'm a half-servant," Rei said, handing his bag to Eve, who stepped back to watch. "So are we gonna fight or do you want to leave?" "But don't worry, I won't kill you," Rei said as he stretched a little. He then suddenly pinched the air in front of him. My, so rude, attacking me without saying," Rei mocked as a blade appeared pinched in between his fingers. "What dash?" Rider said before she was pulled towards Rei and kicked hard in the gut, causing her to fly back. "Shall make this fair on you?"
Why not?
Rei said as he traced Rider's nameless dagger/nail in his hands. "How do you have my phantasm?" "Wait, it's not the same," Rider said as she went on guard. "You're right, it's just a fake. But even then it should be enough," Rei said as another nameless dagger shot up from below Rider's feet, causing her to quickly fall back. Countless copies of the nameless dagger appeared, continuing to try stab Rider. Crouching down, Rider shot forward towards Rei with her maximum speed. "Competition with speed? Sorry, but I'm way above your league," Rei said as he disappeared. Reappearing next to Rider, Rei grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. "Kuh." Feeling the grip, Rider tried to struggle but failed. She tried to stab Rei with her weapon again. Grabbing her wrist, Rei easily disarmed her.
"Now then, Rider-san.
Why don't you go back while you can? There are still much use for you after all," Rei said as he let go of Rider's neck. "Now go before I change my mind," Rei said, walking back to Eve. Rider quickly left the scene. "Now then, Eve, let's go back," Rei said as he took his bag back. "Yep, shall we hurry there?"
Eve asked. "If you wish,"
Rei said as he took Eve into his arms and teleported them back to Rin's mansion. Waking up, Rei knew that today was the day that Amiya Shiro will summon Saber. "Rei, do you think that Saber would be able to realize that my body is made with Avalon as the base?" Eve asked, wondering about meeting Saber. "Don't worry about it, it'll be interesting to see Saber confused about this, no?" Rei said, getting dressed. "I suppose so." Eve shrugged as she also got dressed. Walking downstairs, they could see Rin talking to someone on the phone.
"Kyrie? It's me.
I made a pact with Archer last night, so please list me officially as a master. I also managed to summon 2 people as collateral because they have connections to Archer. Right now they said they would be classed as half-servants, so I'm having them go to school with me," Rin said, waving to Rei and Eve.
"Very well.
Bring them 2 over when you have time and I'll take a look at what's going on," Kyrie said over the phone. "Sure, I'll bring them over when we're free," Rin said, about to end the call. "Wait, Kyrie was cut off as Rin ended the call. "Well then, you two, let's go," she said, turning to the duo.
"Sure,"
Rei replied as they followed her to school, while Archer went invisible with the thanks of his magic. "Say, Rin, isn't the school a place where it would be hard for you to avoid sneak attacks?" Archer suddenly asked as they were walking to the school. Rei used his space laws to isolate the space around them so that people can't overheard them talk. "Well, we masters avoid public battle with other master, don't we? Therefore, I think that somewhere like the school with lots of people would have one of the least chances of getting attacked by a master," Rin replied with confidence. "Well, I would disagree with that actually. What if the master was a complete jackass who doesn't care or is a complete novice? Won't they not care about such things?" Rei said, correcting Rin. "Impossible, we masters have been trained and taught about such things and won't cause such a trivial mistake. That, and also the only mage family left in the city besides my has already declined to such a state that they can't make a mage anymore," Rin said. "Well, there is still the exception that they could make a mage,"
Eve said.
"Surely not, such a small exception won't happen," Rin continued to deny it. Well, aren't you looking at the two biggest exceptions right now? Isn't the logic that people can only summon one servant already broken by you with summoning three? Ray said, pointing out the fact for Rin.
He's right, master.
There are exceptions in everything. Archer said, backing Ray and Eve up. You guys are bullying me with your numbers. Rin said, annoyed by the fact that all three of them were against her in his matter. We're not against you, but rather warning you of the possibilities that could happen.
Archer said.
As the group reached the school, they felt a sudden pulse of prana/mana. And would you look at that? The small exception decided to greet us on this day. Ray said sarcastically as he examined the barrier using his space laws. Rin frowned, feeling the barrier. Has the magical barrier already been established?
Rin asked.
Not fully, but the preparations are already well underway.
Archer said.
Although I can probably break this barrier right now, it would cause whoever casted this to run and hide harder than ever, though I can still find his ass, Ray said while he thought about the last part since he could sense Shinji and Ryder setting up more points of the barrier. Fine, me and Archer will go investigate while you break the barrier once we have finished. Rin said, coming to a decision.
Sure.
Ray said as he and Eve headed to class. Entering, he could see Shinji avoiding his gaze due to the fact that he could beat Ryder.
Fool.
Don't make it so obvious that you're the master of Ryder goodness. Ray, though, seeing how obvious Shinji was as he and Eve sat down. Since Eve made it clear yesterday that Ray was hers with a kiss. She had been getting some scornful looks from the females, while Ray got jealous looks from the males. Homeroom went quickly as Ray and Eve ignored most of it.
Yo, Amiya, want to eat together?
Ray invited Amiya to join him at the cafe with Eve.
Sure.
Amiya said since he wasn't going to eat in the council room today. Walking over to the cafe, Eve was suddenly approached by a couple of rough-looking students.
Fool.
Don't make it so obvious that you're the master of Ryder goodness. Ray, though, seeing how obvious Shinji was as he and Eve sat down. Since Eve made it clear yesterday that Ray was hers with a kiss. She had been getting some scornful looks from the females, while Ray got jealous looks from the males. Homeroom went quickly as Ray and Eve ignored most of it.
Yo, Amiya, want to eat together?
Ray invited Amiya to join him at the cafe with Eve.
Sure.
Amiya said since he wasn't going to eat in the council room today. Walking over to the cafe, Eve was suddenly approached by a couple of rough-looking students. Oh, hi, cutie, want to join us instead of these losers? One of them asked as the others laughed vulgarly. For fuck's sakes, it's gonna be one of those days, isn't it? Ray, though, annoyed as he knew what was going to happen. No thanks, I'd rather stay with Ray. Eve said, leaning closer to Ray. You whore, we invited you nicely and you dare reject us? Kik will enjoy your body gently, don't worry, we won't break you. Much ha 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 ha, one of them laughed out loud as the others followed. And there it goes. Eve said with a sigh as she could see Ray having a vein bulging. Ah? You got a problem? One of them said, walking up to Ray, and was about to spit onto Ray's face when Ray suddenly grabbed him by the throat and threw him across the hall, causing the heart-wrenching sounds. While he was much calmer after 130,000 years of meditation comprehending the law of space, no amount of meditation will be able to calm Ray when his reverse scale is touched. The students stopped laughing as they looked towards Ray, whose face was cold as could be. Sending dense killing intent, Ray caused some of students to buckled over. Sigh. Just don't kill them, Ray. Eve whispered so that only Ray could hear.
Got it.
Ray said as he ran forward, punching someone in the gut, causing them to crash into a wall with some broken ribs. Using his momentum, Ray then roundhouse kicked two more students, breaking their arms, causing them to cry out in pain. Looking at some of the fallen students, Ray could see them pissing themselves from fear.
Disgusting,
Ray said as he stepped onto their legs and crushed them. Some of them quickly got up and tried to run away with tears and snot everywhere. Ray was about to chase after them when Amiya ran in front of him.
Amiya, what are you doing?
Ray questioned Amiya without any emotion in his voice.
That's enough, Ray-san.
Don't go any further. Amiya said, shielding the students who are trying to crawl away. Are you really going to help these trash?
Ray asked. Amiya nodded. Amiya, you naive fucker.
Ray said, looking at Amiya. Tell me, Amiya, if these guys had one day raped someone you love, would you still go as far as to save them? Knowing these failures of humans, they've probably raped someone already, and yet without knowing that you still save them.
Ray asked. Amiya hesitated.
Sigh. You really are beyond saving, come on, Eve. Ray said as he walked away. Eve followed whilst the rest of the students observing the incident quickly backed away from Ray as if he was some kind of demon. Arriving on the roof, Ray and Eve sat down enjoying the view of the city. Thanks, Ray, for beating them up for me, Eve said as she snuggled up to him.
Of course.
They dare think about laying a hand on you in my presence.
Ray said as he held Eve.
Ha ha ha, then you should do your best to protect this princess in your arms then.
Eve giggled sweetly.
That is a must, my princess. Ray decided to play along as he smiled. Soon night fell as Rin went up to the roof to take out another one of the barrier points.
Yo!
Ray said, seeing Rin.
Yo my ass.
You hospitalized 5 students and traumatized a hell of a lot more. Rin shouted, seeing Ray being so casual. First, stop shouting. Second, don't say ass. It doesn't fit your image, and third, they had it coming. Daring to threaten to rape Eve in front of me. Ray said, holding up a finger each time he said a point.
Sigh.
Forget it, they were garbage anyways. But more importantly, help me take out a small part of this barrier. Rin said as she walked and crouched near the barrier point.
Sure.
Ray said, snapping his fingers and breaking the point. Well, that makes it 7. Rin said as she counted the points that she broke plus 1 that Ray just broke. But honestly, this barrier is ridiculous. When activated, every human body in the area will get dissolved and get harvested for their souls. Rin said, frowning.
Era?
Such a horrible barrier. Eve said, looking at the seal. And as for who or what would need such a thing? The obvious answer is servants. Archer, would your kind do such a thing?
Rin asked.
You are correct. Just like how you humans eat meat to get nutrients, we servants do the same to souls and get more mana reserves.
Archer replied.
Wait, are they not satisfied with the mana the master gives them? Rin asked with a frown. Rin, I think he means that in certain situations more is always better. That and also Lancer-san. Don't you think you've heard enough? Ray said, looking towards the water container.
Ho?
How long did you notice me? Lancer said.
The whole day.
Ray said simply. Well, that isn't good, is it? Lancer said, standing up and readying his spear.
Hold it.
First, I want to ask, are you the one setting up this barrier?
Rin asked.
Nope, this kind of low dirty trick is up to the mage and we as the servant just fight. Lancer said. Well, since you servants fight, let me have a shot too. Ray said, snapping his finger, teleporting everyone to the school field.
What?
They said, seeing themselves being teleported. Switching to his combat gear, Ray flared his circuits to life. Now then, all of you stand back. I want to fight the Ireland Child of Light myself. Ray said with a smile, while Lancer became serious as his identity was found so quickly. Rin was shocked seeing magic circuits on Ray's body. Is he a mage?
She thought. Trace on.
Ray muttered as he prepared to trace out Gibalg. This time it was Archer's turn to be shocked as how Ray uses the same magic as him. Summoning Gibalg, Ray went into a combat stance while looking at the shocked Lancer. Now then, Lancer, entertain me. Ray said, dashing towards Lance. Bringing the spear to block the attack, Lancer then used the momentum to switch his guard into a side sweep. Doing the same, Ray twisted his body as he swung Gibalg to parry the attack. Sparks flashed as Ray and Lancer continued their attacks. Stabbing Gibalg into the ground, Ray vaulted over Lancer as he kicked backwards towards him. Bringing up the shaft of the spear, Lancer redirected Ray's kick to the left and stabbed the spear towards Ray's head. Using the momentum of being pushed off, Ray spun his body for Gibalg to intercept the stab. Both of them retreated backwards as they stared at each other. Archer's face was serious as he could tell that Ray is improving the accuracy of his weapon creation every time they clashed, making it closer to the original every moment. Ray launched towards Lancer one more time as he stabbed Gibalg forward. Feinting the attack, Ray dragged Gibalg in an arc and swung at Lancer with an overhead slash. The two spears clashed as it gave Ray the chance to thoroughly examine the structure of Gibalg. His soul power scanned the entirety of the spear as they continued the power struggle. Suddenly, Ray found a component deep within the weapon that he had never seen before and smiled. So that's why? Ray said as he jumped back.
Ha 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 ha.
Ray suddenly started to laugh, shocking everyone at the outburst. Lank, no, I should call you Ku Chulin. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have allowed me to find what I have always been missing in my creations. And now you shall be the first to witness this. Feel proud of yourself. Ray said as he untraced Gibalg. Unlimited blade works. True unlimited blade works. Noble phantasms are now equal or better quality than the original. Eve smiled at the notification.
Come.
True GBOLG. Ray shouted as a dark red aura exploded out from his hand. A piercing light caused everyone to shield their eyes as the Gibalg in Lancer's hand shook, feeling another true version of himself nearby. The light died down as they looked towards Ray. Standing tall, Ray had red lightning sparked around him. Now then, Ku Chulin, let's start round 2. Ray said as an oppressive feeling washed over the area originating from true Gibalg. Jumping at Lancer once more, Ray swung true Gi Balg horizontally. Lancer parried the blow but was suddenly launched back as Ray was allowed to put more force into Gi Balg without it breaking. Chasing after Lancer, Ray continued his flow of attack, causing Lancer to only retreat.
Fuck fine, then you forced me,
Lancer said as he jumped upwards, gathering energy in Gi Balg. Seeing Ray did the same and gathered energy in true Gi Balg. Two similar flashes of black and red stood opposite to each other as they shouted at the same time.
Gi Bulg.
Two arrows of red energy collided in the middle, causing the ground to crash and shatter. The two cursed spears clashed while true Gi Balg started to push Gi Balg back slowly.
Nanny?
Lancer said, shocked that Ray's Gi Balg is beating the original little by little. An explosion happened as the two spears were flung back to their owners. Grabbing his spear back, Lancer looked at Ray.
Which heroic spirit are you?
I've never heard of a spirit that can copy noble phantasms and beat the original, he asked, face serious. Well, I haven't died yet, so I'm not a spirit, Ray said with a shrug. Just as Lancer was about to say something, Amiya walked out of the bush, seeing the scene, and quickly ran away. Well, I'll go take care of the witness, Lancer said, flashing away before anyone realized. Untracing true Gi Balg, Ray switched back to his uniform and walked back to the group. Rin, I know you have questions and I'll answer them later. Go save the student first, Ray said, pointing over to where Amiya was. Rin quickly ran to help Amiya while Archer followed. Congrats, Ray, on evolving your skill,
Eve said as she hugged him.
Yeah. Let's go watch Shiro summon Saber now, shall we? Ray asked as he reverted the space back to what it was so that the damage from the battle disappeared. Ray and Eve sat on top of the nearby building watching Rin trying to save Amiya. Using her pendant, which is what will eventually be used as the link to summon the future version of Amiya. Counter Guardian Amiya, now known as Archer. So this is where it would technically start in a different timeline, Eve said as she knew this have to have happened in a different timeline without Archer since he wasn't created yet. Yep, and now Archer hoped to use this chance to kill Amiya and create a large enough paradox to free himself from the Throne of Heroes. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that there are multiple timelines and that his soul is already bound to the Throne of Heroes no matter how much he may hate it. Ray said, feeling sorry for his mentor of 10 years of his life. The moonlight shadowed their bodies as silhouettes with slightly glowing red eyes could be seen if one looked over at the duo. Ray could see how Amiya with his last breath looked over towards their location.
How?
He could actually look towards us. I'm sure that I set up a space where everyone would ignore this area, but it seems like Amiya bypassed it, Ray said with his eyes slightly narrowed. Yeah, like we said earlier. There are always exceptions to everything, no matter how small. Just means we've got much to learn about laws, don't we? Eve said, looking at Amiya with some slight curiosity now. Before, she was curious about him as an anime character, someone whose power Ray wanted first. But now, she was curious of him since he could pass Ray's barrier. Snapping his fingers, Ray dispersed the barrier as he teleported next to Rin. Rin, I'll return slightly later, okay? Me and Eve need to check something out, Ray said, looking at Rin. Sure, just don't be too late, Rin said, trying to save Amiya. Ray nodded before he teleported back to Eve and set up the space once more. They watched as Rin left, leaving the now alive Amiya on the floor. Breathing heavily, Amiya dragged his body up, feeling his chest where he was stabbed. Standing up, Amiya had grabbed the pendant the Rin had left before looking towards Ray and Eve once more. Amiya's eyes widened, seeing two pairs of glowing eyes. Blinking quickly, he looked once more to see it gone. Dismissing it as a hallucination, Amiya quickly left the premises. This is no longer just an exception.
Once, maybe twice?
Must be something else I'm missing, Ray said, frowning as to why Amiya could see them. Well, maybe it's the fact that Amiya's body has Avalon in it and it created a resonance with my Avalon? After all, didn't Gi Balg do the same when it sensed your true Gi Balg? Eve suggested her hypothesis. Maybe, Ray said, teleporting them once more. Landing near the Amiya resistance, Ray and Eve made their way to the shed. So this is the seal used to summon servants. Interesting, Ray said, studying the seal due to his concept of seals. The seal first scans the user, then searches to the best matches within the Throne of Heroes database, if you would say. Imprint their souls into a puppet and summons it here. So even if you killed the puppet, the main copy is still in the Throne of Heroes, so they can make as many copies as they want. Ray said, looking at each of the seals carefully. Do you think you'll be able to lock onto the Throne of Heroes with this? Eve asked as she knew Ray wanted to give something back to his sensei, and that something is freeing his soul from the Throne of Heroes.
Not from this, no.
My understanding isn't deep enough yet. But I should be able to follow sensei when the war ends and he returned to the Throne of Heroes, Ray said, shaking his head. Soon they heard the sound of glass breaking. Seems like it's time to summon Saber, Ray said, teleporting them on top of the main building, looking towards Amiya. Run to the shed. Soon they saw a light explode out from the shed as they knew Saber has just been summoned. Saber and Lancer could then be seen in the open area about to fight. Staring down on each other for a moment, Saber shot towards Lancer as she swung her sword with monstrous speed and efficiency, quickly forcing Lancer to retreat. Stepping down hard, Lancer ran in a zigzag motion towards Saber, thrusting his spear forward. Tilting to the side, Saber evaded easily and used her sword to hit the spear upwards. Lancer clenched his teeth as he exerted himself to quickly block attack after attack with much difficulty. Saber's sword grinded on Lancer's spear as Lancer pushed the spear downwards and vaulted over her.
Coward.
What's the meaning of this? Concealing your weapon? Lancer called out, annoyed at this fact. Saber, not willing to talk, attacked Lancer once more, causing him to retreat.
What is the matter, Lancer?
If you simply stand there, you will give spearmen a bad name. If you will not come to me, then I shall go to you, Saber said, about to attack. Asterisk clap 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 clap. Ray clapped his hands, causing them to look towards him. Now then, I think this is enough, don't you think, Lancer-san? Or would you like another fight? Ray said, looking at Lancer. Asterisk sigh. My lord is a coward, you see. He wanted me to take out the witness, but now that you're here he's ordering me home, Lancer said as he walked away.
Hold it,
Saber said, about to run towards him. Eve quickly went in front of Saber as she pinched her sword. Saber-chan, calm down a little, K?
Eve said with a smile. You,
Saber said, looking at Eve as she could feel her scabbard Avalon in her body. Lancer flashed away in the time that Saber was distracted. You have let the enemy escape, state your name, Saber said, looking at Eve and Ray. I'm Eve and he's Ray. We can be called half-servants since we were summoned but haven't become a spirit in the Throne of Heroes, Eve explained as she let go of Saber's sword. Now explain why I can feel the presence of Avalon in you, Saber asked once again. I don't like the tone you're using to command Eve, Ray said, narrowing his eyes dangerously. Saber faltered slightly as she felt dense amounts of power in his body.
Mama Ray, it's fine.
She would be confused after all, Eve said, not bothering about the tone Saber used. Anyways, Ray had used Avalon as a base to create my body. But don't worry, this isn't your Avalon, but rather a duplicate made by Ray, Eve said, walking back to Ray.
Impossible.
Saber shot down the idea of someone else copying a noble phantasm. Not impossible, here look. Trace on, Ray said as he traced another copy of Avalon. See? And here, just because you're hiding your sword doesn't mean I haven't seen it before. Trace on, Ray said once more. A golden lights erupted from his hand. Saber's Excalibur in her hands trembled, signaling the existence of another true Excalibur.
Come, true Excalibur,
Ray said as Excalibur appeared in his hands.
See?
Ray said, proving his point as dismissed the two noble phantasms away. Ray, why are you here and who are you? Amiya asked, unable to take it anymore. I'm here because it was interesting and I'm a half-servant, Ray said as he looked over to where Archer and Rin would arrive. Now then, I believe I should go see ya,
Ray said. See ya,
Eve said as Ray took Eve and jumped towards where Archer would be. Saber quickly explained some details to Amiya before she too jumped towards where Archer would be. Seeing Archer, Saber quickly deemed him a threat before attacking him. Archer, seeing Saber, flinched as he knew who she was. Quickly parrying her attacks, Archer retreated back to Rin, protecting her. Saber was about to attack once more when Amiya accidentally used a command seal.
Stop, Saber,
Amiya shouted when a pulse of red appeared from the back of his hand. Saber flinched as she stopped, looking back with some difficulty. Saber looked annoyed at Amiya. Are you mad, Shiro, Amiya? I could have defeated them handily, yet you ordered me to stop, Saber said. Hold it, Saber, I have no idea what's going on. I'm your master, right? So shouldn't you fill me in?
Amiya said.
You would demand such a thing when the enemy is before us? Saber said. Saber-chan, Amiya there is right, you know. Going in without knowing will get him killed easier, Eve said, drawing their attention towards her. Eve, you're here too? Rin said, looking at Eve. Yep, me and Ray were checking out Saber-chan over here, Eve said, pointing at Saber.
I see,
Rin said before looking towards Amiya. For starters, good evening, Amiya-kun, Rin said towards the shocked Amiya, seeing three of the people he knew familiar with the concept of servants. Ray walked next to Archer as Eve was talking to Rin and Amiya. So sensei, tell me, why do you persist on amnesia when I could tell that you know about the ability I used? Ray said, sitting down. Snapping his fingers, he isolated the space before gesturing to Archer to talk. Asterisk sigh. I'm sure I don't know you, and how do you have my personal ability? Archer said, serious. Well, I suppose I know you from a different world. Not the current you, but a parallel you, if you would say. Ray said, looking out to the city. That still doesn't explain how you have the ability. Archer turned towards Ray. The ability is like an inheritance, I suppose, but I should tell you now that killing your present self won't change anything, you know. Ray said, breaking the news to Archer.
What do you mean?
Won't killing the cause change the effect? Archer said, frowning. No, the Throne of Heroes is a databank of all the information on heroes. When they are summoned, their data is copied and pasted into the world. Even if you kill your past self, your data gathered from a different timeline has already been stored. Ray said, shaking his head. No, you're lying. Archer said in denial. I am really, Sensei? Ray said, looking at Archer. Seeing that Ray isn't lying, Archer sat back down in defeat. So I can't be spared of this? Archer said as he lost his wish of being freed from the throne. Not entirely. Ray said, rekindling the hope in Archer.
What?
Is there another way? Yes, but I can't do it yet. I'll need this Grail War to end first. I can then use the energy being returned to the throne to track down the location. With that I should be able to destroy a part of the throne, releasing your data/contract, and you should be free. Ray said, telling Archer about his plans. Why are you telling me this? Archer suddenly said, not understanding why Ray would do this even if he had apparently trained him for 10 years. Well, I can't say I'm a good guy, so let's just say because it's interesting. Ray said, smiling. You see, I already know the way this timeline will go, so I thought I'll change it up a bit. Join in the summoning, kill a few trash masters here and there. And maybe take the Throne of Heroes for myself. Ray's smile grew wider. And here I thought I was fucked up. Archer said, looking at Ray.
What do you mean?
Ray said, not understanding him. You've lost your entire regard for human life, or most things for that matter. You only do things for fun now. Archer said as he walked away.
And what about it?
Ray said, not bothering. Archer turned around, shocked at what Ray said. You see, Sensei, even fun are the only things I'm interested in anymore. Pair that with 130,000 years of seclusion, resulting in a disregard for most things and getting your nihilism, we then get my current self. Ray said with a smile and a shrug. And you're fine with that? Archer said, frowning. Yes, I am, as long as I have my two main interests, I'm fine. Ray said, accepting how broken he was. Silence carried on as Archer stared at Ray while Ray looked at the city.
Hey! Archer, Ray.
We're heading over to see the fake priest, do you want to come? Rin shouted towards them as they prepared to head over to the church.
Sure.
Ray said as he jumped down, landing next to Eve. Archer only looked at Ray with a slight frown before disappearing. It didn't take long for the group to reach the church as Saber decided to stay outside and keep watch. Why do you suppose Saber won't come in with us? Amiya asked, seeing Saber stay outside. Well, she did say she was in this time period before, so maybe something happened between her and the fake priest here. Rin said as she walked towards the church. Ignoring Amiya and Rin, Eve pulled on Ray's sleeve. Hey Ray, should we kill Kirai sooner?
Eve whispered.
Sure, in this timeline he had a small role after all. Ray said back as he dismissed the space. Rin, you have never accepted my repeated invitations, and now here you are with 3 unsual guests. Kirai said as he looked back. I take it that one is the 7th master and the other 2 are the half-servants? Kirai continued as he examined Amiya, Ray and Eve. Talk to the 7th master first before us. Ray said as he and Eve sat down waiting for Kirai to explain the war to Amiya. As Kirai explained the war, Ray was thinking about the command seals. The command seals work as soul seals. They take a very small portion of the person's soul before converting it into a seal. The person who uses the seal is able to bend the person affected grant their will. But it seems like the seals here allow for 3 commands. Ray continued to think about the construction of the seal. Now then, on to you two. Kirai said as he finished talking to Amiya. Ray stood up with Eve as they walked in front of Amiya and Rin. Let's cut to the chase. Ray said as he traced a few blades to float in the air and Kyoki in its first form in his hands. Feeling that they are real noble phantasms, curious eyes widened slightly. Gate of Babylon? He, though shocked, as the only one who has a similar ability is Gilgamesh. Koto mine Kirai, master of Lancer. Ray said as he walked forward, shocking the people behind him and Kirai.
Die.
Ray said as he disappeared from view.
Lancer come.
Kirai shouted quickly in a panic. Unfortunately, Ray was faster than the speed of summoning. 5 blades including the Kyoki in Ray's hand shredded up the body of Kirai, causing flesh and limbs to be thrown.
You.
Lancer said as he finished being summoned. Swinging his spear at Ray, Lancer attacked only for Ray to pinch the blade with ease. Your current master wasn't a decent human, so why attack me for him? Ray said to Lancer. Lancer was silent as he knew that Ray was right. Well, either way it is no use now. Would you like to stay in this world for now or leave? Ray asked, giving Lancer a chance. And how would I stay in this world? Lancer asked, looking at Ray.
Become my servant.
Ray said simply. I refuse, just kill me. Lancer said as he didn't want to be beneath Ray who didn't warrant his loyalty. As you wish. Ray said as he cut off Lancer's head.
Why did you kill him?
Amiya shouted as he saw Ray kill with ease. He was dead to begin with. By chance he'll probably be summoned again in the future. Ray said as he walked out of the location without worry of what he just did. Amiya could only watch Ray and Eve walk away. Rin-chan, you should know that Kirai was also the one who killed your father.
How we know?
We know what happened in the Fourth Grail War. Eve said helpfully to Rin while they passed her. Rin's eyes widened at the realization. Walking out, Ray sensed Berserker nearby. Oh, I do wonder what it feels like to challenge a demigod. Ray said with a smile. You know that with your power right now, demigod or not. He will still die, you know.
Eve said.
Of course, but I want to see how a so-called demigod matches with me right now. Amiya and Rin soon walked out of the church. Seeing Ray smile, they knew something was up. Ray, why are you smiling? Rin asked, seeing Ray smile. I'm just excited from the battle to come. Ray said, looking towards the direction that Berserker will arrive. Don't worry about it, Rin. Ray is like this sometimes.
Eve said with a smile. If you say so. Rin shrugged.
I'm going to say hi first. Eve, you stay with these guys and catch up in a second, okay?
Ray said.
Eve nodded as Ray jumped towards where Berserker would be. Berserker, feeling the approach of Ray, quickly sets down Ilya and brings up his sword to hit Ray. Colliding with the sword, Ray could be seen smiling at Berserker. Yo Berserker, no Heracles. Ray said as he separated from Heracles.
Who are you?
Ilya said as she stepped backwards to allow Berserker some more room. Ray, nice to meet you. Ray said as he bowed slightly. Now I am going to have a spar with your servant Heracles, okay? Ray said as he had his circuits flare to life. I won't use any weapons, okay? Ray as he got into a combat stance.
Don't look down on Berserker. He's the strongest. Go Berserker.
Ilya said as Berserker's skin turned a dark red.
Ha 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 ha, that's the spirit.
Ray said as he launched towards Berserker, who also did then same. Listen to Fate Stay Night, Unlimited Blade Works, Archer's theme on loop. Link https://youtube.be/sn-q5qhd6_a. Berserker smashed down with the sword with insane strength, which Ray lifted his hand and caught it with ease. Lifting his leg up, Ray charged it with energy before kicking Berserker in the stomach, launching him away in a series of shockwaves, instantly taking out one of his lives.
Oh, this only takes one life?
I would have, though it would take two. Ray said as he lowered his leg. That hit was around the level of mid-king. Ray, though, as he could tell from the aura that Berserker releases, that he is around king, which increased to world level in order to try overcome his kick. Berserker quickly charged towards Ray once more as his all-around stats have been increased due to this. Berserker swung his sword with wild yet controlled strikes. Ray dodges easily as he did a handstand and kicked the sword by the blade, causing Berserker to let go of the sword. Using his spare leg, Ray kicked towards Berserker once more, but this time at the strength of low world rank. Feeling the danger, Berserker quickly bent backwards at amazing speeds to dodge the blow. Sweeping out his leg, Berserker tried to kick Ray in the head. Bringing up one of his hands, Ray caught the leg and looked towards Berserker. Child's play. Ray said as he clenched Berserker's leg and swung him upwards. Quickly standing on his feet, Ray looked at the now falling Berserker. Pivoting on his left foot, Ray landed a crushing punch on Berserker's ribs, which caused him to lose 2 lives this time. Berserker's aura raised to peak world to try overcome this challenge/Ray. Ho, I don't know if it is permanent or not, but you are increasing your power every time I show more for you to overcome. Indeed, Heracles and the 12 labors. Ray said, understanding that Heracles in this world is slightly different due to him. In the original, there were no one on his current strength, so Heracles' ability was, as you could say, wasted. But with an anomaly like Ray who had lots of power in him, Berserker is able to raise his power immensely to try overcome Ray. Entertain me more. Ray said as he felt Heracles being able to overcome his strength is truly interesting. Feeling the taunt, Berserker became more enraged as he let out a roar before running to Ray. Punching out his fist, Berserker feinted the punch for a kick, learning from Ray. Matching kick for kick, Ray looked at Berserker and said, "To say you are called Berserker, you are still composed for battle to some degree, aren't you? Berserker only grinned slightly before punching towards Ray once more. Catching the punch, Ray used Berserker's momentum to his advantage, throwing the hulking beast to the ground. Ray brought his leg above his head as he is about to drop it down of Berserker's head. Quickly moving his body, Berserker dodged the kick as it caused the ground to crack and shatter. Using the time that Ray is standing still, Berserker tried to take Ray's head off with a lariat. Bending his body back into a arc, Ray dodged the lariat before kneeing Berserker in the stomach with the power of mid-world rank. Unable to take any more of Berserker's lives due to the fact that he had already killed Berserker with a kick, Ray smiled more as he enjoyed a fight where the opponent gets stronger to overcome him. Spinning his body mid-air, Berserker punched towards Ray as his power was raised to half-step sovereign level. Shooting downwards, Berserker punched towards Ray. Crossing his arms in front of him, Ray withstood the punch only for the ground beneath him to cave downwards, causing a huge cloud of dust to shoot upwards. Jumping backwards, Berserker looked towards the cloud of dust to see Ray walk out with some slight scratches.
Ha 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 ha, truly interesting.
Ray laughed out seeing Berserker reach half-step sovereign level. During this, the rest of the group had already appeared and watched with awe as the aura the duo released felt suffocating to them with the exception of Eve.
What is this power?
Rin said, feeling the pressure. That's a small portion of Ray's true power, but for Berserker to match, increase and try to overcome Ray's physical power every blow is surprising. I guess you can say Berserker is treating it like a labor/challenge he needs to pass.
Truly a man of legend.
Surpassing each of the combat ranks with willpower and his ability. Eve said quietly as she watched Ray laugh out in joy fighting Berserker. She knew that Ray truly felt alive when he fought against interesting and strong enemies. Not weak enemies he can kill with a single strike or strong enemies that can kill him with a single sneeze. But rather one that can match him in equal strength or increase its strength to try beat Ray like Berserker. Ray launched towards Berserker once more as they hit punch for punch, causing shockwaves to explode outwards, causing a gale blow heavily across the whole area. Using a mixture of martial arts and instincts, Ray started to develop his own style of combat while Berserker learned how to fight better as he continued to fight with Ray. Using his wrist to deflect Berserker's arm upwards, Ray twisted his body giving Berserker a elbow to the ribs as Ray flowed the stance into a punch under the shoulder blade. Berserker stumbled slightly as the force behind the attacks were now raised to sovereign level. Raising his own combat level once more, Berserker elbowed towards Ray's head. Grabbing the elbow with his hand, Ray lifted his body with Berserker's elbow as a pivot and lunged a kick towards Berserker's head, causing him to be launched backwards. Ha 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 ha! Berserker's voice rang out in battle intent, shocking Ilya as she never heard Berserker being so happy. Stepping out of the dust, Berserker's body glowed a more vibrant shade of red as power flowed through him, causing him to reach sovereign rank.
Ho! You can still increase,
Ray said as he disappeared from Berserker's view. Appearing next to him, Ray kicked towards Berserker's body once more. Berserker reacted quickly as the increase in rank allowed for him to increase his reactions as well. Grabbing the kick, Berserker threw Ray away. Landing nimbly on his feet, Ray kicked off towards Berserker and launched a punch to Berserker with the power of a mid-sovereign. Tilting his body sideways, Berserker dodged before kneeing towards Ray. Jumping up, Ray dodged Berserker's knee before kicking down with his foot, breaking Berserker's knee. Red energy exploded out and regenerated the leg before Berserker put pressure in his step and punched Ray hard in his chest, forcing him backwards. Kuhahaha! Ray laughed before increasing his physical power to peak sovereign, and punched the air in front of him. The sheer force of the punch caused a blast of wind to smash into Berserker's body, destroying half of him, causing Berserker to lose 5 lives. Being down to only 4 lives remaining, Ilya watched in worry while muttering, "Berserker is the strongest," to herself. At this point, Berserker had his hair flow upwards from the energy he's releasing, reaching the level of peak sovereign. His body compacted slightly while his flesh became scarlet red, looking like the adult version of Gone from Hunter x Hunter, but Berserker style. Ray increased his physical power to low ascendant, which is his current max walking forward. Berserker did the same till they met in the middle. Looking at each other with a grin, they both punched out as they became a blur for the watching eyes. Craters appeared around the floor as Ray and Berserker continued to trade blows with pure physical strength. This is on a whole other level, Rin said as she kneeled down watching the fight. Incredible, Saber said looking at the devastation caused by pure physical power. However, Eve was more surprised at how the world hadn't shattered from their power. She could only concluded that with powers such as the Holy Grail and Gaia, the current world has been reinforced many times to withstand the power such as this. Even with Ray creating an independent space reinforcing the area even more, the damage should be even higher. Soon, both Ray and Berserker could be seen looking at each other once more. Ray had more visible damages on his body, which is being healed by his Alucard bloodline. Berserker on the other hand had flesh bruised and ripped, which could be attributed to both Rei's power and his body not used to the increase to peak sovereign. They both crouched slightly before shooting off to each other once more. Earthquakes erupted as the pressure from the fight became out of hand. Eve could feel the world energy trying to stabilize the area as much as it could to prevent total destruction. Suddenly Berserker could be seen crashing downwards towards the ground as it shattered. Rei landed heavily in front of him, whilst Berserker reverted back to its normal form. So peak sovereign is as far as you go, Rei said as he pulled his fist behind him. Berserker stood up as it pulled its fist behind it. Stop! Ilya shouted as she knew if Rei attacked right now Berserker would be killed. She was about to use her command seal when she felt Berserker telling her to trust him with his intent. With tears in her eyes, Ilya decided to trust Berserker. Boom. A resounding shockwave could be heard as Rei clasped Berserker's hand with power. Berserker did the same as they grinned at each other.
Men, honestly muscleheads,
Eve said with a smile as she saw Rei and Berserker become friends through the enjoyment they gave each other in combat.
Ha 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 ha.
Heracles, son of Zeus.
I, Rei,
recognized your strength as a demigod who overcome his own legend to this day, Rei said with authority. Heracles grinned as he fell back weakened heavily as the increase in strength had taken a toll on his body. Ilya quickly ran beside Berserker whilst glaring at Rei with anger. Young lady, if your servant didn't show such strength I would have killed him regardless. But he has proven his strength as a warrior who tries to overcome all odds and for that he has my respect, Rei said tracing out Avalon healing Berserker back to full health with all his lives back. Ilya smiled seeing Berserker back to peak strength. Looking towards Rei, Ilya smiled widely.
Thank you.
Rei smiled back as he looked them both leaving the area. Eve, would you do me a favor of reverting this area back to what it was like before the world laws kicked me out? Rei said still looking toward the direction Berserker and Ilya left in.
Of course.
Bankai ino Mamoru Mirai. Eve said summoning her Zanpakuto. Gyaku. Reverse, she said once more as the damage started to revert back to before the fight. Rin, Amiya and Archer watched as time turned back around them shocked at how Eve could control time. Thanks, Rei said as he turned back towards the ground.
No problem,
Eve said as she unsummoned her Zanpakuto.
Now then Rin, Archer. Shall we return home?
Rei said looking at the shell-shocked Rin sitting on the floor and Archer standing next to her face shocked at the strength that Rei had shown.
Sure.
Rin said after Rei had snapped her out of her shock. Snapping his fingers, Rei brought everyone to Rin's mansion. Shall we deal with whoever made the shitty barrier in the school tomorrow? Rei asked Amiya and Rin. Amiya and Rin nodded dumbly seeing them back at the mansion so easily. While Archer doesn't bother thinking about how to kill his past self anymore since Rei had told him the truth and how he could grant his wish. Good job in working this out so fast. But unfortunately my domain isn't shadow. I use it to throw my enemies off from the truth. I made you sure of your theory before I revealed the truth. Can you tell what it is? Kyoki asked looking at Rei. Yeah, space, your domain is space. You use the shadow and moon in the chant and domain as distraction so that the enemy leaves their guard open once they think it's shadow. Tricky bastard, Rei said as he untraced his sword in defeat. It's how you stay alive, bluffs work wonders in fights you know. The domain isn't entirely a bluff either, it allows me to see weaknesses of things easier. Kyoki said retracting his domain. Go do Tengaku's trial. We'll help you comprehend the concept of space after it. Kyoki said pointing at Tengaku. Now then Rei, are you ready? Tengaku asked as she walked over. Yeah, Rei replied as Kyoki stood back. Mine is a lot easier since it is more self-explanatory. Kneel in awe, weakness revealed. Power taken, mortal shell unveiled. Shojun ascend, Tengaku no Fuin, seal of heaven. Tengaku said as her domain spread outwards. Within the domain, Rei could see faint golden seals everywhere. Let me guess, your concept is seals. Rei said stating the obvious. Yes, but this allows you to seal a person's power. The stronger your soul and will, the more you seal. The seal strength is also determined by difference in strength. Tengaku explained as she retracted her domain. The two domains work wonders together.
Kyoki cut in.
Now the best way to experience the concept is to feel it. Kyoki suddenly opened a space ripple underneath Rei causing him to fall into the empty space. Shouldn't you tell him that time doesn't pass in there so he can spend more time to comprehend it? Tengaku said looking at Kyoki. Nah, this should give him more drive to comprehend the concept of space. Kyoki said as he waited for Rei to come out of the independent space. Rei didn't know how long had passed as he fell into the space. Time seems to be non-existent as he floated in the space. Sending his haki outwards, Ray tried to find the boundary but couldn't find it. He started to get anxious as he wanted to go help Eve. He had to quickly comprehend space. Calming himself, Ray used all of his knowledge to perceive space. Every second could be used to further understand space. Time passed in years as Ray continued to experience the concept of space. The quake fruit allows me to transfer the shocks through space. Unlimited blade works transports the noble phantasms from my inner space outwards. Ray continued to think as his understanding of space deepened. Ray soon felt like the space was like a grid. He could reach out and open a connection from one side to another. He could go back right now if he wanted to, but he stopped. Through his understanding, he knew that time didn't move in the space, and that his understanding wasn't deep enough to be used in combat. Centuries passed as Ray understood deeper into the concept of space. Diving deeper, Ray started to touch on the threshold between concept and law. But Ray didn't notice as he continued to discover more on space as his delved deeper. Millennials passed as Ray understood the law of space. Satisfied with his understanding, Ray stood up, causing his bones to crack as he stayed still without moving. Snapping his fingers, he appeared beside Kyoki and Tengaku without them noticing. "What's next?" Ray said, startling the duo as he jumped into combat stances instantly. Seeing that it's Ray, they calmed down. "Damn. You only needed to comprehend concept, but it seems like you've went and comprehended the law." Kyoki marveled at Ray's achievement. "Of course, why would I waste an opportunity like this where time doesn't pass?" Ray said as he looked towards Tengaku. "Did you know that you have spent around 7,300 years in there?" Kyoki reminded Ray. "Doesn't matter, no time passed here after all," Ray stated as he prepared to comprehend the concept of seals. "The concept of seals isn't a lengthy process. I'll transfer my knowledge, and the more you use, the further comprehension you should get," Tengaku said as she tapped his forehead, giving him the knowledge. "Now then, Ray, I think you waited long enough to go help Eve," Tengaku said as Ray gained the concept of seals. Nodding, Ray exited the area on his own and back into the real world. "Say, Tengaku, he really is a monster. He actually calmed himself for over 100,000 years to comprehend the law," Kyoki suddenly said, revealing the truth. He was only meant to comprehend as far as concept, but using his understanding he had modified the space unconsciously to hold him longer till he understood the law of space. Kyoki continued as he never imagined Ray to be this talented in the understanding of space. Ray arrived back into his own body as he looked up and saw IM break out and grab Eve by the neck, about to seal her. Using space laws, Ray instantly appeared next to IM and hit him faster than he could react. Catching Eve, Ray looked at her with a longing look before saying, "Did I make you wait for too long?"
Ha ha ha, nope, just in time,"
she said as she smiled at him. "Let me take care of him first before we talk, okay?" Ray said as he let her down. Using space laws, Ray doesn't need the wings to help him fly anymore. Unveil my dagger, blend in shadows. Crescent moon shines, smile in slaughter. Show June, Gecko Karatariki. Eve returned just in time with a bag of salt while there were some specks of blood on her body. "Sorry it took so long. They had more people than I thought," Eve said with a smile as she handed Ray the bag. "Actually, you're just in time," Ray said, taking a handful of salt before throwing it onto Shinji's lower body, which caused him to quickly spasm furiously as the salt increased the pain he felt and timed that by a factor of 200x. Shinji was woken up by the sudden increase in pain. Ray then brought the scalpel towards the upper abdominal area just below the chest. "You know, Shinji, the most sensitive areas of a male body starts with the penis and balls. Next are the inner thigh, inner bicep, front and back of the knee, side and upper area of the abdominal and the neck. We have plenty of time for you to try them all out." Ray smiled as he cut the upper abdominal area slowly. Ray repeated the process of cutting the sensitive areas into small pieces to increase the pain and added salt to every wound, causing chemical burns to appear in certain areas. Soon, Shinji had cuts, burns, ripped flesh and bones show all across his body. As a final touch, Ray scanned Shinji's whole body as he then proceeded to set small white flames to all of his nerve endings, causing a great influx of pain. "Ayahug!" Shinji shouted out in absolute pain for the final time before Ray stopped it. Shinji had only managed to hold on because Ray kept a seal to stop his spirit from breaking. "Kill me, please."
"Kill me," Shinji begged. "Sure,"
Ray said, giving Shinji some hope. Ray then smiled sadistically before saying, "Just kidding," and gestured for Eve to turn back time. Doing so, Shinji saw his body turn back to the stat just before the torture. "No no 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 no.
"No. No. No. Oh."
Shinji shouted as he slowly became insane, living his torture all over again. Rei repeated the entire torture 4 times before the seal couldn't stop Shinji's spirit from breaking anymore as his brain activity stopped completely. End of NSFW/torture. Rei shrugged as he teleported the group back into Rin's mansion, leaving the mangled corpse of Shinji in his room. Amiya sighed heavily as he sat down, mentally weakened from what he had witnessed. The person he thought as a friend had raped a person important to him for the majority of her life. Rin went over to the naked body of Sakura, who had watched the entire event. Using her jacket, Rin covered the body of Sakura as she took her to the bathroom to clean up. "Sensei, are you satisfied with his torture?" Rei asked as he made sure Amiya couldn't hear them. Archer said nothing. "Didn't Sakura also get raped by Shinji in your timeline? He also killed her, didn't he?" Rei said, reminding Archer of what happened. "Thank you for saving Sakura, but now like before. I feel empty from killing Shinji," Archer said as he went invisible. Rei could feel that they didn't appreciate what he did to some extent, even though Shinji had raped Sakura and did a lot of inhuman shit. "Eve, do you think I went wrong there?" Rei said to Eve as he looked towards where Archer had disappeared. "You want the truth?"
Eve asked.
"Go for it." "Well, yes and no. Shinji was trash and raped Sakura since young, so I believe it was right to torture him, maybe not as much but still torture him. Maybe letting Amiya here see that wasn't so good. But I guess that just means we got much to learn, no? I still need to fully understand other types of human interactions while you are admittedly broken. We're both broken in some aspects, so we just need to learn together. But no matter what, I'll always support you," Eve said, hugging Rei from behind. Rei was silent as he thought about his current broken condition, which he didn't mind before but now having some second thoughts. "I suppose I shouldn't completely disregard the importance of human life, right, Eve?"
Rei said.
"Yeah, we'll sort ourselves out step by step,"
Eve said to Rei.
Later that night, Rei was walking in the empty streets with Eve. Sigh. Rei sighed softly as he walked. "So then, Eve, I believe that leaves us with only Archer, Saber, Berserker, Assassin, Caster and Gilgamesh," Rei said as he walked around aimlessly. "Yes, this war should be ending soon. Gilgamesh should be making his move soon as we killed Shinji, who would have been his next master," Eve said, watching Rei walk around aimlessly. They walked for an uncertain amount of time.
Rei felt lost.
He felt lost mentally. He thought that his broken self was not too bad, but seeing the result of this made him lost. He started to think back to all the things he'd done. He destroyed the world government. Killed thousands of Marines, even though some were admittedly good. He turned the world of Boku no Hero onto its head. He then started to think back to his past life.
The dreams he once had. They felt fickle to him now.
Being a hero was a matter of perspective. He could be a hero to the people he saved, but also a villain to families he's broken. Until he had a sudden realization. Didn't I not care about what people thought of me before? So why am I bothering about them now? Rei thought suddenly, which caused him to open his eyes wide. Eve smiled widely as she saw Rei slowly regain his path by himself. "I wanted to live a life of no regrets. Why push myself for other people's expectations? Isn't that what Sensei did, as he was then eventually sick of his life of regrets and never gained happiness? While I'm not a good guy, I can't be called entirely evil. But no matter how cruel I will be to my enemies, I should try to not involve unnecessary casualties. Otherwise, that would be betraying my own standards." Rei muttered as he didn't know that his will and soul were being strengthened by this thought. I can't believe I fell into such a state. Ha 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 ha. As a person wanting to become God, I almost lost myself to such depressing thoughts. Laughable. Rei shouted as his new and improved Conqueror's Haki crashed down into the abandoned area, causing an earthquake and the ground to split from the pure pressure.
Ha 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 ha. Now then, Eve.
Since I have gotten out of this slight dilemma, shall we finish this Grail War? Rei said, looking at Eve. I'll follow you whatever you do," Eve said, returning the smile. They soon heard the roar of Berserker in this abandoned area. Looking around, Rei could see that they were near the Einsburns castle. "Wait, is Gilgamesh acting already?" Rei said, slightly shocked, as he knew Gilgamesh would make his move soon, but this was aloft sooner than he thought. Rei and Eve exchanged glances and understood each other. Snapping his fingers, Rei teleported him and Eve to the castle of Einsburn. Reaching the place, Rei could see Berserker about to face off against Gilgamesh. The people in front of him paused and looked towards the two new additions. "Yo, Berserker," Rei said with a slight wave. Gilgamesh frowned at the disregard that Rei had just shown him. While the shadowed person near Gilgamesh said something into a earpiece before looking at Rei. "Mongrel, do not ignore this king," Gilgamesh said, looking at Rei.
"Shut it,"
Rei said, causing Gilgamesh to frown deeply.
"HN?
Ray suddenly paused as he looked towards the sky and felt large clusters of people gathering at the location. Ray frowned, feeling this. So Gaia has already dispatched counter-guardians. Ray said as he felt odd auras mixed with the clusters. Eve, go warn the others about this. Ray said, face serious. He could feel that Gaia even dispatched some people at the level of Sovereign, which was worrying as he didn't know if there were anyone at the level of Ascendant. Eve nodded as she flashed towards Rin's mansion.
Ilya, Berserker.
I'd suggest that you guys should leave as well. The war about to be here is beyond your level. Ray decided to warn them. Gilgamesh suddenly fired a noble phantasm at Ilya. Using his body to block the attack, Berserker negated the lower-class noble phantasm. You can leave, but the doll stays. Gilgamesh said, pointing at Ilya. Ray frowned and was about to attack Gilgamesh before Berserker shot towards him first. You handle Gilgamesh, I'll handle the army. Ray said, walking away from Berserker, understanding his intent. Here, this should keep you safe while your buddy there fights Gilgamesh. Ray said, forming a barrier around Ilya using his seal so that he doesn't have to always supply it with energy. I don't need it, I believe in Berserker. Ilya said, looking at Ray. Let him focus on the fight. You can believe him from in here. Ray said to Ilya as he walked towards a more open area, as he knows that the magic association with the counter-guardians will arrive in a moment. So then, why are the magic association here? Ray asked once he was quite far away from the mansion. I suppose you should know of your situation first, shouldn't we? You see, we are quite interested on how you were summoned, but didn't need to live off mana of the caster or the grail. Some experiments on your body would help clear it up. Naturally, that includes the young miss. She'll be found soon, so you'll join her. The person said, walking out of the shade of a tree.
Oh, you dare?
Seems like you don't know my power. Ray said as he became slightly annoyed.
Oh no, we know of your power.
After all, Gaia had sent us some counter-guardians to face off against your power.
The person spoke.
Oh really, what did you base my power on?
Ray said.
Naturally, the fight against Berserker. Admittedly, we are also quite interested on how she can turn back time. The figure spoke as he stretched out its hands. If you know, then what is to stop me from killing you? Ray asked, smiling. Of course I have preparations. It should block twice the amount of power you showed during the fight with the help of the counter-guardians. It said, overly confident with the power.
Oh, 2 times, huh?
Ray asked to make sure. Indeed, now that you know, you and the lady should just surrender. Don't worry, she'll be kept alive while we dissect her body to see how she functions. The figure mocked, liking the feeling of superiority. Asterisk chuckle. Ray chuckled darkly, confusing the figure. So it can take twice the power.
Big deal.
The main question is, can it take anything above that? Ray asked, causing the figure to widen his eyes. True, 8 inner gates, 3rd gate open. Ray said as the green aura burst out from him. The figure panicked as he knew he shouldn't have taunted him now. Why? Without even being able to finish the sentence, his upper body was taken clean off by Ray, who shattered the barrier easily. Che, arrogant fucker. Did they really think I would show everything? Ray said in disdain as he could see the masses of helicopters coming towards the area. Ray waited for them to approach.
HAAA.
Ray shouted as a giant streak of purple fire shot towards one of Tay helicopters, exploding it, dragging the makeshift laser horizontally, causing 5% of the total amount of helicopters arriving to explode into purple flames.
Row Ajax.
Ray said as the 7-petaled flower protected him from the 4 assailants' attack. L, which suddenly appeared. So Gaia's dogs have decided to make a move against poor old me. Ray said, smiling, seeing the attackers being blocked. It has already been 7 years since you left. All Might has retired and said that Midoriya Izuku is his successor. Yumi said, drinking some tea.
I'll go say hi to him.
But Mum, me and Eve will be going to another world soon, and I'm not sure how long it would be till we get back. Ray said apologetically, since he couldn't take his mum. Shaking her head, Yumi said. It's fine as long as you're safe.
Thanks, Mum.
Ray said as he and Eve prepared to meet Midoriya. Luckily, Midoriya was already nearby, so Ray was able to find his aura. Ray then took Eve and teleported next to him. Startled, Midoriya punched out towards Ray, who lifted his palm and blocked it. Yo, Midoriya. Ray said with a smile. Ray. Midoriya was shocked, seeing Ray looking more or less the same as 7 years ago. Hey, I'm just here to say hi. I'll be leaving again soon. But how have you been? Ray asked as he sat down on a bench with Eve. It's been good, training to make myself stronger. Midoriya said, also sitting down. Why don't you spare with Eve for a bit? Ray suggested.
Are you sure?
Midoriya said, unsure of what to think. Don't worry about it, she's as strong as All Might in his prime. Ray said with a smile.
Sure.
Midoriya said as he went to a stance. Eve, close your eyes and rely on your hockey to block. Rei suggested. Hi, she said as she stood up and closed her eyes. Midoriya, she has an ability which lets her to sense her surroundings, so this could help her. Rei said to assure Midoriya.
If you say so.
Midoriya said as he punched towards Eve. Eve gently pushed her palm up, diverting the momentum of the punch, causing Midoriya to miss. Seeing this, Midoriya swept his foot towards her legs.
Stepping backwards, Eve said.
Use your quirk, or this'll be boring.
Fine, full cowl.
Midoriya said as green lighting expanded around Hit. He suddenly disappeared, reappearing next to Eve. Punching towards her, Midoriya used 50% of one for all. Using the back of her hand, Eve hit Midoriya's punch upwards, causing a shockwaves to shoot up. Midoriya used the momentum to kick towards Eve, who bent backwards to avoid the kick but didn't see that it was a feint and a punch was to her ribs. See how it has gone on for long enough. Rei snapped his fingers, causing the space to freeze. Midoriya froze in the position that had his punch centimeters away from Eve's ribs, while she froze trying to awkwardly dodge. Now then, congrats Midoriya, I can see that your combat experience has improved, but remember you have to go all out even if the opponent is a woman. And Eve, you can see how much battle experience changes the battle. While you are stronger, the experience let you down. Rei explained some issues while he unfreezed the space. Both Midoriya and Eve regained their balance, stabilizing themselves not to fall over. Now then, Eve, we have to go soon. And Midoriya, if you see All Might or Gran Torino, say hi for me. With that, Rei took Eve as he opened up a portal to escape from the world. Back in the open space, Rei frowned. Why did it feel like the laws were against us? Rei said as he held Eve. I think it wasn't happy about how you changed the world for heroes to kill villains.
Eve theorized.
If it was, then the world law is a petty little shit. Rei said, slightly annoyed. Suddenly Rei felt a pull towards a orb.
What's this?
Something is trying to teleport us there. Rei said, looking at the orb. Hey, isn't that a Miyashiro? Eve said, pointing at the face. Seems like I'll be meeting Sensei again. Rei said with a smile. Following the pull, both he and Eve went into the orb. 3 meteor-like objects could be seen crashing into a mansion.
Boom.
Dust rose up in the room as a voice was heard. Even after all these years, I swear you can't control how you land in a new world. Rei said as he dusted himself off. Well, I suppose you are entering a new world after all. Eve giggled, seeing Rei complain about the entrance they had. Well, who are you two supposed to be? Amiya asked, seeing 2 more people beside him.
I suppose you can say we are summon servants.
Yet we also aren't them, Sensei. Rei said, emphasizing on the last word.
Sensei?
What do you mean by that? Amiya said with a slight frown. Well, let's just say in another world you had trained me for 10 years. Rei said as he looked away. Rin suddenly burst in, seeing 3 people looking at her.
What?
3 of them. Father, why did you leave me with this task? Rin said as she clutched her head and kneeled. Well, which one of you is my servant? Rin asked towards the trio. That would be Sensei over here. Rei said, pointing at Amiya. Oi, what do you mean by that, me being her servant? Why isn't it you? Amiya said, slightly annoyed at the stranger calling him Sensei. Let me answer that. You're controlled by the command seals.
We are not.
Eve said with a wide smile. Ha, so you're saying this shrimp over here is my master? Amiya said with a sigh. Now then, how can you prove that you are my master? Amiya said towards Rin. Lifting up her hand, Rin shows the command seals. Here, this is enough proof that I'm your master, right? Oh dear, I was hoping you show me how you were worthy to be my master. Amiya said, standing up. Rei and Eve stepped back and sat on a table watching the scene. What? You calling me unworthy? Rin said with slight displeasure. Yes, while I am utterly dissatisfied, I will recognize you as my master on one condition. I will ignore every command you have in the upcoming war. And I will decide all battle policies. Amiya said as he walked up to Rin, staring down on her. I trust you have no objections? Amiya said, walking back to the couch and sat down. Mid-sovereign, peak sovereign, low sovereign. They're either underestimating me again, or these guys are hiding something. Rei thought as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. All of them were hidden with masks and cloaks. Since you 4 are obviously sovereign level, I won't hold back too much. Rei mocked to try disturb their focus, but they didn't waver. Figures, 6th gate open. Rei said, stepping down hard, causing the ground to crack. Bankai Nanatsu no Tengaku. Rei then shouted as 14 wings expanded out from his back. Snapping his fingers, Ray turned them into 7 different swords. Each hit from them would cause a decrease the areas for strength, speed, defense, stamina. Ray did this utilizing his concept of seals. The swords hummed with neon red runes and seals on the blades. Using his left hand to control the blades, Ray summoned the base form of Kyoki on his right hand. Rushing towards the 4, Ray shocked them with his speed. Swing Kyoki down on one of the counter guardians. Ray turned his body as he kicked another one in the chest. Using the 7 swords, he controlled them to attack the other 2. I'll have you know, numbers don't work on me, Ray said as he dashed towards them once more. 8th gate open. Ray suddenly increasing his speed more. Kicking out on the unsuspecting guardian, Ray demolished his upper body, causing blood to rain down. Reappearing next to another guardian, Ray bisected the person before looking at the last 2.
2 down, 2 remain,
Ray said, pointing the swords at them from all directions. So what, we're distractions anyways, they both said while Ray pierced their bodies.
Kua.
They threw up blood as Ray looked at the masses of lights gathering. Oh, each one of them is summoning a servant. You guys treat me so well, Ray said sarcastically. You'll die easily faced with this many heroic spirits. One of them said arrogantly. Ho, I was going to kill you, but I'll let you watch. I do best in 1 versus army situations after all, Ray said ominously as he teleported them to a cliff. Untracing Tengaku and Kyoki. Ray pointed his palms away from him. From the palms, dense magic circles appeared as they started to stack up. Slowly bringing his palms together, lightning flashed around him. I am the Forge of Origin, Ray chanted as he started to use his own created magic. All weapons come from me. A large seal spread out from his feet, easily covering the entire cliff. The counter-guardians became worried as they felt the dense mana signals coming from them. Past, present, and future. A dense amount of circuits extended towards the sky, grabbing everyone's attention. All weapons belong to me. Portals started to open up wherever the circuits touched. Come at my beckoning.
Armageddon,
Ray shouted as the portal exploded open. Countless weapons could be seen as each and every one of them are real noble phantasms. Each one glowed an ominous red, signaling them surpassing their limit and becoming a broken one-time use weapon of mass destruction.
Ha-ah.
Ray shouted as the weapons shot out at over Mach 15 speeds, around 5 kilometers per second, correct me if I'm wrong. Countless explosions rang out for a good 5 minutes before it died down. Each of the explosions the size of a few houses. Looking at the devastation he caused, Ray could see the majority of the forest carpet bombed by him. There were hardly any remaining enemies as the surviving ones looked around at the landscape of fire and destruction.
Truly a scene of Armageddon.
Now then, does your magic association still want to see what else I can do? Or does Gaia still want my head? She basically forced me to carpet bomb this place by sending you guys and the association at me, so if anything it's her fault. No, Ray said with a smile, not bothering about the massacre he just did. In his defense, they were enemies who didn't mind human experimentation and wanted to dissect his and Eve's bodies to study. The 2 remaining counter-guardians could only shiver in fear as they saw how effortlessly it was for Ray to slaughter their army. Now then, bye-bye, Ray said, killing them finally. Looking towards the city, Ray could feel that Eve is battling it out using Senbon Zakura and her god-slaying abilities. His attention was drawn back when he could see several more servants drop down and surround him. Ray looked around as he saw he was surrounded.
Troublesome,
Ray said. He traced out Kyoki. The first row of servants attacked him instantly the moment he summoned out Kyoki. Using observation haki, Ray managed to avoid the hits by twisting his body, balancing on one finger. Unveil my dagger, blend in shadow. Ray started to chant once more, causing the group of servants to be on edge because they saw what happened earlier. Still balancing on one finger, Ray kicked both his legs out, making 2 servants fall back while the others tried to attack him. Crescent moonshine, smile and slaughter. Pushing up with his finger, Ray avoided the attacks before coating his fist in tremors and punched down, causing the ground to smash apart. This stumbled the close-range servants while the long-range started to fire arrows at him. Turning certain parts of his body into mist, he avoided all the noble phantasms that he didn't know about. Shojun Ascend, Gecko Karatariki, Moonlit Reaper, Ray said as he domain spread outwards, causing the servants to believe that it's a reality marble. The moon was bright, mist flowed everywhere in the domain. Ray could be seen as 2 floating crimson eyes while the daggers in his hands shone with a similar light. Applying the seal of mana drain, Ray teleported into the shadow of one servant and cut his head. Before they could reacted, Ray was already somewhere else and killed another servant. But they weren't heroic spirits for nothing. They quickly formed groups, making sure that they could see their shadows and cover each other's backs. Just because you took out the shadow doesn't mean I can't use speed, Ray's voice rang out as streaks of red and sparks could be seen while Ray continued to kill. Some managed to parry for a moment before death while others never even got the chance. A large group of 7 servants let their guard down slightly for a moment, which Ray exploited and teleported in between all of them, surprising them. Without even saying anything, Ray twisted his body, cutting off all their heads in one swift motion. Stopping in the middle of all the servants, Ray gathered mana in his palms, which the servants could feel, and pushed downwards, causing large spears to shoot out of the grounds near the heroic spirits via the seals he set up while teleporting around the space. The spears skewered most of the servants, while some managed to survive. Tracing out Gibalg, Ray charged it up with energy as he flung the spear upwards, which then paused mid-air and pointed to a servant. "True Gibalg," Ray said as the spear shot forwards in a streak of red. The servant tried to dodge, but the spear would never miss. Piercing the servant's heart, the spear continued to pierce 20 servants' hearts before returning to Ray's hand. Throwing up the spear high up, Ray drawed everyone's attention to the spear while he crouched low, cutting multiple servants in half before the spear returned itself back into unlimited blade works. Ray looked around and saw that no he could see was left alive. Undoing his domain, Ray walked away when he then suddenly roundhouse kicked an open space, soon revealing the body of an assassin, missing his upper body which Ray had kicked. "Just because I can't see you doesn't mean I can't feel your presence," Ray said as he flashed near the 3 hidden assassins and teared them in half with his pure physical strength. Spreading out his haki, he made sure no one was left out before leaving. Walking back to the Einsburn mansion, Ray could see Berserker on his 4th life out of 12, while Gilgamesh is having trouble since Berserker could fight better without worrying about his master. "Berserker, want me to help?" Ray asked, even though he knew the answer. Berserker only shook his head before dashing toward Gilgamesh. Ray shrugged as he sat down next to Ilya, who was in his barrier. Ray watched as Berserker dashed towards Gilgamesh. This time, however, Berserker held a slight advantage as he can go as wild as go could. Berserker swung his sword towards Gilgamesh as he combined it with a knee to the body. Quickly summoning some noble phantasms, Gilgamesh blocked the knee with a shield that still forced his back. Golden portals appeared around Berserker, shooting noble phantasms at speed which became a blur. Explosions rang out as another one of Berserker's lives ran out, meaning he only had 7 lives remaining. Regenerating quickly, Berserker dashed towards Gilgamesh, once again causing the ground to shatter. Throwing high colossal sword at Gilgamesh, Berserker feinted into a kick at the side of Gilgamesh. Summoning a more powerful noble phantasms, Gilgamesh blocked it before looking at Berserker. Don't get too cocky, mongrel, I'll allow you the pleasure of making me slightly more serious," Gilgamesh said before he pushed Berserker back with more weapons being fired at him. Jumping backwards, Berserker grabbed one of the weapons before twisting his body and throwing the weapon back with shockwaves signaling the projectile speed. The gale caused by the throw threw the other phantasms off as they missed Berserker, causing the area around him to be littered with weapons. To be able to grab one and throw it back. "Interesting," Ray said looking at Berserker. The weapons faded into golden particles, returning to the gate of Babylon. Berserker started to walk towards Gilgamesh as he began increasing his speed. Soon he became a red blur shooting towards Gilgamesh. More and more projectiles attacked Berserker as he tried to dodge. Some of them pierced his body, but Berserker ignored it. Soon Berserker was in front of Gilgamesh and punched towards him. Taking a few steps back, Gilgamesh summoned phantasms where he had stood and pierced Berserker's body, causing him to fly backwards. 6 lives remain, mongrel," Gilgamesh said with his hands in him pockets. Berserker was about to run towards Gilgamesh when he saw mages start to appear. Some dropping down from the air, while some could be seen coming out the remaining part of the forest. More ants decided to show up," Ray said as he stood up. The mages gathered magic to attack the barrier Ray made for Ilya. Berserker shouted in rage about to attack the mages, but Gilgamesh shot more weapons at him, causing him to dodge backwards. "Don't worry, big guy, I got this," Ray said, walking forwards. Suddenly, multiple seals appeared beneath him as magic started to absorb his power. Due to the sudden drain, Ray became lightheaded for a slight moment and almost kneeled down. Taking this chance, the mages sent spells hoping to kill him. Summoning ice around him to protect him from the attacks, Ray frowned, feeling the suppression seal. "Tisk, Gaia, you actually showed them seals," Ray said, annoyed. Looking up, he could see them launching fire attacks to try melt the ice. Unknown to them, Ray smiled as this fire was just what he needed to replenish some of his power right now. Undoing his ice, Ray stood up and started to eat all of the fire. The fire disappeared as Ray could be seen standing in a ring of purple fire. He had fire flickering around his body as the mages could tell the fire elements dance around his in his complete control. "Kuhahaha, you guys made a few mistakes that would cost you your life. But I'll tell you 2 of them," Ray said as the fire started to grow. "First mistake, Using fire against me is the worst element that you could have chosen, Ray said as he condensed 2 flaming purple chains in his hands and smacked down on the ground, causing it to crack. And second, the mere though of wanting to kill me.
An immortal,
Ray said ominously, causing the mages to step back unconsciously. Suddenly, Ray flashed towards them, causing a trail of fire behind him. Swinging the chains, every one that it touched had the certain body part turned to ash. The 2 chains dances around in purple streaks of light, reaping the lives of the mages. Ilya watched in slight awe as she could tell that none of the mages stood a chance to begin with. Seeing that there were still many of the mages left, Ray crouched his body before catapulting towards the biggest group. Jumping up just before he hit, Ray twisted his body, sending the chains towards the group, easily killing them. Kicking down his heels on the ground, Ray caused the earth to crack with purple flames surrounding all of the mages. Snapping his fingers, Ray manipulated the fire, causing the flames to shoot upwards and grab the remaining mages, turning them to ash. Ray looked around at the purple hell that he had just caused and nodded at its effect. Ray snapped his fingers once more, putting out the fire before he went back to Ilya and sat down. Ray Nii-chan, what was that fire? Ilya asked, unable to retain her curiosity.
Oh, this,
Ray said, summoning a small speck of purple fire on his fingertip.
Ilya nodded.
This is the flames of Lucifer, flames of the origin demon, or Satan, I suppose. This was one of my first powers that I had and one of the most destructive, Ray said, playing around with the flame.
Ah, how nice of you,
Lucifer suddenly said in his conscience. Eh?
You're healed up?
Ray asked in his mind as he put out the fire.
Nope. No yet. See ya,
Lucifer said, cutting off the communication. Random motherfucker. Ray though, as he looked back at Ilya, who had focused of his fire until he put it out. Eh? How do you have the flames of Satan?
Ilya asked.
We have people from Legends, why would you be surprised at this?
Ray asked.
Because could you be actually Satan? Ilya said, tilting her head. What made you think that I would be Satan? Ray said, looking slightly confused.
Well, actually Satan.
Actually is important, and you were summoned by Rin, summoned blades from nowhere, rained hell on the forest, and you have Satan's fire. Why wouldn't you be actually Satan?
Ilya asked.
I can't help but feel like I heard that somewhere. Ray though, hearing her. Well, I'm not actually Satan. I'm me, Ray, and I just have his fire under my control, Ray said, clearing it up with Ilya. Before he could even respond, she heard Berserker shout in rage as chains suddenly restrained him when he was inches away from hitting Gilgamesh with his sword.
Berserker!
Ilya suddenly shouted in a worried tone as she saw him bound. Quickly trying to take him back using command seals, Ilya didn't understand why it didn't work. Eh? Why isn't Berserker coming back? Ilya said, looking at the still bound Berserker.
Enkidu, chains of heaven.
These chains are meant for restraining gods. The more divinity they have, the tighter they bind, Gilgamesh said, looking at Berserker with a cocky look. Hearing this, Ilya sent Ray a pleading look as Berserker was down to his last 2 lives. Ray though for a moment and decided to not disappoint her. He smiled at her, before he walked over to the battlefield and also summoned Enkidu to restrain Gilgamesh.
Why?
Gilgamesh, like this? Ray said as he pointed to the chains locking him up. Gilgamesh widened his eyes in shock and rage before shouting out.
Mongrel!
How do you have Enkidu? Only I should have it. Let's just say I made another one. And I can make more as well, Ray said, making multiple Enkidus float mid-air. Gilgamesh looked in horror as he saw one of his most beloved weapons being copied by some unknown individual, and worst of all, they were all real versions too.
Mongrel!
Gilgamesh shouted in rage as he summoned out EA. Red energy twisted together as EA appeared, breaking off Enkidu. For this you shall die, Gilgamesh shouted as the energy gathered on EA. Ray frowned as he felt threatened by the aura EA let off.
URG, what happened?
Ray moaned as he tried to open his eyes to no avail.
Where am I? Wait, I died.
But how? Ray's mind wondered as he tried to move his body. That's right, I fought Gaia and Aleia. I forced my power up, but why? Ray continued to think while his body floated in the warm liquid. Right, it was because she harmed Eve?
Who's Eve?
Why does my heart hurt thinking of this name? Ray though, as he moved his hand to his heart. Eve, why is it so familiar? Yet I don't remember. Ray's mind drifted as some tears could be felt flowing out of his eyes.
Eh? I crying? Why?
Ray asked as he wiped his tears away. Eve, I can find her after I leave for the higher realms, but why must it be the higher realms? Ray wondered at his peculiar thought. Why is Eve so important to me? Why is my heart hollow when I think of her? Why does my mind beg me to find her? Ray though, as he drifted slowly. Why do I yong for you, Eve? Who are you, Eve? Ray said as his tears fell uncontrollably. Don't worry, Eve. No matter how long it takes, I will find you. A memory appeared in Ray's mind. Did I make a promise like this? Ray, though not being able to remember how Eve looked. Ray looked at the scene over and over again. Each time his heart ached more, but he couldn't remember what she looked like, what they did together, or what her voice was like. He held the memory close, as it was the only hint to finding who she was. Ray shook his head as he decided to reach the higher realms to find himself some answers. System, are you there? Ray asked. Yes, I am, host. A text box appeared in his mind the moment he asked. Show me my status. Name, Ray, weakened. Age, immortal. Bloodline, Alucard, origin demon. Combat rank / power output, common. Laws, space. Concepts, seals, elements. Body, half-step divine. Soul, half-step divine. Will, half-step divine. Skills. Fire demon plus frost domain -- all demon / god slayer magic. True unlimited blade works. Haki. True tremor fruit. The end, Medaka box. #% at %, $% at $. Passive. Kyoki plus Tengaku, stage 2. 8 inner gates -- divine inner gates. The end, show details of the end. Ray called out to the system. The end divine. Allows the user to copy people's abilities that you see and use it to 120% of its power maximum. The percentage you can use depends on how strong the host is. Maximum is upgradable when host gets stronger. Okay, what about the one beneath it? #% $$ at $$ at % at divine. At % $$ at % at $$ at % at % at $$ #% #% at % at % at % $$ at % at % at $, at % at % $, at a % at $, at $, at % 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 at $, at % $, at /. Wait, I can't understand any of that. Ray said, seeing the description. Host isn't authorized to know just yet. When will I be authorized? Information is not applicable. Chase stingy. But where am I? A womb. I fucking know that, I mean what world I'm in currently. Ray retorted. Seven Sins world. The one with demons, angels, fairies, giants and the human? Yes. What part of the timeline? Before the destruction of Danafor. I see. Ray muttered as he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Time passed quickly as Ray slept and soon it was time for his birth. The sudden change in temperature caused Ray to wake up. Before he could even cry out, a sudden wave of dark energy crashed into the kingdom of Danafor. Ray opened his eyes as he saw the people around him disintegrate. What a great fucking way to wake up. Ray, though, as he began to eat only the energy around him. Soon, the only place in Danafor that wasn't destroyed was where he had stood. Ray could feel his body replenish in energy after he had eaten the attack. Looking up, Ray could see Meliodas holding Elizabeth, who was in child form. As Ray looked at Meliodas, he also looked at Ray and was surprised. That someone survived his outbreak. He jumped down, landing on the platform looking at Ray. Meliodas watched in silence as he could suddenly feel his demon bloodline wanting him to kneel in front of the baby. He was confused as he only found this when he was in front of the demon lord. His father, yet he has the same feeling in front of this child. You're a demon. Meliodas said with his eyes slightly narrowed as he still has some pent-up wrath against the demon who killed Liz, his lover. Using dark demon magic, Meliodas made a sword and cut towards the baby. Ray, seeing the sword coming for him, quickly opened his mouth and ate all the energy. Melito's eyes widened as he never heard of a demon eating another demon's magic power. Ha 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 ha! Ray's baby-like voice rang out in laughter as he pretended to find it fun and look at Meliodas with innocent eyes. However, within his mind, Ray was cursing at the fact that he had to resort to acting cute to not let Meliodas kill him. Meliodas looked at the child who, though eating dark elements was fun. Sigh. Meliodas sighed as he picked up the child with his spare hand. I'm sorry for killing your parents at your birth. You can hate me, but I'll look after you until you are strong to protect yourself. Meliodas said as he looked at the two babies in his hands. Shaking his head, Meliodas walked towards the kingdom of Lyonesse. Ray watched as Meliodas continued to walk with both him and Liz in his arms. Ray's eyelids felt heavy as he tried to keep them open, his vision darkened as he fell asleep. Waking up, Ray looked around his surroundings. The room held a noble feeling as it was decorated in linings of gold. Looking to his side, he found Elizabeth in her baby state.
Where is Meliodas?
Ray though as he spread out his hockey to find him. Before his hockey could reach past the room, Ray had already felt a slight strain. Why is my hockey so weak?
Ray thought.
Host has just been reborn, so your power has been restrained for now. More will unlock as you grow older. The system responded helpfully.
Oh well, I can use this time to polish up my foundations.
Ray though as he crawled out of the bed. Moving around a little, Ray tried to use his concepts and his law to see how much he could use. He could only use a few small attacks with elements before it tired him, and for his space law, he couldn't teleport more than a few meters in front of him. Before he felt like he just ran the world's longest marathon. Fuck, I feel so weak. Ray thought as he rested. It wasn't long until maids walked in and saw Ray laying tired on the floor. Picking him up, they put him back to bed before staying in the room.
Fuck's sakes.
Ray though as he knew this would be a tiring few years to come. A year had passed quickly without much enjoyment for Ray. It was just a matter of practicing some magic and abilities to try increase his current maximum. Unfortunately, he couldn't even make 2 blades with unlimited blade works. Seig. Susu SSLLOWWWW. Ray said in his mind as he missed being able to summon an armada of blades like before. Patience is a virtue, host. The system reminded Ray as he sat down after practice.
I know, but still. Ray moaned.
Ray suddenly sat up as he felt Melioda's presence nearby. Standing up onto his small chubby feet, Ray waddled over to where Melioda's location. Seeing him waddle, the servants in the palace laughed at his cuteness. Ray could only blush in embarrassment as he waddled faster. Won't be laughing when you realize that I could have ended you with a sneeze before. Ray cursed in his mind as he continued to waddle faster. Plop 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 plop. Ray's footsteps could be heard as he continued to waddle, holding his hands out to balance a little. Soon could he Meliodas talking to the king of Lyonesse.
Mioas.
Ray's childish voice rang out as he plodded over. Ray cursed his current body as he couldn't fully pronounce Meliodas' name.
Amen? Oh Ray.
Meliodas said smiling as he crouched down and picked up Ray. Ray wiggled slightly as he tried to get comfortable but could only frown slightly, seeing the attempt in vain. Ha 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 ha, King Lyonesse laughed in humor seeing Ray's attempts to shuffle in a more comfortable position. Sate. Ray-chan, where do you want to go? Meliodas asked with a smile.
Tain.
Ray called out to Meliodas.
Ohaya? Training? Sure.
Meliodas replied happily as he and the king took Ray to the training grounds. Ray watched the holy knights perform their routines as well as use some abilities. These included gravity, wind, thunder, invisibility, and more. Meliodas watched Ray in curiosity as he could feel his aura change slightly every time he watched a holy knight perform ability of theirs.
Ray?
Want to see me fight? Meliodas asked, wanting to try something out. Ray's eyes sparkled as he really wanted to get Meliodas' full counter, so he nodded enthusiastically. Handing Ray over to the king of Lyonesse, Meliodas walked over to the holy knights. All right everyone. We're going to have a mock battle and all of you are going to fire your abilities at me. Meliodas said, which enraged some of the holy knights as it seemed like Meliodas was looking down on them. Arrogant kid, I'm enough to deal with you. A holy knight said, walking up to Meliodas. Without even looking at him, Meliodas swung his hand and the knight went through a pillar. Seeing this, the other holy knights quickly went on guard against Meliodas. It's alright, all of you fight him seriously. King Lyonesse said with a stroke of his beard as he held Ray, who was watching seriously, to try gain Meliodas' full counter. Hearing this, all of the knights put on a serious face as they could tell from the king's voice that he held huge trust in Meliodas' strength. Gathering energy, they started to fire off all of their abilities. An array of energy could be seen firing off in the air as Meliodas only smiled at the incoming attacks.
Full counter.
Meliodas said simply as he waved his sword and the energy shot back towards their respective knights, shocking them. Ray on the other hand could see that Meliodas had used the momentum of the energy and the space around it to push it back towards the knights.
I see.
I can't believe I forgot that I can use space like that. Ray mentally face-bombed himself. Sate. Ray, did you see that? Meliodas said as he turned towards Ray. Ray was still thinking about other ways he could have used the law of space, so he absent-mindedly nodded. Soon Ray wanted to try out the new ability he just got, so he tried to gesture for them to fire a weak ability at him.
Boomami.
Ray pointed at the group of knights before back at himself. You want them to fire an ability at you? Meliodas asked, seeing Ray do the gesture. Ray nodded as he forgot he was supposed to be a 1-year-old. Meliodas was slightly suspicious at the act of intelligence but decided to hold off on the suspicions for now. Hey, you fire a small fire at the baby. Meliodas said, pointing at Ray. I can't do that to a child. The knight refused adamantly. How about this, I hold him and you fire it to me and him. I'll counter it, don't worry. Meliodas reassured. Even so, I won't risk it. The knight continued to refuse, causing Ray to frown slightly before struggling out of the king's hug and waddled over to Meliodas. He then pointed at the knight and gestured back to him and Meliodas. See, he's fine with it. Meliodas chuckled, seeing Ray's movements. Fine, but get someone else to do it. I refuse to use my ability against a child even if you're protecting him. The knight said as he turned away. Meliodas looked at the other knights at training area who avoided his gaze. Sigh.
Sorry, buddy.
Meliodas crouched down to Ray, who was frowning as he wanted to try out full counter as soon as possible.
Meliodas.
A voice suddenly spoke out.
Merlin.
Meliodas said, turning around to Merlin. I can do you this favor, seen as though this child here knows what he's doing. Merlin said as her gaze bore into Ray, who started to have cold sweat run on his back. Okay, take it easy on the small guy, okay? Meliodas said as he stepped behind Ray to ensure nothing goes wrong. Okay, fireball. Merlin said simply as a small fireball shot towards Ray.
Full counter.
Ray, though, as he reflected the energy back easily, causing Merlin to be slightly shocked as she didn't expect Ray to use full counter. Oh, how much can you reflect? Merlin said as she fired another attack but boosted slightly with the use of her infinity
ability.
Ray saw the use of the infinity ability but decided to ignore that for now, as he could feel that this attack may go through the upper limit of his current full counter. Using the ability once more, they could see Ray send back a portion of it before the rest broke through and attacked Ray. Before Meliodas could react, Ray started to eat the energy attack in a state of panic. Burr. Ray burped slightly as he finished eating that hefty meal of his. Oh? You ate that attack? Merlin said with her curiosity piqued. Meliodas, on the other hand, was even more confused as he had seen Ray eat energy in such a manner before when he had used his dark element to attack him out of his anger, which to this day he still felt guilty for trying to kill a surviving kid. Ray sat down tired as he realized that him right now could only use a small portion of the abilities he gained through the use of the end until he gets stronger. Meliodas picked Ray up as he could see that Ray is tired after his stunt. Ray allowed himself to be picked up by Meliodas as he could feel the fatigue creeping up on him after using full counter. Seeing Ray fall asleep, Meliodas took him away from the area with Merlin and the king. What was that? The king asked as he could see Ray copying Meliodas' ability. Shaking his head, Meliodas replied with, no idea, but it seems like when he sees an ability, he is able to copy them, granted at a lower power output since he is still a child right now. Then do you know why he is able to eat energy and covert it over for himself? Merlin asked, clearly curious about Ray's all-demon/god slayer magic. No, but I seen him use this before 1 year ago when I found him in Danafor. Meliodas said, hinting at Merlin on how Ray was able to eat his demon powers. Merlin's face grew serious as she knew what this implied. When Ray grows up, he would be the perfect counter for the 10 Commandments. So what do you plan for him?
Merlin asked. I think I'll adopt him.
Meliodas said as he looked at the sleeping Ray. Wait, are you sure? Isn't this too much of a jump? Merlin said quickly. I owe him too much for what I have done. I should help make him stronger so that he can protect himself. Meliodas said, which the king was confused as he didn't know what Meliodas owed this child for, but he did not question him as he knew Meliodas was easily stronger than the best holy knight, and having Meliodas work for him so far was already great. After Ray's stun in the training grounds, a rumor spread about the young boy in the king's castle who could devour abilities. The knights started to fear this boy as they knew that in the future, no holy knight could go against him. Meliodas, on the other hand, was showing Ray around the place as he told him about his intentions. Ray, I want to adopt you, will that be okay? Meliodas asked, looking at Ray, who was in deep thought.
Adopted by Meliodas. Could be fun, Ray, though, before turning to Meliodas.
He nodded enthusiastically. Kishishishishi, then call me Papa. Meliodas grinned, seeing Ray's face of slight disbelief. Why the fuck do you want to make me call you Papa? Ray, though, flabbergasted. Meliodas wanted him, a 130,000 mental-aged adult, to call him Papa like a child. It was already unbearable acting like a kid already, and Meliodas was making it harder for him.
What? Don't want to?
I guess I can't adopt you then. Meliodas made a pained face and sighed.
Bullshit.
Ray cursed at the act Meliodas put on. Pee-pee Papa, Ray managed to squeeze out despite his overwhelming embarrassment. Ahhhrrrrggggggg, Ray mentally screamed at this.
Kishishishi.
See? Wasn't so hard, was it? Meliodas asked with a smile. Ray could only turn his head away from Meliodas to hide his embarrassment and anger.
Meliodas-san.
Dreyfus and Hendrickson called out as they saw Meliodas.
Yo!
Meliodas replied with a smile. Is that the kid rumored to be able to devour abilities? Dreyfus asked, looking at Ray.
Yeah.
Meliodas said, not denying the fact. Oh, that's interesting indeed. Shall we give him ability a name?
Hendrickson asked.
And that's a good idea, right, Ray-chan? Meliodas asked, looking at Ray. Ray thought about it and decided that all demon/god slayer magic was a mouthful, so he nodded. Now then, what shall we call it? Meliodas said, closing his eyes as he thought.
All eater? Devour? Element eater?
Meliodas said as he continued to think.
How about gluttony? Hendrickson said.
Oh, what do you think, Ray-chan? Meliodas asked, looking back down at Ray. Gluttony, huh? I guess it fits quite well, why not?
Ray though before nodding. Gloony. Gloony.
He called out as he tried to pronounce gluttony.
Fuck.
He cursed in his mind at the same time because of the fact that he can't pronounce shit right now. Ha 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 ha, it would seem like Ray here likes it. Dreyfus said, seeing Ray try to say gluttony. However, he had put Ray on his kill list mentally, as this power could be detrimental for the commandments in the future if it means that Ray could also eat demon magic. Now then, I'm going to take Ray around the training area to show him some swords play. Meliodas said as he bid Dreyfus and Hendrickson goodbye. Making sure that they were not being spied on, Meliodas looked at Ray. You understand me, don't you? Meliodas said, serious. Ray nodded as Meliodas was his best guarantee right now. Good, that makes it easier. You know that you're a demon, don't you? Ray nodded once more, telling the truth, so it doesn't get complicated in the future. Do you want to help me fight against the 10 Commandments in the future? In case you're wondering, the 10 Commandments are the elite warriors that the Demon King himself chooses and grants a commandment which is a portion of his power. Meliodas explained to Ray as he could tell that Ray wasn't sent by the Demon King due to the fact that with his level of demon bloodline, if he was sent through, the seal by the Goddess clan would have already rejected him from entering.
Fight.
Ray said, ignoring the fact that he messed up the pronunciation of fight.
He, Meliodas smiled as
he knew how much of a help Ray would be against the 10 Commandments. Well, let's go to Merlin, shall we? Meliodas said as he walked towards Merlin's tower. We have already found everyone that will be in the 7 Sins group, now we just need to gather them all. Meliodas said while he walked. We'll be visiting Immortal Ban after we see Merlin. Soon, they reached the tower and saw Merlin working on a spell.
Yo!
Meliodas greeted.
Oh, Captain Ray.
Merlin greeted back, pausing her experiments. What brings you here, Captain? She asked, looking at the duo. I'm including Ray into our group to fight the 10 Commandments. He said as he placed Ray onto the table. Is that so? Any reason why? Even if he could eat energy, it may have a limit we don't know, and with monsters like the 10 Commandments, we don't know what could happen. Merlin said as she looked at Ray, who was staring at the seals in the room with great curiosity. He crawled closer to the seals as he studied them and tried to decode some of them. Merlin and Meliodas watched Ray as he studied the seals. Soon Ray understood that the seal was meant to freeze time within this space for a short period, allowing Merlin to pause the experiments at any time and for it to not be detrimental. Picking up a spare test tube, Ray held it in his hands as he started to work on the seal. He worked as he ignored Merlin and Meliodas, who was watching in curiosity. What Ray didn't realize was that he was no longer as powerful as before, and he can't do whatever he pleases anymore. A highly detailed seal was drawn out as Ray threw the tube upwards and activated the seal. Ray looked at the seal, which drained a lot of magic power from him. The tube floated for a slight moment before showing signs of moving once more, causing Ray to frown. Infinity. Ray, though, as he tried to use Merlin's magic, which drained even more from him, causing him to stumble, and the test tube fell towards him. Just before it hit, Merlin had stopped the test tube with her own magic and looked at the tired Ray laying on her desk. Ray-chan, you understand seals? She asked, looking at Ray. Ray nodded as he panted heavily from magic overuse. Captain, how about I teach Ray everything I know on seals and magic? Merlin suggested to Meliodas. Ito. That would be helpful. Because I suppose in our group, Ray would be my son, while you are his godmother, I guess. Meliodas said as he walked around the lab. Oh, so I'm Ray-chan's godmother. I guess I should teach him more then. Merlin said, picking up Ray and held him close. Ray couldn't be bothered from how they're treating him, as he was too tired to even move. Let's go see Ban now. Meliodas said as they made their way to the prison cells. I wonder what'll happen if they knew I was also immortal like Ban. Ray, though, as he soon saw Meliodas walking into a cell. Ray began to think about seals more deeply from what he had saw in Merlin's lab. Seals, when done right, are able to utilize all types of elements in the world. From creation to destruction, even time and space. Ray though about how he could use the seals to help him comprehend concepts of time. Asterisk boom. Ban suddenly shot out of the tower as dust rose high into the air.
Ayaha!
Ray suddenly screamed as he was pulled out from his focus. The sound was extra loud to him as his ears were still being developed, so it was super sensitive. Merlin shook Ray around a little to try calm him down, while Ray cursed in his mind.
Jesus Christ, woman.
I'm a 130,000 mentally aged man and you shake me around like a child. Soon the dust died down, showing Ban laying down on the floor from defeat. Meliodas soon walked out of the cell looking at Ban.
Ha 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 ha, interesting. Hey, let's fight again.
Ban shouted to Meliodas as he sat up. Sure, but on the condition of you joining the 7 deadly sins. Meliodas said as he walked in front of Ban.
Sure seems fun.
Ban said, taking Meliodas' hand, and stood up. Right, so I'm the captain, over there is Merlin, and the kid is my adopted son Ray. Meliodas introduced as he walked over to Merlin and Ray.
Oh, you adopted a son?
Ban said, looking at Meliodas' height.
Woman problems?
Ban said with a shit-eating grin, causing Meliodas to punch Ban in the face and through another wall in the area.
Ray-chan.
Merlin said as she saw Ray wake up.
Amen.
Ray replied whilst rubbing his eyes with his small hands. Some of the servants saw this and felt their hearts beat from how cute Ray acted. They just wanted to pick him up and cuddle him. However, if Ray were to know of what they though, he would surely curse out once more at his body. Your dad has gone to look for a giant to join us, so he won't be here for a while, is that okay? Merlin asked as she looked at Ray, who is currently stretching his tiny body.
It okay?
Ray said in his childish voice while he finished stretching. You'll stay with me near my lab for a while, is that okay? She asked as they reached her tower. Ray nodded as he felt his energy reserves. Che, with this amount, I can't even summon out more than 3 swords before I faint. And they're not even good swords either. Ray thought as Merlin carried him to the lab. When can I use transformation magic again? Ray mentally cried out, feeling the downsides of his current body.
Host, be patient.
Your body must fully develop first before your magic reserves grow. And also, your transformation magic needs a lot more mana since you are actively changing your body structure. The only reason you could use it straight away last time was because your reserves and body had already been tempered to a large degree, allowing you transformation without much drain. Hiya, so I'm stuck with this for quite a while then?
Indeed.
I guess I'll just do theory study with Merlin for now then. Ray thought as he shuffled out of Merlin's hug and crawled onto the lab table.
Oh hiya? So eager.
Merlin said as she handed Ray a book on seals.
Ray-chan, would this do? Merlin asked.
Ray nodded while he flipped through the book. Merlin set up a small barrier so that he won't fall just in case and started to work on her own experiments. Ray could see from the book that a lot of the seals in here had more uses than he could have though of. From ones to keep the appearance of someone till they die, to ones which allow the extraction of someone's soul. Ray started to immerse himself in the book, slowly increasing his understanding of seals. Merlin, on the other hand, watched Ray study the seals with such intensity that Ray started to swing his little legs back and forth while reading. Cute, Merlin thought before going back to her experiments. She had started to develop more spells for each of the elements, so that she can teach it Ray for countering against the demons and goddess clans. This carried on for a few months, which Ray started to get a more uncomfortable feeling in his mouth. He had tried to use his tongue to relieve the pain. Checking in the mirror, Ray could see that his fangs are starting to grow out.
This isn't good.
Soon I'll need to feed again. And I'm pretty sure that it would be bad if I turned someone in the castle into a vampire. Ray though as he walked away from the mirror. Wait, can't I just ingest some blood? Ray thought as he slapped himself on the forehead. I'll ask Merlin for it when it happens. Plodding back to the lab, Ray was about to immerse himself back into the Book of Seals when the ground shook. Quickly looking out the window, Ray could see Diane the giant that Meliodas went to find. Turning around to Merlin, Ray gestured out the window.
Ray-chan?
You want to see the giant and your dad? Merlin asked as she also looked out the window. Ray nodded as he started to climb onto the table Merlin was at. Grabbing Ray before he could fall, Merlin then flew towards Diane and Meliodas with Ray in her arms. Captain, welcome back, Merlin said as she landed near them.
Yo. This is Diane, a new member.
And Diane, this is Merlin, also a member of the 7 Sins. Meliodas introduced Diane and Merlin to each other. Oh, and the kid here is my son, Meliodas said, not forgetting Ray. Meliodas, you have a wife and kid?
Diane said, heartbroken.
Nope, I don't have a wife and Ray isn't my biological son, Meliodas said, picking Ray up from Merlin.
Oh phew.
Diane sighed in relief. As she hoped that Meliodas didn't have a love interest or her newfound love will be short. She then crouched down to get a better look at Ray and saw his puffy cheeks. Unable to retain her urge, Diane poked her finger to it.
Kyra, so soft,
Diane said as she felt the texture of Ray's cheeks. Ray, on the other hand, was hitting her finger with his hand, trying to get it out of his view. Diane, I want you to be like an older sister for Ray, is that okay? I want him to be surrounded by a family. Meliodas said to Diane, who stopped feeling Ray's cheeks. Diane nodded as she looked at Ray. Ray-chan, I'll be your big sister from now, okay? Diane said. Ray nodded, signifying that he understood, which Diane beamed happily at.
Yo, Captain.
Is this the new member? Ban called out as he walked over.
Amen?
Yeah, this is Diane. Meliodas said, looking at Ban.
Yo, I'm Ban.
Ban greeted her as he walked over.
Hi, I'm Diane.
She replied whilst still keeping her eyes on Ray. Now then, Diane, are you able to show me one of your abilities? Meliodas said, looking up to Diane. Sure, heavy metal. Diane said as her body became the color of steel. Meliodas then looked at Ray, suggesting he should copy it. Understanding Meliodas' look, Ray tried to use heavy metal on himself. His arm started to turn a steel color, shocking Diane and Ban. Whoa, little guy, you can use it too. Ban said, looking at Ray.
Impossible.
Heavy metal is an ability for the giant clan. How does Ray have it? Diane asked, shocked. Well, you see, Ray-chan here has two abilities. First one we like to call gluttony. He is able to eat any type of energy attack towards him and use it himself. The second one is the one he just showed. By looking at people demonstrating their abilities, Ray is able to copy them, but how much he can use is limited by his strength. Merlin explained, causing Ban and Diane's eyes to widen. Hey Captain, isn't that too much of a cheat? Ban asked, looking at Ray.
Kishishishishi, not at all.
It will be good for Ray to be able to protect himself in the future. Meliodas said with a smile.
Na-ne Ray-chan.
Big sis here has a harder job to impress you now. Diane pouted as she crouched down near Ray. Wait, can Ray also copy my ability?
Ban asked.
Yep, just demonstrate it and Ray can get it.
Meliodas grinned.
Oh, Captain, want to help me demonstrate to Ray?
Ban asked. Sure.
Meliodas handed Ray over to Merlin as he walked in front of Ban. Snatch. Ban said as he started to take Meliodas' power. After a few seconds, Ban decided to stop. Ray, did you get that? Meliodas asked, looking over at Ray with a smile. Unsatch. Ray said as Ban could feel a bit of his power being taken.
Ha 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 ha, mini captain.
You really got snatch from me. Ban laughed as he walked over to Ray and poked his cheeks with a smile. Ray frowned slightly as he tried to push Ban's finger away. Ban could only smile at how uncomfortable Ray felt. Now then, we have me, Merlin, Ban, King, who is in his room resting, and Diane. We just need two more, and we have gathered the whole group. Meliodas said, informing Ban and Diane on the current member count.
Oh, we still have two more to go.
Ban said as he stood up straight. Actually, only one more. I found the next one, Gautha. He should be coming soon. Merlin spoke up. Then just one more then.
Meliodas grinned.
All that's left is Escaner. That also means that the vampire clan will invade the kingdom of Edinburgh soon. Ray thought about the timeline as the group returned to their resting areas. Ray was playing with King as they waited for Merlin and Meliodas' return with Escaner. Hey Ray, what do you even want to do? King replied while he was in his fat form. Ray shrugged while he looked around King's room. The room was quite basic, simple decorations and minimal items. Boring, Ray said, trying to say boring. Asterisk Poochie. King had a small tick mark on his head as he heard Ray comment on his room. Well, I'm sorry that my room isn't fun like Merlin's. King said to Ray.
No, you boring.
Ray shook his head and pointed at King. What do you mean I'm boring? Can't you see my powers and finesse with this form of mine? King said whilst showing off his form. Marin magic, Pa got full counter, Ban got satch, Diane is giant, Gower got cool armor, new person don't know and you. Ray paused a little before studying King.
You fat and boring.
What? King exclaimed at Ray's comment about him. He made sure to look around to make sure no one's looking. Listen here, Ray, I'm cooler than the rest of them, okay? King tried to persuade the little ancestor in front for him. No, Pa and Merlin way cooler. Ray shook his head. But are they kings? King said, slightly revealing the fact that he is the fairy king. What being king do against Pa's strength? Ray said, pointing at King.
Fine.
But my weapon is cooler than theirs. King said, grasping at straws.
Proof.
Ray said, wanting to see it since King had never shown it. Ray wanted to add the weapon to his collection in unlimited blade works.
You want proof here?
Holy spear chastifol. King said, bringing out his spear. Ray just watched with a straight face. My spear has 8 forms that can be used by me. Each one is amazing, you see. King said, showing off his weapon.
Show form.
Ray said, wanting to see the other forms. Hee, you see how great it is now? Come on, ask nicely to see the forms. King said, trying to tempt Ray. Ray frowned a little as he stood up and plodded out of the room to go find Diane or Ban to mess around with.
Wait, Ray. Little captain?
Little ancestor? Come on, fine, I'll show you. King said with a sigh. Ray suddenly turned around with a victorious grin. Why is pleasing Ray so hard? King though, as he started to transform the spear. Before he could even get onto the other forms, Ray had already latched himself to the pillow form of Chastifol. Ray started to snuggle up into the pillow and roll around, enjoying its softness. Ho ho, even you have these baby-like moments. King said, crouching next to Ray, who freezed halfway through his roll. Normally Ray could be seen quite serious, but King felt good being able to make Ray show his childish side. Ray sat up quickly as coughed as his cheeks flushed from embarrassment. This pillow is soft and it can help me move around. I need to make King lend it to me for a bit. Ray though, as he doesn't have enough mana to trace the holy spear Chastifol out just yet. Pillow, I want, please, Ray said, pointing at the pillow before back at himself. However, he had bit his tongue when he had tried to say please. Ray screamed internally as it hurt so much more as a baby. He had a small bout of tears gather from the corner of his eyes as he doesn't have full control over his body yet.
Baitum.
King felt his heart warm up seeing a baby Ray hold its mouth with tears in his eyes as he tried to say please but bit his tongue. You can have the pillow. King shouted with a thumbs up.
Easy.
Ray thought about how easy it was for King to give him the pillow. He then turned around and planted his face into the pillow, drowning out the pain.
Hey King.
Diane said from out the window.
Diane.
King said, shocked at how close Diane's face was.
Kaya.
Ray-chan is so cute with the pillow. Diane's eyes brightened seeing Ray snuggle in the pillow.
Kacha.
King felt his heart break. Did I just get ignored because of Ray? King kneeled while he thought deeply. Damn you, Ray. You stole Diane's attention from me. King shouted in his mind as he looked in Ray's direction with tears and biting his bottom lip. Ray looked up, see King's teared-up, envious face. Ray's sweat dropped at the fact that King was jealous of a baby.
Bro?
I didn't even do anything. You gave me the pillow. Ray thought while he tried to move the pillow to the window so he can go mess around with Diane. Diane found Ray to be even cuter as he tried to shuffle his body so that the pillow moved with him. King, can you help Ray? Diane asked, looking at King, who was still kneeling.
Of course.
Even if I means helping my pooey. I mean Ray, I'll do it since you requested. King said as he quickly cleaned himself up and moved the pillow over to where Diane was. Opening the window, Ray climbed onto Diane's hand with the pillow whilst King followed. Now then Ray, where do you want to go? Diane asked with a smile.
Merlin Lab.
Ray said, pointing at Merlin's tower. But aren't we not allowed in there when Merlin's not here? Diane said. Ray frowned a little before he closed his eyes and thought about what he should do since he's bored.
Ban.
Ray said after some though. Sure, we'll go find Ban. You coming, King? Diane asked, to which King reluctantly agreed. Ray watched the scenery from up high. He could see the city, the mountains, and the villages from up here. Eve would have enjoyed this.
Ray though.
He suddenly widened his eyes after a pause. Why would Eve like this? How would I know? Ray thought as he tried to dig through his memory but couldn't find anything. Should I ask Merlin to help me? No, that's too risky if she found my memories of other worlds. Ray thought, eventually shaking his head. Why are you constantly on my mind, Eve? Ray thought while they arrived near where Ban was. Ban walked out as he looked up and smiled. Yo! Ban greeted, jumping up to the top of the building to get a better view. Hey Ban, Ray wanted to play with you for a bit. Diane said as he moved her palm near Ban. Yo mini captain, what do you want to do? Ban asked as he walked up to Ray with a smile. Ray shrugged as he snuggled on the pillow. How about I show you around the forests? Ban suggested. Ray looked at his pillow with reluctance before sighing and climbed onto Ban's back. Hey mini captain, you should be in front of me so you don't fall off. Ban said as he grabbed Ray and brought him in front of him. Diane, King. I'll look after the little guy, you two have fun. Ban grinned at King, clearly suggesting something which King became red at. Okay, see you guys in a while. Diane said with a smile and a small wave. See ya. Ban said, jumping down from the tower before using different buildings to travel quickly. Ray smiled brightly as he had missed this feeling of rush and speed.
Yaha! Ray shouted.
Ho, mini-captain, you like the thrill? Shall I go faster? Ban asked as he looked down at Ray with a smile.
Ray nodded.
Ha ha ha, as you say then, mini-captain. Ban replied as he sped up. Ban parkoured around the forest, much to Ray's delight, for a whole day before bringing a highly satisfied Ray back to the resting area. It was also just in time for Meliodas and Merlin to be back with Escaner too. Soon Meliodas and Merlin could be seen with a man behind them. That man was Escaner. He had orange hair and a thin body shape.
Captain,
the group said as they approached.
Pa,
Ray said as he waved at Meliodas.
Ray ha ha ha.
Meliodas said as he took Ray from Ban's arms.
Miss me?
Meliodas asked with a smile as he held Ray up. Ray nodded as he let Meliodas lift him. Captain, you have a child? Escaner asked, seeing Ray call Meliodas Pa. Not biologically, at least.
Meliodas replied. I see.
Escaner said while he looked at Ray. Ray-chan, surely you didn't forget me, right? Merlin smiled as she picked up Ray.
Ray shook his head.
Were you bored not looking at my book of seals? Merlin asked as she knew how much Ray liked reading that book. No, Ban with me, run in Foist, Ray said with some difficulty. Merlin stopped for a second. Ray-chan, was Ban running at a very fast speed? She asked with a smile.
Unfoist became blur.
Ray said truthfully, to which Ban started to sweat. He was about to turn and run when he found out that he couldn't move his body. Ban, we're going to have a talk, okay? Merlin said with a terrifying smile.
Yes, ma'am.
Ban said with sweat running down his face. Giggle. Ray giggled slightly, seeing the shenanigans between Merlin and Ban. Merlin looked down with a wide smile, as it would be rare of Ray to smile like this. Ban, seeing that Ray-chan is happy, I'll let you off. Merlin said as she unfroze Ban. Ray, thank you.
I owe you one.
Ban thought as he enjoyed the sweet mobility he has in his body. Now then, with Escaner here we have all of the 7 sins gathered. Our group will be under the direct orders of the king. Escaner is pride, King is sloth, Diane is envy, Merlin is gluttony, Ban is greed, Gauther, who isn't here just yet, is lust, and finally we have me, who is wrath. Meliodas said. We will be doing missions next week, so take this time to familiarize yourselves with each other, okay? He continued as he approached Merlin, who's holding Ray. Now then, who's going to be looking after Ray? Merlin asked as she passed Ray to Meliodas.
Captain.
Why not bring the little guy with us? Or we wait until the little guy is 4 and we train him? Ban suggested. I don't want Ray to come with us, as it could be dangerous. Meliodas said, rejecting the idea. Why not let him stay with the king for now until he becomes 4? Diane suggested. I suppose that'll work. Meliodas said, looking at Ray. Is that okay? He asked, wanting to see Ray's opinion.
Boring.
Ray said, as it would be boring doing nothing all day. How about I give you access to my lab? You can read all the books in the lab. Merlin said, causing Ray to beam widely. He said enthusiastically, as Merlin has a wide collection which will easily last him 2 whole years, as he is currently 2 years old physically. Then it's sorted. Ray will stay with the king for 2 years before we start to train him. Meliodas said, confirming the plan. The rest of the group agreed as they started to return to their resting place, since it was already dark when Meliodas and Merlin returned with Escaner. When they were alone, Meliodas looked Ray into the eyes and said, Elizabeth is off limits, okay? She is a no-touch. Meliodas said, which caused Ray to sweat drop. Dad, you just treated your son like a rival in love.
Ray, though, while he nodded. Good.
I'll teach you some swordsmanship when you're older. Meliodas said, which Ray became excited at, since with was also Meliodas who taught Gilthunder how to use the sword. Meliodas reached his room as he put Ray on the bed while he slept as well. 2 more years. 2 more years until the vampire invasion in Edinburgh. Ray, though, while he also drifted off to sleep. The next few months for Ray was simple. He didn't talk to anyone unless the 7 sins came back. He never left the lab unless the 7 sins came back, and finally, when he needed food, he would just get some bread, as it would last him long enough since he didn't need too much food. Or rather, Ray used food as a substitute for blood to reduce his cravings a little. He wanted to wait until he reached Edinburgh to drink some blood. Today was the same as always: wake up, eat, and go to the labs. But what awaited him? There was Elizabeth with her teddy bear.
Ray-chan, happy birthday.
She greeted with a smile. Eli-chan, why are you here this early?
Ray asked.
He and Elizabeth had become great friends over these months, as she was the only one who actively talked to him. Well, I just wanted to say happy birthday to you, Elizabeth said while she looked down to her feet. Sigh. Thank you, Eli-chan, but what about your dad?
Won't he be worried? Ray asked.
Nope, he said I'm safe with you since if anything happens to me Meliodas with torture you I think Dad said. Elizabeth said, tilting her head. Bartra Leoness, king of Leoness. What the fuck are you saying to Elizabeth? Ray thought with a sweat drop. Well, you want to play here like always? Ray asked as he walked over to the table and sat down on the chair while he opened the book of seals that Merlin had gifted him.
Say Ray-chan.
When do you think Sir Meliodas will be back? Elizabeth asked as he also sat down on a chair and looked at Ray reading the book. I think Dad and the guys will be back later today since they left last month for the current mission. Ray replied, not taking his eyes off the book. Ray-chan, you know what the knights and the maids call you? Elizabeth asked Ray while she started to play with her teddy bear. I don't care what they call me but enlighten me. Ray said, looking up.
Hen, then listen well.
Elizabeth said with a wide smile and stood on the table. They call you the origin, or the child of sins. They said it was because you have the traits of all of the members of the 7 deadly sins and is the child of Sir Meliodas, the dragon's sin of wrath.
Elizabeth said. And?
Couldn't they have given me a better name? Ray said before he looked back into the book.
Baka Ray.
Be patient, I'm telling you the last title now, okay? Elizabeth said with a huff. Ray's mind shook when he heard Elizabeth say Baka Ray. Again that feeling. It seems like this is also something that Eve used to say a lot. Ray thought as he sighed and closed the book.
Fine, Eli-chan.
Please tell me my last title. That's more like it. Well, your last title is The Most Dangerous Sin. They said it was because you have an ability called gluttony that can eat all forms of energy and use it against the person. Elizabeth said as she looked at Ray with glowing eyes. Can you show me? She asked, wanting to see the ability in action. Even if I wanted to, I can't. I need to have a type of energy in front of me to eat it. Ray said as he opened up his book once more.
That's easy then.
Let's go find Gil-chan. Elizabeth said as she dragged Ray by the arm. Sigh. Ray sighed as he followed Elizabeth. Soon they could see Gilthunder training with his dad.
Gil-chan.
Elizabeth called out loudly, gaining their attention. Hey Gil, Uncle Zaratras.
Ray greeted.
Hey Ray, what brings you here? Zaratras asked as it wasn't usual for Ray to leave Merlin's tower. Eli-chan wanted me to demonstrate my ability, so she dragged me here for Gil to fire some thunder at me. Ray replied with a shrug. Is that so? Son want to help out? Zaratras asked Gilthunder.
Are you sure?
It might hurt, Ray. Gil said, slightly worried.
Don't worry about it.
Ray said as he handed his book to Zaratras and walked to an open space. Elizabeth watched from the sides with glowing eyes. If you say so, Ray Thunder. Gilthunder said as lighting shot towards Ray. Opening his mouth, Ray began eating the thunder. Elizabeth watched as the thunder could be seen being gathered into Ray's mouth. Amazing, she said while Ray finished eating. Thunder gods roar. Ray whispered and he looked up and released the roar attack. A giant flash of lighting could be seen shooting upwards. Phew, is that enough, Eli-chan? Ray asked as he looked over to her. Amazing! Elizabeth shouted as she ran over to him and jumped onto his back. Zaratras watched with a smile as the 3 kids talked to each other. Ray, you'll play a huge part in helping Meliodas in the future. Zaratras thought as he knew what would happen in the future. Ray was walking around the castle as he was 4 now. He was holding the Book of Seals like always, which has now become a common scene in the castle. I wonder when the vampire invasion in Edinburgh is going to happen. Ray though as he tucked the book under his hand. At this point, his features had become more defined as one could tell he would be extremely handsome. However, to Ray's demise, he still looked more like a girl growing up. If I didn't know I'll become more handsome once I reach the age of 18, I would defiantly hate being like this again. Ray though as he walked towards where the 7 sins would be soon. Through these years of being adopted as Meliodas' son, Ray had started to see Meliodas as a father figure for him. In fact, he saw the 7 deadly sins as his new family. Meliodas was his dad and Merlin was like a mother. The rest were big siblings that took care of him. Just thinking of them brought a radiant smile to his face which made the surrounding servants blush from his smile. Ray continued to walk when he saw a holy knight block his path. Holy Knight-san? Do you need something? Ray asked, seeing the knight with no intention to move. The knight removed his mask and Ray could see the vampire drooling at him. Ito Knight-san, you know you're drooling, right? Ray said, backing up slowly as he could feel his danger signs ringing out. Kuhahaha, I didn't think that there would be another vampire here, and with such a pure bloodline too. The vampire said as he slowly walked towards Ray. Shame you're so weak right now, he said. Ray tried to run, but the vampire grabbed him easily. Now, Emil shouldn't run, should he? The vampire said as he looked at Ray with a sinister smirk.
No, he shouldn't.
Ray said, his face becoming cold as he summoned 2 blades to pierce into the vampire's eyes. Bastard! The vampire shouted as he pulled the 2 swords out and stumbled in pain. Taking this chance, Ray gathered magic into his hands as he used his demon slayer powers. A small purple ball of fire appeared in Ray's hands as he sent it towards the vampire.
A Rachgag.
The vampire cried out loudly as he rolled around in a purple ball of flames. Ray stumbled from the lack of mana in his body. Really, 2 blades and a ball of demon fire emptied me out, fuck?
Ray thought as he fell forwards.
A pair of hands suddenly grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Ray could see the vampire still having burn marks look at him with hate in his eyes.
You little shit.
He growled as he opened his mouth and bite down on Ray's neck abruptly.
Fuck.
Ray thought as he could feel his blood getting drained. His immortality from the Alucard bloodline was trying to heal him, but it was slow since Ray was still too weak. His vision blurred slightly as he could see Meliodas turn the corner before running towards the vampire.
Dad!
Ray called out weakly as the vampire was cut in half by an angry Meliodas.
Ray-chan. Ray-chan. Are you okay?
Where are you hurt? Meliodas panicked and he looked at Ray's body and saw 2 fang marks on Ray's neck. Quickly grabbing Ray, Meliodas ran towards where Merlin would be and burst into the room. Ray's consciousness was fading in and out during this. System, what's happening? Ray, though weakly. The weak vampire DNA is trying to corrupt your Alucard bloodline. But your bloodline is fighting back. In return, the Alucard bloodline is also getting stronger by the second. At the end of this situation, you should be able to use Alucard's blood control and improved regeneration. Transformation is still out of reach right now. The system's message displayed itself to Ray as he calmed down.
I see.
Ray, though, before falling unconscious due to the fight going on in his bloodline.
Merlin.
What's happening with Ray? Meliodas shouted, gaining Merlin's attention. Put him on the table quick, Merlin said as she quickly dropped everything that she was doing. She started to use her magic to scan Ray's body and checking his vitals. Captain, Ray's blood is becoming more and more like that of a vampire's. But it's not the kind we know. He isn't weak to the sun, his is effectively immortal, and it seems like he's also getting his demon blood to become more potent. But it could potentially kill him if he fails to suppress the intruding vampire DNA. Merlin said, frowning. Meliodas' face was cold as he was angry at how Ray was like this because of the vampire clan. Merlin, are you able to find out where the vampire came from? Meliodas asked with anger.
Of course.
Let's show them what happens when they touch my Ray-chan. Merlin said, also mad as she saw Ray like a son she never had. Today the 7 sins shall go wipe out the vampire clan. Meliodas declared as he walked out of the room. Merlin followed as she made sure that Ray was protected by some seals. Elsewhere, the vampire king Isrof in Edinburgh felt a sudden shiver go down his spine as a warning of his impending doom.
Weird. Why did I shiver?
Isrof said as he frowned. He shrugged before going to focus on more important matters. Back in the kingdom of Lyonesse, the 7 sins were gathered with cold faces. So you're saying the vampires in Edinburgh had laid their filthy hands of Ray? Ban said with his eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint.
How dare they?
Diane shouted, enraged at the fact that Ray had been harmed to this extent. As your captain, we are going to demolish the vampires in Edinburgh. Meliodas said as they left as a group towards Edinburgh. The knights who had saw the looks on 7 sins' faces fell back on their ass as they felt danger radiate off each of the members. Whoever pissed off these monsters are fucked. They all thought in sympathy. When the 7 sins had gathered in an open area, Merlin used her magic to teleport the group to Edinburgh, which they could see was in a state of constant night due to the magic of the vampire king Isrof. Everyone, we shall split up and destroy Edinburgh from every direction, Meliodas said as he looked at the kingdom of Edinburgh.
Hi.
They said as they all ran off into different direction, ready to cause pain to the vampires. Meliodas, Merlin and Escaner remained where they were as they set their eyes onto the main castle. Escaner, Merlin, we shall raid the main castle, which should be where the king is. Once we take out the head, the rest should follow, Meliodas said as Merlin and Escaner nodded in understanding. The 3 of them flashed towards the castle. Meanwhile, after the 7 sins had left, Ray started to writhe around on the table from the pain he felt in his veins as the Alucard bloodline started to overpower the invading vampire DNA. When the invading DNA was finally destroyed completely, Ray's eyes snapped wide open.
Blood?
He muttered as he wasn't in full control. He needed to have his first feeding after his Alucard bloodline had been strengthened slightly. With the remainder of his willpower, Ray carved a seal to teleport him to Edinburgh and rewired the mana going into the existing seals in the room to power his. With a flash, Ray was gone from the room. Ray appeared not far from the city, his eyes were bloodshot.
Blood?
He whispered as he started to walk over to the city. Ray suddenly jumped up and formed blood wings on his back while he flew towards the city. His consciousness was all over the place as all he could think of was blood. *babang. A sudden cloud of dust rose as Ray landed in the middle of the city. The surrounding vampires looked over at him and started to cower from the bloodline suppression. Some, seeing how Ray looked, decided to take a chance and launched themselves towards him. Changing his blood wings to 2 long swords, one of each hand, Ray easily cut through one of the attacking vampires. Using the blood in the vampire, Ray sent a wide slash, using the blood easily cutting through the body of the vampires and the buildings. Gathering all of the blood in the area into a small condensed pill, Ray ate it before frowning. Low-quality trash. He growled as he shot towards where he could feel the most powerful bloodline in the Kingdom of Edinburgh. Through the streets, Ray had to cope with countless attacks from the enemy vampires who were lusting over his blood. Ray growled in annoyance as he was getting sick of the endless horde of vampires. Gathering blood into a spear, Ray threw it up, causing it to leave a streak of light, catching every one of the Sin's attention. Clenching his hand, Ray caused the spear to explode into a rain of blood. Each droplet became arrows as it covered the entire Kingdom of Edinburgh. Screams rang out as the vampires had their body pierced and unable to regenerate. Using the arrows as a medium, Ray drained every one that the arrows touched of their blood. A river of blood soon appeared in the Kingdom of Edinburgh, gathering into one single point.
Ray.
Merlin was curious as she saw what happened in the span of a few seconds. Using her magic, Merlin looked over to where the blood was being gathered and widened her eyes to see Ray drinking all of that blood.
Captain. Ray-chan is over there.
Where the blood is being gathered. Merlin shouted towards Meliodas. Why is he here? I thought you put him in your barrier.
Meliodas shouted out.
He must have rewired it to take him here. I think that's the last thing he did before losing himself.
Because right now, he wants blood. A lot of blood.
Merlin said as she was both proud and worried. Proud because Ray was able to utilize her seals, as well as the fact that he left Lyonesse so that the people won't get killed. Worried because he is losing himself more and more.
Fuck. Escaner. Come.
The sun should be rising soon, so you should help restrain Ray. Merlin, take Escaner. I'll need to deal with 2 guests that have arrived. Meliodas said as he looked at the 2 new arrivals.
Gelda and Ren. Got it.
Merlin said as she teleported her and Escaner with his axe to where Ray was. When they arrived at the location, they could see Ray drinking away at all of the blood while his scarlet eyes moved towards Merlin and Escaner.
More blood,
he whispered before launching himself towards Merlin. Quickly forming a barrier, Merlin stopped Ray's approach. Frowning slightly, Ray opened his mouth before he started to eat away at the barrier as it was made from energy. Merlin was shocked as she didn't expect her barrier to be on the list of things Ray can eat. Quickly, retreating with Escaner, they managed to avoid Ray's bite right after he finished eating the barrier. Merlin could see Ray crouching as his fangs were longer than usual.
Ray-chan,
Merlin said, worried for Ray. Ray suddenly smiled as he could feel the approach of the Vampire King Isrof. I didn't expect to see someone with such a high purity of the vampire blood. But to think that it belonged to a child. Isrof said while he looked at Ray, who was having his blood crave. I see that this is your first feeding. Isrof said as he looked around before looking back at Ray.
And you're still not calm yet.
Truly a powerful bloodline purity you have. I know you can hear me, so tell me. Would you like to join the vampire clan and rule the world? You can have all of the blood you want. Isrof said, trying to tempt Ray.
All the blood?
Ray repeated as his craving for blood was taking over his consciousness. Ray quickly shook his head, trying to get the though out before looking at Isrof and launched towards him. Che, you will regret that. Isrof said as he launched his dark element towards Ray. Ray only grinned and opened his mouth, eating the energy easily.
What?
Isrof shouted, seeing this. Condensing seals into a pill of blood, Ray pushed his hands forward as the pill shot forward, turning into a lance piercing the body of Isrof, who had his guard down. He could only watch as Ray walked towards him with a wide grin showing off his fangs. He tried to get the blood lance out but was shocked to see his hands burn at a single touch of the lance. Ray grabbed the lance as he cut through Isrof diagonally, bisecting the Vampire King. His wounds burn as he couldn't regenerate. Fear crept into his eyes as he saw the rest of his body slowly turn into just skin and bones as Ray drained him of his blood. Once he had finished, Ray looked over and saw Merlin and Escaner looking at him on guard. Ray could only clutch his head as he tried not to attack them. Soon, Ray could see the sun rise and Escaner getting stronger by the second. The allure of Eskainer's blood overrided Ray's senses as he launched towards Eskainer. Eskainer, don't hurt him, just restrain. I should be able to calm Ray Chon down after some analysis on his blood. Merlin said to Eskainer. As you wish. He spoke as he entered hand-to-hand combat with Ray, as he knew Ray could eat all types of energy. Ray was soon overcome by Eskainer as his body couldn't keep up with him anymore. Eskainer pinned Ray to the ground with much difficulty, trying to not let him move while Merlin took his blood sample and analyzed it. Damn. The longer we wait, the worse it would get. We need to get Ray more blood, the more the better. He needs it to calm his bloodline down, but where will we find such ridiculous amounts of blood? Merlin frowned as she finished analyzing.
I can do it.
Ban spoke up as he had finished killing one of the vampire nobles. I'm immortal and my blood can regenerate without stop. Ban said, removing his arm guard to show off his wrist. What if you become a vampire? Merlin said in worry. Don't worry about it, the vampire noble kept drinking my blood but didn't change. Something about me not being able to die and my immortality stops the transformation of me turning into a vampire. Now come on little guy, drink up. Ban said as he crouched near Ray and held out his wrist. Ray bit down without hesitation and started to drink the blood presented to him. Ban stumbled slightly as the speed of which Ray drank his blood was much quicker than he had thought. It wasn't long until the other Sins appeared, having killed their enemies as well. They arrived to see the scene of Ray drinking away at Ban's blood. Every so often, his bloodshot eyes would reduce slightly, returning some sanity to him, but he couldn't stop. It was only after 3 hours did Ray stop and fall asleep. Sleep well, little guy. Ban said as he patted Ray's head and put his arm guard on once more. URG. Ray opened up his eyes. Looking around, Ray could see that he was in his room. Sitting up, Ray held his head as he tried to remember what happened. He could remember rewiring the seals in Merlin's room, and then he could remember biting into Ban's arm and drinking his blood. Remembering how he had drank Ban's blood for such a long time, Ray quickly jumped off the bed and ran towards Ban's room. Ray ran past a mirror, to which he paused and walked back. Looking into the mirror, Ray could see that his skin had become smoother and then his hair became longer. You're kidding? Ray said as he looked at his face. His hair is around the length of his shoulders, pure white in color. His eyes are scarlet red with a slightly viable slit down the middle. Remembering that he can use blood manipulation, Ray made a small cut on his fingertips and made a small blood blade. He then proceeded to sit down and cut his hair. The servants watched as Ray started to cut his own hair. His concentrating face as he did this brought a smile to their faces. Ray was soon finished as his hair was back to how it was like before.
Better,
he said as he looked at the mess he made.
Maid-san?
Are you able to help me clean this up? Ray asked, looking at the maids.
No problem, Ray-sama.
They bowed as they cleaned up for him.
Don't call me Sama, I don't like it.
Ray said as he didn't like the honorifics.
We cannot, Ray-sama.
We have to respect the rules.
The maids bowed.
Sigh. Ray sighed as he understood this fact. He could only continue his way towards where Ban stayed. Yo little guy. You feeling better now? Ban called out as he was also walking to Ray's room.
Sorry for drinking your blood.
Ray said with some hesitation as he fidgeted a little.
Ha 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 ha, don't worry about it.
Hey, at least you can't drink my blood dry, right? Ha ha ha. Ban laughed as he placed a hand on Ray's hair and ruffled it. Ray let Ban ruffle it as Ban was like a big brother to Ray. Ray then climbed onto Ban's back and onto his shoulder. Ban only smiled at this as he took Ray with him on a walk around the castle. Hey Ban Neeson, did you know that I'm also immortal now? Ray said as he glanced at Ban.
Yeah, I do.
Now we're both immortal now, ha 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 ha. How long do you think it'll take them to make a nickname for us? Ban said, grinning at Ray. It shouldn't be long, should it? Ray smiled back. Oh yeah, little guy, how often do you need to drink blood? Ban asked as he was most worried about this. I should be able to last 5 to 10 years with the amount I drank.
Ray said after some thought.
Whistle. Well, if you need any more blood, I'll be there, okay? I know that even though you can last for 5 to 10 years, it's like having beer. I can go without it, but if it's in front of me, I should have a bit. So just ask for a drink whenever you feel like it, okay? Ban said with a smile. Ray hesitated a little.
Are you sure? Ray asked.
Of course I'll let my adorable little bro have a drink. Ban said with a kind smile.
Then, can I have a drink now?
Ray said as he looked slightly away from Ban.
Go for it.
Ban said, exposing his neck. Then thanks for the meal, Ray said as he opened his mouth, exposing his tiny fangs which had reduced in size after his first feeding.
Nom.
Ray bit into Ban's neck as he started to drink, slowly savoring the taste. The servants gave the two weird looks as all they could see was two people, one with white hair and one with light blue. the kid on the man's back and nibbling on his neck, while the man walked nonchalantly, not minding it at all. Soon, the duo reached the barracks of the 7 sins.
Yo! Ban Ray-chan.
Meliodas greeted with a smile.
Yo!
Ban greeted while Ray opened his eyes and gave a muffled yo to Meliodas while still keeping his mouth on Ban's neck, slowly drinking blood. Ray-chan, you shouldn't drink too much blood, okay? Merlin said as she walked over and tried to pull Ray from Ban's back. Ray could only plead with his eyes as he didn't want to stop his meal just yet. Merlin dismissed it as she continued to try pull Ray off. Do I have to use it for my meal? This sacrifices nothing. Ray, though, as he looked towards Merlin with the puppy dog eyes move, causing her to falter slightly.
This?
Merlin said as she looked at Ray, giving her the puppy eyes while nibbling on Ban's neck. Sigh. Merlin sighed as she allowed Ray to continue his meal.
Nishi shishishishi.
Ray gave off a Meliodas-style laugh and made a V sign with his spare hand for victory, causing the rest of the sins to chuckle at this. Ha ha ha, Ray-chan, I think we're going to push your training forward a little, is that okay? Meliodas asked while Ray nodded with his mouth still on Ban's neck. You will be training in different types of weapons with me, Diane, Ban, and Escaner. While you will learn how to have control over your mana with Merlin, okay? Meliodas explained the training plan to Ray. We shall be starting training tomorrow, and we will hammer in the basics so that you can protect yourself in case something like what happened with the vampire happens again, okay? Meliodas continued. Ray nodded as he was about to finish his meal.
Pwah. Thanks, Ban Niken.
Ray said as he removed his mouth from Ban's neck.
No problem, kiddo.
Ban said as he handed Ray over to Merlin. So Ray-chan, what are you able to do right now?
Merlin asked.
Last time I think I made 2 blades and 1 fireball before I ran out of magic against that vampire. Ray said as he checked his mana reserves. With this, I should be able to make 5 blades and 2 fireballs now.
Ray, though.
Well, with you control you'll run out with 2 blades and a fireball, while if I were to do the same I could make 10 fireballs and 15 blades. It all boils down to mana control, Ray-chan. Merlin said as she smiled at Ray. How would I train in mana control then? Ray asked as he wasn't sure how to go about doing this. It's easy, I'll seal a portion of your mana so that there is only the bare amount to make 1 fireball. And you'll have to adapt to using less mana to make 1 fireball so that when you use more mana, the magic will also be more powerful.
Merlin explained.
Ray nodded as he agreed that with his reserves right now it will be quite hard to control it unless he seals a portion of it. Dad, what about King-san? Ray asked as Meliodas never mentioned King.
Him?
He got nothing to teach you. Meliodas said with a grin.
Oi.
I'm right here. King shouted out in the background. Ha 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 ha, but serious, you and King are essentially right now the same type of fighters. The all-round type with the exception that you will also go close quarter combat.
Meliodas laughed.
Yeah, but I can teach you etiquette. King said as he made some cloths and fixed his bow tie.
Don't need it.
Ray said, cutting King off, causing him to fall to the ground.
Why, Ray-chan?
Why are you so mean to me only? King Fake cried, causing the group to chuckle. Because your reactions are funny. Ray said with a smile.
Ha ha. Hear that, guys?
King stood up straight as he showed off to the rest of the group. Ray chuckled as he saw the shenanigans of the group. Ray could be seen holding 2 swords in the training area opposite Meliodas.
Right then, Ray-chan.
For the sword, we need to be both aggressive and defensive at the same time. Use the sword as an extension of yourself. The blade to attack, and use the pommel and the hilt guard as defense to throw off your enemies. Meliodas explained as he pulled out a sword. You have to be free with your style, but also follow a system of attack. Keep your movements and attack unpredictable. Include feints and attacks with your arms and legs to confuse them. Now then, Ray-chan, you got all that? Meliodas asked as he looked at Ray.
Got it, Dad.
Ray said as he ran towards Meliodas and swung one of his blades. Before it could come into contact with Meliodas, Ray feinted it with a kick. Meliodas grabbed Ray's kick easily as he said. Kicks are good, but they're a double-edged sword. Facing an enemy with greater strength than kicking with your leg is like jumping into a death trap. Now try again, and remember, it is also good to continue with and attack without feinting and change up the pace of the battle. Ray nodded as he tried again. Every time he attacked, Meliodas would help Ray out by pointing out what would happen in a fight and how he could correct it. 3 hours passed as Ray was on the ground, tired and could barely move.
Panting. Dad, it's a lot harder than I thought.
Ray said between breaths.
Ha ha ha, of course.
I can't give my son a shoddy way of fighting, can I? Meliodas said with a wide smile. Then I should live up to your expectations then. Ray said as he sat back up. Go for it, next should be Escaner. Meliodas said as he could see Escanor walking over with a training axe. Ray-chan, are you ready? He asked, looking at Ray. Ray nodded as he grabbed a training axe. The prideful way of the axe is to obliterate everything in front of you with unstoppable strength. As a user of the axe, we are the perfect people for dealing heavy or even mortal damage. The axe is all about momentum. Move your body to increase the momentum, which results in the increase of power. Escanor explained while showing different sets of movement. We should always be on the offensive as an axe user. We are the vanguard who plow forwards with no equal in strength. Escanor continued his lesson while Ray listened seriously and tried to follow Escanor's movements. Ray started to train with each of the members every day, excluding King much to his sadness, and learnt their ways of combat. Ban required Ray to be fast on his feet and adaptable to all situations with superb control over all of his body part, and Diane required Ray to be able to flow through all of his movements without flaw as well as to use magic during the combat. Ray was now 6 without much change to his appearance except for the increase of height. He was currently sparring against Meliodas again, trying to improve how he uses a sword. Come on Ray-chan, you have to flow through your moves more. There is a pause every time you move, it is fatal if the opponent can take advantage of it. Meliodas said as he pointed a finger at Ray's heart. Sigh. But it's hard, Dad, I have to think about if I should feint or not. And with someone of your caliber, I have to think about every move. Ray said truthfully as he sighed. Nishishishishi, then just don't think about it. Engrave the movements into your body as move of instinct. Meliodas said as he put the sword away. I'll try. Nope, don't say try, what have I told you to say? Meliodas said, cutting Ray off. Fine, I will do it. Ray said as he put away the swords in his hands. So what's your progress with Merlin? Meliodas asked as they walked away from the training area. My control and efficiency only increase by a small amount. Now I can make 3 blades and 1 medium fireball before I'm empty. Ray sighed at his progress. Don't worry about it, Ray-chan, it takes time after all. If you hurry too much your foundations will crumble. Meliodas patted Ray on the back. The duo walked towards the barracks of the 7 sins. Yo! Meliodas said, giving the group a wave. Oh Captain, you finished? Ban said over his shoulders. Ban and I-san. Ray called out as he jumped towards Ban. I know here. Ban said, show his neck as Ray nibbled on it again. Ray-chan can't give up his snack every time he finishes. Diane giggles seeing Ray bite on Ban's neck. Ray stuck his tongue out at Diane while he went back to drinking Ban's blood. Yara Ray-chan. Merlin said as she watched Ray with a gentle smile. Sorry, it's refreshing after training after all. Ray smiled blissfully as he finished his quick snack. Merlin could only giggle and shake her head. Now then, Zaratras wanted to see us about our last mission. You think he will scold us or praise us? Meliodas asked. Scold. Ray said as he was still smiling from drinking Ban's blood. I second that. Ban said, to which everyone else agreed also. We did a pretty good job. Why so negative? Meliodas smiled as he had a quick drink. Well, it's us after all. Diane said with a smile. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Now then, Dad, I'm going to find Eli-chan, okay? Ray said as he stood up. And I know, don't touch Elizabeth, she is off limits, right? Ray said, imitating Meliodas' voice, causing everyone to smile. Meliodas could only laugh and shake his head. Go on then. Meliodas said, shooing Ray away. See ya. Ray said as he exited the room. Walking down the halls, Ray could see a severe lack of servants around the place. Dismissing it as just a coincidence, Ray found Elizabeth playing around the area. Eli-chan. Ray called out as he approached her. Ray-chan. Elizabeth called out in joy as she went over to him. So what did you want to ask me again? Ray asked as Elizabeth wanted to talk to him.
Can you tell me more about Meliodas?
Elizabeth said while she fidgeted. You really like my dad, don't you? Ray said with a smile, to which Elizabeth nodded and blushed.
Well, he likes to play around a lot.
And just be yourself, Dad likes playing around with you after all. Ray said as he smiled. But you tell me that all the time. I want to know more. Elizabeth pouted. Just before Ray could say anything, the Holy Knights jumped to attack him from every direction. Blood wall. Ray was as he made a cut on his fingertips and made a wall around him and Elizabeth.
Ray-chan?
Why did they attack us? Elizabeth asked, frightened. Technically they attacked me, but that's besides the point. They should chase after me if I leave first. So take care, okay, Eli-chan? Ray said to Elizabeth as he made a small opening for himself. Quickly running out, Ray made sure the wall protected Elizabeth while the Holy Knights chased after him. Once he was far enough, he dropped the blood wall and ran towards where Meliodas went as he realized that today was the day the 7 sins were framed.
Dad?
Ray called out as he saw Meliodas with a bunch of injured knights around him. Ray, you okay? Meliodas said as he turning around. Seeing the knights chase after Ray, Meliodas swung his sword as the pressure knocked the knights down. Dad, what happened? Ray asked even though he knew.
We were framed.
Zarathustra was killed and we were framed. Meliodas said quickly as Merlin appeared next to them. I've already made a way for the others to leave, now it's just us. Merlin said as she picked up Ray so that they could move faster. They turned around and they could see Elizabeth running after them. Why did you come here, Eli Chan? Ray shouted as the knights could harm her with her being near them. Just like he thought, a knight shot an ability towards them, but it missed and landed near Elizabeth.
Shit.
Ray said and shot a blood spear piercing the guy's head. Ray then saw Meliodas crouched near Elizabeth with dark purple energy rising around him. Merlin quickly appeared besides and extracted Meliodas' power, knocking him out. Ray Chan, I'll send you and Captain away from here, okay?
Be safe.
Merlin said as she hugged Ray and kissed him on the forehead. Before Ray could say anything, Merlin teleported them to a cave near Camelot. Ray froze because it happened way too fast for him to process. In the end, he could only sigh as this followed the timeline of the 7 deadly sins. Creator's thoughts.
Who are you?
A high-pitched voice rang out behind Ray, causing him to turn around quickly. Ray could see a pig looking at them with hostility.
Hawk.
Ray though as he saw the pig.
Lady. Did you hear me? I said who are you?
Hawk repeated as he walked closer. I'm not a lady, I'm a guy. I'm called Ray and this is my dad. Ray said as he introduced themselves. What's your name, Mr. Pig? Ray asked looking at Hawk.
I don't have one.
Hawk said as he sat down watching the duo.
Can I give you one?
Ray said, wanting to befriend Hawk. Then you should give me a powerful one. Hawk puffed out his chest in pride, waiting for Ray to give him a name.
How about Hawk?
They're fast, powerful, and one of the top of the food chain. Ray suggested. Hawk's eyes sparkled as he walked up to Ray.
Not bad at all.
I shall accept you as a follower. Hawk said as he patted Ray on the shoulder. Ray's sweat dropped at this. You want to accept a X-Peak Ascendant as a follower?
Ray thought. Hawk, I don't want to be a follower.
Why don't you become my friend instead?
Ray asked. Fine, I'll reluctantly accept you as my friend.
Hawk said as he sat down next to the duo. Ray only shrugged at Hawk's supposed reluctance. Standing up, Ray looked out of the cave and he could see that night was about to fall. Grabbing some vines, Ray covered the entrance while he made a small fire pit in the cave and lit it up. Ray waited for Meliodas to wake up while Hawk sat next to him bragging about his dreams. It wasn't long until Meliodas woke up and looked around to see Ray and Hawk. Dad, you okay? Ray said as he went next to Meliodas.
Ray? What happened?
Meliodas said, slightly clutching his head. Well, the 7 sins were framed for killing Uncle Zarathustra and Merlin sent us away.
Ray explained.
Is that so? Let's go get some information in a nearby town. Meliodas said as it was important to understand the current situation. Also, Ray, who's the pig? Is it dinner? Meliodas asked as he looked at Hawk.
How rude. I'm Hawk.
Friend of Ray. Hawk said, puffing out his chest. A talking pig. Meliodas said as he looked at Hawk. Hey Dad, can we take him?
Ray asked. Why not?
He replied as he stood up, stretching his body. The trio of man and pig made their way towards a nearby town, but frowned immediately as the kingdom had sent out wanted posters before they were even framed. Everyone had posters, even Ray. Most dangerous sin. Adopted child of the dragon, sin of wrath. Meliodas. Powers, gluttony, allows him to eat all types of energy.
Attack with physical power.
It then followed with accurate drawings of him all the way up to adulthood. Wait, why are my pictures so accurate? Ray said as he looked at the pictures.
Didn't you know?
There are a type of magician that can see the future at the cost of their lives. The kingdom had one left, and I believe they used his life to get images of you since you have a monstrous amount of potential. Meliodas analyzed while Hawk didn't know what was going on.
This?
Ray said as he couldn't believe they drew everything to such a degree. How about you add a feature to your face, you'll make it less recognizable?
Meliodas asked.
Like what?
Ray asked.
How about a mask covering the bottom half of your face?
Meliodas asked.
What about a blindfold? Ray suggested because he can use his hockey to move around with and train it up once more. Won't they see through the disguise?
Meliodas asked.
I'll just grow my hair out a little then. It shouldn't give anything away about my identity if I combine the two.
Ray said. That'll work.
Meliodas said as they went around the market to buy a long strip of cloth. Eventually, they settled with a white cloth and wrapped it around Ray's eyes and tied it on the back. Right then, Dad, what shall we do now? Should we try find the guys now?
Ray asked.
No, we can't do that just yet. Merlin should know it too, which is why she separated everyone in the group. We'll be laying low while I train you for a few years, okay? Meliodas said as he saw a building for sale. How about we run a bar as a cover? Meliodas said. Sure, but won't we be stuck in one place? Ray asked as he followed. Don't worry, we can place the bar on Mama's back. She is very big and can move around easily. Hawk suggested. If that is okay, Hawk, then we'll do just that. Meliodas said as he grinned. They walked to the pawning shop as they looked at what they could pawn. Let's sell my sword. Meliodas said as he brought out his sacred treasure. Dad, but won't that be bad? I can make a few blades to sell. Ray said, but Meliodas shook his head. If I sell this, not only will I get money for the bar, the knights also won't realize my identity just in case. Meliodas said, to which Ray only shrugged as Meliodas did say a valid point. Soon they walked out of the shop with enough money to buy the bar. Hey Dad, since the building looks like a hat, shall we call it Boar's Hat? Ray suggested. Yeah, that's a good name. Meliodas said as he smiled. Meliodas then had Hawk show him to Hawk Mama and take a look at the surface area. Whoa, she is huge, isn't she? Ray said as he had to tilt his head so far in order for him to see the top of Hawk Mama. Yep, now let's go by that building. Meliodas called out as Hawk explained to Hawk Mama about the situation, to which she nodded and followed the trio to the building. Meliodas and Ray started to go get a few new sets of clothing for the bar. Hey Dad, why are you buying women's clothing as well? Ray asked as he saw Meliodas buy a few sets of female clothing as well. Well, I could keep it for the off chance that we get female staff, or do you want it? Meliodas asked with a shit-eating grin.
Fuck that.
Ray said simply as he walked away, causing Meliodas to shrug and follow Ray to the till as they paid for the clothing. When they walked out, they could see the building already installed on top of Hawk Mama. How the hell were they so fast? Ray exclaimed as he didn't understand how they built it in the span of them shopping for clothing.
Don't think too deeply about it.
Ha 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 ha, Meliodas laughed as he paid the workers the rest of the money. Ray could only stand dumbly as he shook his head and didn't question it. Soon, for the next few years, there had been a rumor about a bar with the best alcohol, best food and great eye candy. The bar was called Boar Hat, and it comes and goes whenever it wished. In these years Ray had been studying hard on training and cooking to make the bar more of a success. Ray had also tried to use the system more but found out that his skill count was at its limit and that he could only buy manuals to train in passives, much to his disappointment due to the fact that he can't materialize anything in the real world until he goes to the higher realms. So in the end, Ray could only buy a manual on Joichiro Yukihira's cooking style. It was only during his third year did he get the passive king of cooking.
Dad, wake up. It's opening time.
Ray shouted out as he was now 15 and it was only a few months left till Elizabeth shows up at the Boar Hat.
I'm up.
Meliodas said as he rubbed his head. Ray left him be as he walked downstairs and quickly cooked a breakfast for Hawk and Meliodas.
Booey.
Ray, you breakfasts are always so good. Hawk said as he devoured his meal. Ha 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 ha, well, glad you enjoyed it. Ray said as he walked out of the shop and saw a huge queue waiting for the opening time.
Everyone.
We'll be opening shortly, okay?
Ray shouted out. Yeah.
They cheered as Ray smiled. Walking in and bringing out the sign of Boar Hat is open. Ray welcomed everyone in. Right guys, what do you want for breakfast? Ray asked as he put on an apron and went behind the counter. Ray-chan special. They shouted in sync. Damn it guys. There is no chan in the meal name and I'm a guy, so at least say san, okay?
Ray shouted out.
Doesn't matter since Ray-chan is beautiful. One of the customers said.
Handsome.
And keep saying chan and no food for you guys. Ray said as he twirled the spatula on around his fingers. Ray-san, we're sorry. They called out as they had fell in love with Ray's cooking, so much that they even bring their family over to have the food. It was cheap as well, which was great news to them. Ha 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 ha, much better. Now then give me a moment and I'll cook for you. Ray said as he got out his tools and started to cook. Hey Ray-san, I've always wondered since I'm new, but why do you have a blindfold on?
A new customer asked.
Well, I've had a problem with my eyes since I was a kid, so this is to protect it. Don't worry, I can still use my other senses. Ray said as he demonstrated great strength flipping a huge amount of rice. How great would it be if Ray-san was a girl and got married? Whoever marries him would be the luckiest person ever. A customer said as the others quickly backed away as they knew it was taboo to say anything like that to Ray. Ray stopped cooking as he looked over with a smile. Care to repeat that? Ray said, holding a knife ready to throw. The man quickly shook his head as he denied with all his strength.
Less food for you.
Ray said as he resumed to flip the rice. My condolences, buddy. A person said with a hand on the guy's shoulder. If so, then share you food with me. He said, looking at the guy.
Fuck that.
He cried out as the walked back to his seat. As Ray was cooking, Meliodas walked down in his uniform. Oh, busy again in the morning. Meliodas said with a smile as he went over to the bar.
Oi, boss.
You're so lucky to have Ray as a son. The people shouted at Meliodas, who only proceeded to laugh.
Shishishishi, I know. Hey dad, your food's over there.
Ray said as he pointed over with his spare hand.
Thanks.
Meliodas said as he proceeded to eat. All right guys, it's done. Pass me your bowls. Ray called out as he gave everyone their servings. Except for the customer who said he should be a girl, only got half a portion, much to his demise. Eventually, Ray took small pity and gave him a little more. Now then, remember to pay up by my dad over there and don't pull any stunts.
Okay?
I'll remember everything. Ray said as he started to wash up. The customers nodded as they didn't dare skip out on their bills. Last time someone did that, they were tied up and starved with Ray's food below them for 2 days straight. Each time it went cold, Ray would give it to Hawk and make a new dish with the smell heavy, enticing the person to try eat it. Eventually the person almost went insane as he paid up a large portion of his total assets just so that he could be let off and eat Ray's food once again. It was also this incident that they started fear Ray slightly. In addition to this, there had also been a wide range of females that had tried to gain Ray's love, but each time he had refused them. Some were beauties that made other women cry with envy. When Ray was asked why he refused, he just replies with, I can't do this, I'll be letting Eve down if I did this. The people never knew who Eve was, but they could tell that Ray was loyal to her. Ray was cooking the lunch menu as the people started to gossip about the recent news. Hey, have you heard? The kingdom have said that they are cracking down on the capture for the 7 sins and their kid.
A customer said.
Wasn't the 7 sins and the kid the criminals from a few years ago? They were the ones that killed the strongest holy knight.
His friend responded. What's this?
The kingdom are cracking down on the capture of the 7 sins. Ray asked as he turned his head over while still cooking. Ray-san might not know, but they have already captured Fox Sinban and gathered the location of most of the other sins. Now that I think about it, Ray-san has the same name as the kid.
The person said.
Shut it, you. Ray-san is so nice and such a good cook, how can he be a kingdom-wanted criminal? His friend said, knocking his shoulder. Ha 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 ha, my bad. Ray-san, you won't reduce my portion, right? He said, looking apologetically at Ray.
Ray chuckled.
Don't worry about it, I've had a few people make that mistake. Ray said as he turned back to continue cooking. If only they knew, if only they knew. He though as they were on point. Here, your lunchtime special for 2. Ray said as he presented the meal to the duo.
Ha ha ha, thanks Ray-san.
They said before they started to eat with a lot of vigor. Ray started to clean up the equipment. Ray then walked over to the bar and told Meliodas about what he had just gathered.
So they have started to speed up.
Meliodas said with a serious face. But suddenly, a figure covered in large armor appeared and fell forward. Everyone stared as they continued to eat their meal, not wanting to stop at all. Ray walked up to the armored figure and picked him up. Don't say anything, all right guys? Ray said as everyone nodded. Ray then carried the figure to the guest room and opened up the armor. Eli-chan. Ray whispered as he saw Elizabeth. He could only shake his head as he removed the rest of the armor and put them by the side. Tucking her into the bed, Ray walked down and whispered into Meliodas' ear. Hey dad, the person in the armor was Eli-chan. Meliodas widened his eyes slightly as he went upstairs. Guys, we might have to close early today since that was a friend of my dad's, so today I'll give everyone a free meal, okay? Ray said, to which everyone cheered. Alright, line up, everyone here gets meal, so don't push. Ray said as he quickly went back to work. They watched in awe as they could see Ray increase the pace of which he is making the food. He was using 8 large pans to quickly make all of the food. His hands became a blur as he made each of the meals with unbelievable speed. Whoa, amazing! The customers said as they watched in awe. Hee, you noobs haven't seen anything yet. A person suddenly said, causing the people to turn and see an aged man crossing his arms. I have been following the boar's hat for many years now, and I can say this is not even Ray-san's fastest speed, as he can control way more than just 8 pan. If I had a guess, Ray-san can even do 15 pans if he wished. We call him Azura, as every time he increases his speed there seems to be the image of Azura behind him with 3 heads and 6 arms helping him cook. This is the Azura way of cooking. Many have tried to learn, but was turned away each time through a cookout. Ray-san seems to embed his fighting intent into his food, causing the enemies to cower in fear, not being able to cook to their best when they're against Ray-san. The aged man analyzed, causing the people to widen their eyes in shock as they never knew Ray was called Azura.
Oi, awesome.
Stop spreading my bad name. Ray called out as he continued to cook with 8 pans. Ha 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 ha, sorry, but Ray-san is truly impressive to be able to cook with 8 pans. Most people can't even multitask with 3. The aged man said, rubbing the back of his head with a laugh. It's easy, you just have to set the course of action in your mind while your body moves on instinct to flow through the plan without any wasted movement, or else the taste would be changed badly. Ray said, which right after he said it his eyes widened while his arms didn't stop moving. Wait, isn't that what Dad had been trying to tell me in my swordsmanship? To keep to a style, yet let your body be free and flow through them. Ray thought as his swordsmanship passed the threshold.
Ha ha ha, awesome.
Your comment helped me more than you think. Here, I'll throw in 2 more dishes of any kind that you want. Ray called out as he wanted to thank the aged man for helping him break through with his swordsmanship.
Really?
Ha 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 ha, then if you can you give me the usual then? The man said as he received eyes of jealousy and envy from the other customers.
Of course. Coming right up.
Ray shouted as he increased his production rate. Dishes were finished one after another. Each time one was done, another was being made, keeping a constant supply going. Ray wiped away his sweat as he gave the last portion to the last customer and brought the open sign back in. Phew, I can't believe I can use Joichiro's cooking with my swordsmanship. Ha ha ha, really, life is full of surprises. Ray said, removing his apron. Walking back into the room, Ray could see Meliodas touching Elizabeth's boobs with his hockey. Oi, Dad, really? Ray asked as his mouth twitched a little, seeing Meliodas feel the boobs of a sleeping girl.
What?
Meliodas said when Elizabeth woke up and sat up straight. Looking down, she could see Meliodas grabbing her boobs, causing her to blush. Hi, I was just checking your gender. Meliodas said, causing Hawk to slap him using his ear.
Idiot.
You can see her gender. Hawk shouted as Ray went out to quickly make her a meal. Soon, Elizabeth and Meliodas could be seen walking downstairs. Hi, do you want some food? Ray asked with a smile. If that is okay. Elizabeth said, embarrassed. Ray handed her some egg fried rice which had an assortment of different meats and veg on top. Here, try this. Ray said as he smiled. Thank you, but I don't know if this will offend you, but how are you able to cook with a blindfold? She asked. Oh, that's because my other senses can help me even without my eyes. Ray said simply as he tidied up. Ah, this is the best food I've ever eaten. She exclaimed as she took a bite. Ha ha ha, that's what they all say about my son's cooking after the first bite. Meliodas said with a grin. Wait, he's your son? Elizabeth pointed towards Ray.
Adopted son. Ray corrected her. I see.
She said, eating her meal. Don. 3 heavy knocks could be heard disrupting Elizabeth's meal.
Come out.
We know you are in there. A voice could be heard from the other side of the door. Dad, let me deal with this. I'll show them the consequences of interrupting a lady's meal. Ray said with a smile. Just don't hurt them beyond repair. Meliodas said nonchalantly. Got it. Ray said as he walked to a door with a smile. Hello, Boar's Hat is currently closed, come back tomorrow. Ray said as he walked out of the door. Stop messing around. We saw what we believe to be a member of the 7 sins enter this building. Now bring him out. One of the soldiers shouted. I don't know what you're talking about. We have customers enter every day, so why don't you ask them? Ray said with a smile, annoying one of the knights. He grabbed Ray by the collar and lifted him up. Listen here, you blind little shit. We are part of the kingdom, and you listen to what we say, got that HH? One of the knights said, spitting everywhere. Yar, I said no member of the sins entered, so why can't you get that? Ray said as he shook his head. The soldier was annoyed as he tried to punch Ray in the face, but his punch was blocked by a finger. We can't have you be violent on scene now, can we? Ray continued to smile as he blocked the punch easily. Ray then kneed the soldier in the torso, breaking his armor, and caused him to crouch over in pain. The rest of the soldiers readied their swords as they cut towards Ray. Heis, so hasty. Ray said as he made a small cut on his finger and drew a line. The line of blood solidified as it blocked the swords. Goodness, your swordsmanship is so poor. Don't you know how to attack from different sides and angles? Ray asked with a slight smile. What blood magic is this? They shouted as they panicked.
Can't tell you.
Ray said as he sent out 4 consecutive kicks, launching them away from the building, causing a slight dust cloud to form. Soon Meliodas and Elizabeth walked out and saw what happened. Don't worry, Dad, they're alive. I think. Ray said as he looked at the crater formed with a sweat drop.
Ha 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 ha, you should go easier on them.
Your control over your body needs improving, Meliodas said with a laugh.
Hi, more body training, I guess.
Ray said with a shrug. Before they could enter the building, a wave of energy shot towards them. Fuck sake, hey dad, shall I deal with this or you? Ray asked, looking at the incoming energy. You do it, I can't be bothered, Meliodas said with a dismissive wave. Che, are you sure you're not the sin of sloth instead? Ray whispered. What was that? Meliodas shouted back.
Nothing.
Ray said as he opened his mouth and ate the energy, causing it to twist and stretch into Ray's mouth. Fua, not the best, not the worst. Ray commented on the taste of the magic. Where did the energy go? Elizabeth said as she looked at Ray. That's his magic, gluttony.
The child of sin.
My son Ray, Meliodas said as grinned at the shocked Elizabeth, as she didn't think that she'll find the sins just yet.
Then you're?
Yep, dragon sin of wrath.
Meliodas.
Meliodas replied, smiling.
Dad, if you're done, then prepare Hawk Mama.
We'll need to leave this location.
Ray called out. I'm on it.
Meliodas said as he started to pack up the spare chairs and other objects that could fall and break. Soon a man in red armor could be seen walking over with a deep frown.
Who are you?
Twigo said as he came face to face with Ray.
Not important.
But what is important is the fact that you tried to destroy the tavern which me and Dad put so much work into. Ray said with a slight frown.
If you don't say, then fine.
That's one confirmed death of an unknown individual, Twigo said, swinging down as hard as he could. Asterisk bang. A dust of cloud rose as the sword hit. But Twigo's arm suddenly felt like it hit a steel wall. Looking down, he could see Ray pinching the sword with a spider web of cracks on the tiles. During this, Ray's blindfold had fell off as Twigo could see the pair of scarlet eyes staring at him. Is that all? Ray said with a smile. Before Twigo could even speak, Ray sent a punch, causing him to cough blood and his armor shatter to pieces. Twigo kneeled in pain as Ray sent a kick, launching him off of Hawk Mama's back. The ground suddenly shook as Ray walked back to the tavern. Hawk Mama had started to move as the earth was shook off her back.
Yo, how was it?
Meliodas asked with a smile.
Easy.
Didn't even break a sweat, Ray said as he sat down on the counter. Dad, can you make me some juice, please? Also make it red, Ray said, laying his head on the table.
Sure,
Meliodas said, turning around to make some juice. Ray Sama dashed, Elizabeth said before getting cut off by Ray. First, stop that, we're the same age and two, Eli-chan. If you can remember, we used to play a lot when we were kids, Ray said with a side glance to Elizabeth. I'm sorry, I don't remember much of my childhood.
Elizabeth apologized. Don't worry about it then,
Ray said with a shrug as Meliodas gave him his juice.
Thanks, Dad,
Ray said as he started to drink it. Ray, we're going to be helping Elizabeth here and gather rest of the guys, Meliodas said as he started to wipe the table.
Oh, so who's next? Ban and I-chan? Merlin-san?
Diane-san, Ray said with a smile as he couldn't wait to find the rest of the guys. Diane is closest to here, so we'll get her, Meliodas said as he sat down.
Oh, Diane-san first, huh?
Ray said as he made a small blood knife and walked over to the bin. Undoing the low ponytail he had kept so hide his identity, Ray cut away at the excess hair.
Much better.
That long hair was so bloody annoying, Ray said as he had his short hair cut once again. Well, it was annoying, but most people didn't realize who you were, Meliodas said with a dismissive wave. I guess so, Ray said as he leaned back. Also, Ray, I'll be increasing you training by a lot more since you don't have fully control over your body, Meliodas said, causing Ray to widen his eyes slightly before agreeing.
Fair enough,
Ray said as he knew he needed to increase his training as they're going to be going against a lot stronger opponents. Ray-san is this strong, but you need more training,
Elizabeth said.
Yeah, but I could have been stronger since I found out that ingesting blood increases my training speed. But other than Ban and I-chan, everyone else will become ghouls should I drink their blood or turn them into vampires themselves. So I should be able to get stronger quickly after we find Ban and I-chan, Ray said, telling Elizabeth about him being a vampire. Don't forget to not ruin your foundations,
Meliodas called out. I know, Dad,
Ray shouted as he knew how important having a good foundation is. Can't wait to drink Ban and I-chan's blood again, Ray said with a wide smile. Ray was sitting on the roof of Boar Hat while he waited for the next stop. Soon Hawk Mama stopped and embedded itself into the ground once more. Elizabeth walked out slightly confused as to why she stopped. Don't worry, Hawk Mama is just tired and we also need to restock a little as well, Ray said as he jumped down from the roof. Dad want to come with me to buy some supplies? Ray shouted out to Meliodas.
Sure.
Meliodas said as he walked out. Before Ray could even ask Hawk, the pig had already started to sleep on one of the tables. Ray only shrugged as the trio made their way to the village. Ray was frowning as he could see the village having a dead atmosphere and a severe lack of water. Meliodas and Elizabeth also frowned at the sight. Ray putting a hand on the shoulder of a villager and asked him about what happened. You see, our village of Burnia main source of income was our Burnia ale, but a holy knight didn't like it, so he stabbed the sword in the center, stopping our water source. Now we can't make ale to support the village.
Heis?
The man sighed as he walked away. Ray and Meliodas nodded to each other as Ray walked towards where he could see the gathering of villagers. He could also see two soldiers laughing cruelly at the villagers' attempt to pull out the sword. Ray patted them on the shoulder as they turned around. They could see Ray's red eyes piercing into them, causing them to shiver as they saw Ray look exactly the same as his poster. Are you laughing at their attempt to save the village? Ray said coldly, causing the soldiers to frantically shake their head. Oh, but I'm pretty sure I did hear you laugh at them. So are we lying here? Ray smiled, causing the two to shiver. Then you don't need your arms anymore, Ray said as he chopped down on each of their shoulder. Asterisk crack crack. Sounds of bone breaking sounded out as the soldiers lay there, not being able to use their arms. Ray looked at them coldly before he put on a smile and walked over to the villagers. Hey guys, let me try, okay? Ray said as their ropes snapped from their attempt.
Heis, young lad.
Don't bother, this sword is one that only a holy knight can pull out, the village head said with a sigh.
Trust me, okay?
After all, even if I fail, you lose nothing, Ray said, walking up to the sword. The moment he placed his hand on the hilt, lightning flashed towards him. Ray opened his mouth and ate the lightning. Ho Gil-chan has improved quite a bit, Ray said before pulling out the sword with ease, causing the water to flow and the villagers freeze in shock before cheering. Walking over to the crippled soldiers, Ray looked at them. Where is Gilthunder right now? And if you lie? Ray said, pointing a sword at them. The duo panicked and could only stutter out the location. Ho might be a bit far for my arm strength right now. Ray though, as he probably couldn't throw at the sword at Gilthunder.
A bow should do,
Ray said as he traced out a bow, draining him of 1/35 of his current reserve. Notching the sword onto the bow, Ray drew back as he sent mana into the bow, causing it to light up. Ray then sent lighting to the sword tip so that it will strike out in a specific manner when it hits. Fly, Ray said as the sword flew out in a streak of blue. Now both of you fuck off before I break your legs too, Ray said, untracing his bow. The soldiers quickly ran away in panic. Elsewhere, Gilthunder, who was practicing, felt a sword traveling towards him in extremely fast speed. Quickly jumping back, Gilthunder avoided the sword, which combusted into streaks of lightning, etching out a message. Dick move Gil-chan. Also fuck you. Followed by a middle finger, causing Gilthunder frown as he thought about who could have done this. There were only a handful of people that called him Gil-chan.
Ray,
Gilthunder thought as he narrowed down the suspects. Gilthunder shook his head as he picked up the sword, which he frowned when he couldn't pull it out. The lightning then etched another message. Karma's a bitch. This sword can't be pulled out by you right now, and same with the messages. Followed by another middle finger. Gilthunder could only sigh as he made his way back to the castle. Ray suddenly smiled as he could feel Gilthunder activating his second message. His control with magic had improved over the years as well, since he continued to do Merlin's training, but applying seals himself. Now he could put more power and efficiency with his magic, even to the point that he can make messages like what he had just done. Ray-chan, what have I told you about hurting them beyond repair? Meliodas said with a sigh. Nishishishishi, sorry, sort of got angry at the fact that even people like that could have a role above commoners. Ray said with a laugh.
Ha ha ha, I guess so.
When we sort this rebellion out, I'll need to talk to Bartra about this.
Meliodas laughed.
Oh yeah, Ray, we're going to hold a party for the village, so you ready to cook up a village-size portion of food? Meliodas asked with a grin. No problem, should help me train my body a little, Ray said as he stood up.
For John,
Ray said as he started to make a huge pan, surprising the villagers as a pan just appeared out of nowhere. Right then guys. Help me put the ingredients in, Ray shouted out as he used his magic to light up a large fire below the pan. Ray then proceeded to make food with the pan, as everyone can see him work easily with this ridiculously huge pan. Ray was sweating heavily when he had finished the portion enough for a village and sat down panting a little, while everyone was cheering for the amazing food they just tasted. Meliodas walked over with some Burnia ale and handed one to Ray. Dad, you know I don't drink, Ray said with a small tired smile. Just try it for today. After all, You did just save a village. Meliodas said as he sat down. Ray thought about it a little and decided to drink only for today. It was only after quite a few pints did Ray start to have a deep blush. Ray was about to reach for another one when Meliodas stopped him. I think that's enough for today, Meliodas said, shaking his head.
Fine, Ray said in drunken voice. Hey Dad?
Can you help me with something?
Ray asked.
Sure, what do you need help with? Meliodas asked. Drink more ale. I have a name I remember, but every time I do my heart hurts. I don't remember what she looks like, what she likes, what's her personality. But I know that she was important to me. Every time a girl came up to me and say they love me, my mind would tell me don't accept, you'll let her down. My heart feels hollow, Dad, it hurts. Ray said as he laid his head on his arms. Meliodas could only sigh as he could hear the sorrow in Ray's voice. He put his hand on Ray's shoulder and said, Heiss. Just hold on to that name and never let go. If your heart still aches, let the rest of us fill it in for you, okay? Meliodas patted Ray's shoulder. Sure, Dad. Ray said as he fell asleep. Meliodas could only shake his head as he didn't know his son held such sorrow in his heart. Ray woke up early in the morning as usual.
Fuck?
Ray said as he had a huge headache from last night. He could only shake his head as he walked down to make himself some soup to clear his a little. The scent of him making food woke up the rest of the guys as they walked downstairs.
Morning.
Ray said as he had some of his soup. What do you guys want for breakfast? Ray asked as they sat down.
The usual.
Both Meliodas and Hawk said. Same as Meliodas Sama.
Elizabeth said.
Ray nodded as he brought out a pan and started to make 3 portions of an omelette breakfast. So Dad, how far away are we from Diane Nasan? Ray asked as he finished the dish and took his apron off. Oh, we'll be there in a few hours. Meliodas said, taking a bit from the omelette. Got it, just leave the dishes in the sink, I'll clean them up after my morning routine. Ray said as he walked out. Ray then applied restraining seals on his body as he started to do body training under heavy pressure. It took Ray a full hour as he had finished his routine, causing his body to ache, but his regeneration healed it up quickly. Ray could see a huge gathering of mist off into the distance as he knew that was where they were going. Walking back in, Ray started to clean up dishes. So can you tell me a little about Diane? Elizabeth asked, sitting on the counter while she watched Ray clean the dishes. Well, she is from the giant clan. She doesn't like fighting too much and is very caring to friends and family. She is also like my big sister in the group. Ray said with a smile as he finished washing up the dishes. I see, you sound like you see everyone in the Sins as family. Elizabeth said as her gaze followed Ray. I don't see them as my family. They are my family. Meliodas is my dad, Merlin is like a mother to me, and everyone else is like my siblings that look after me. If it wasn't for Dad picking me up, I won't ever experience the feeling of having a real family. Ray said as he smiled in nostalgia as he hadn't seen them in 12 years. Then you must be excited to see them again then. Elizabeth smiled, seeing Ray's care for the 7 sins.
Of course.
If I could, I would want to teleport Hawk Mama to the locations, but my mana won't allow for it. Ray said as he shrugged. He then went to find Meliodas for more spars as they waited for Hawk Mama to arrive at the forest White Dreams. Hawk Mama came to a stop as she reached the destination. Digging a hole in the earth, Hawk Mama rested once more. Oh yeah, Dad, let me deal with the illusions, okay? Ray asked as he, Meliodas, Elizabeth and Hawk walked near the forest entrance. Ray carried a huge bag easily as it held the ingredients to make a meal when Diane wakes up. Sure, go for it. Meliodas said as Ray would be more efficient in dispelling the illusions. Hearing Meliodas' approval, Ray crafted a seal in each hand as he passed the seals to each of them. This is the Clear Mind seal that can dispel any low-tier and some mid-tier illusions. Ray said as he put a seal onto himself. Soon they could see prankster imps trying to use illusions but failed. Ray sent a small zap of lightning, causing them to run away frantically. Tada, see, any low-tier illusions are dispelled. Ray said with a grin as he turned to the group. Amazing. Elizabeth said with an amazed expression. All right, Ray, we got it. Now we need to hurry to find Diane. Meliodas said with a straight face.
Che party pooper.
Ray said as he continued to walk. It wasn't long until they saw a sleeping Diane. Oh, Diane Nasan hasn't changed a bit. Ray said, looking at Diane. Giants age slower after all. Meliodas said as he sat down. Ray put down his bag as he started to bring out different equipment for cooking. He suddenly brought up a log of wood blocking a lightning strike as he used it to light up the fire. Dad, deal with Gil-chan, I'm cooking right now. Ray said without even looking at Gil-thunder. Sure, just make sure to make me a portion too. Meliodas said, jumping off the rock.
No problem.
Ray said as he finished setting up and started to cook. Every so often there would be a flash of lightning coming towards Ray. Ray would bring up a tool which got heated and helped him cook.
Thanks, needed that.
Ray would call out every time it happened, making Guilt Hunter's frown twitch. And every time lightning went to Elizabeth, Ray would throw a knife or fork, making the lightning bend. Soon, an intoxicating aroma filled the area as Ray finished the dish. Placing it in front of Diane, Ray waited for her to wake up. Her eyelids fluttered open as she saw Ray sitting there looking at her with food ready.
Ray-chan.
She muttered, unsure. Hey Diane Ne-san, long time no see.
Ray smiled.
Diane quickly grabbed Ray and hugged him by her cheeks.
Ha ha ha, Ray-chan. You're safe.
Why did it take so long for you to visit?
She said with a smile.
Ha ha ha, Diane Ne-san, we can talk later, but Dad is fighting Gil-chan over there. Shall we send him back so that we can catch up? Ray said, pointing at Gilthunder. Diane nodded as she stood up and kicked Gilthunder, causing him to be launched away. Ray's sweat dropped at this, as he didn't think Diane would do it like this. Diane Ne-san, I've made some food so you should eat up before it gets cold. Ray said, smiling. Diane sat down with Ray as she started to eat.
Delicious.
Ray-chan, I didn't think you were this good at cooking. She praised as she ate the food.
Ray chuckled.
Thanks Diane Ne-san. Me and Dad have been running a tavern these few years and I improved in my cooking to make more money. Ray said as Meliodas came over.
Captain.
Diane shouted as she hugged Meliodas too. Ray sat down on a rock as he watched Meliodas introduce Elizabeth to Diane, causing her to frown in jealousy before ignoring her and continued to eat. Once she had finished, Ray started to use magic to clean up the dishes.
Ray. Meliodas called out. Yeah, what's up, Dad?
Ray said, turning around. I managed to get the location of Ban and King from Gilthunder before he was kicked away. Meliodas said, causing Diane to giggle at the thought. Oh, so where is Ban Nii-san and King?
Ray asked.
Ban is in based prison, so we'll get him first. Meliodas said. Hey Ray-chan, are you going to nibble on your Ban Nii-chan's neck?
Ha 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 ha.
Diane teased Ray as she laughed. This caused Ray to have a slight twitch in his smile as he flipped Diane off with a middle finger. I'm 16 and you want me to nibble on Ban Nii-san's neck? Are you serious? Ray said while he packed up the tools. Che, Ray-chan isn't as cute as he was when he was a kid. Diane said as she stood up.
Of course not.
Yours truly here is now handsome.
Ray said.
More like beautiful and feminine. Meliodas chipped in with a grin.
Shut it, Dad.
Ray said, carrying the bag in his back. The group walked back to Hawk Mama as they prepared for based prison. Ray was cooking breakfast for everyone. Hey Dad, I'm gonna head to based prison first, is that okay? There should be 3 people coming to try take Eli-chan back, so you can handle that, right? Ray said as he cooked.
HM? Sure.
Meliodas said simply. Just in case, Dad, here's a few seals for you. Healing, barrier and clear mind. Also this one is for teleporting me to where you are in case you need some extra hands to help. Ray said, giving Meliodas 3 of each seal and 1 for teleporting. I don't think I'll need the last one, but I'll take it just in case. Meliodas said, accepting the seals. Ray finished making their food as he packed ingredients to make Banso food as well. Well then, I'll see you later, Dad. Ray said as he walked outside. Meliodas only nodded as he ate his food.
Diane Ne-san. Ray called out. Yeah? What is it, Ray-chan? She said, looking at him. Your food is ready, and can you throw me to the direction of based prison? Ray asked. Ohaya? Can't wait to drink Ban Nii-chan's blood. Diane said with a shit-eating grin. Fuck off. Ray said, not denying since he indeed couldn't wait to drink the blood. Ha ha ha, hop on. Diane said as she opened her palm. Ray jumped onto the palm as she held him. Winding up, Diane broke into a sprint and launched Ray high into the air. Allowing the force to carry him, Ray looked around for based prison. Seeing the prison, Ray smiled before making some blood wings and flew downwards. Landing by the entrance, Ray walked normally as he smiled. Guards soon approached him in hostility. Who are you? This place is off limits. They said. Ray only snapped his fingers and sent a wisp of Conqueror's Haki to knock them out. Sorry, but I can't be bothered to deal with you right now. Ray said as he walked forwards. His Conqueror's Haki was as strong as before, but it took a lot out of him to use it like before, so now he would control it into wisps to knock out people in front of him without tiring himself out. Where is Ban Nii-san? Ray muttered as he entered the prison. Guards would try to attack him, but he just sent out wisps of Haki to knock them out. He walked towards a guard he left conscious. Excuse me, but do you know where Fox Sin of Greed Ban is? Ray asked with a smile.
However, the guard had found that smile the most horrifying one he had ever seen, quickly telling him where to go. Ray thanked the guard before knocking him out. Arriving before Ban's cell door after knocking out the two outside, Ray could hear Ban call out, "Oi, what was that? Did you two smash you head against the wall?"
PFT.
Carefree as usual,
Ray thought.
Unlocking the door, Ray walked in with his face covered to surprise Ban. "Oh hiya, so now they send kids to me?" Ban said, looking at Ray, but couldn't help but feel like he was familiar. Ray didn't say anything before he unpacked his bag and started to cook. Ban watched in curiosity as he could tell that this person in front of him was amazing at cooking just by the aroma coming from the process. "Yo, kid, you're pretty good at cooking, you know?
Are you a chef?" Ban asked.
Ray ignored him as he finished his cooking and handed Ban the dish. "Wow, so extravagant. Is this my so-called last meal? Though you guys stopped this a while ago. Don't get me wrong, I'll eat this, but count me as surprised," Ban said as he broke the chains on his arms and prepared to eat.
HM?
"Kid, you're not surprised I broke the chains?" Ban asked, seeing the person in front of him have no reaction. Ray only shook his head as he watched Ban eat his meal.
Delicious.
"Holy shit, this is good," Ban shouted as he ate faster. "Well, that's good to know, Ban Nii-san," Ray said with a smile as he uncovered his face. Ban went wide-eyed as he caused the familiar red eyes looking at him. *PPPPFFFFFFTTTTTTTTTTTT. Ban spat out food in surprise, causing Ray to quickly dodge left from the stream of food being spat out. "Are you really Ray?" Ban said, examining Ray.
Yep. Ray nodded.
Ban paused for a moment before ripping Ray's arms off. "Holy shit, Ban Nii-san," Ray shouted as he quickly regenerated his arm.
Ha ha ha, you are Ray.
Ban said happily, still holding Ray's arm. "Is this how you check if it is me? What if I lost my immortality?" Ray said as he sat down. "Then I'll give you my blood to help you fix the arm," Ban said as he threw away the arm and continued to eat. "Che, haven't seen you in 12 years and the first thing you do is rip off my arm."
What the fuck?
Ray said, taking a barrel from his bag.
Ha ha ha, sorry about that.
"Want to nibble on my neck and drink blood like you did as a kid?"
Ha 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 ha, Ban said as he laughed.
"Fuck off, just put the blood in the barrel." "I ain't drink blood from your neck," Ray said, pointing at the barrel. "Kiddo, what if I go dry from the lack of blood after filling the barrel?" Ban said as he looked at the barrel bigger than Ray's body. "Bitch, please, last time I'm pretty sure the blood I drank could have filled a lake. This barrel is letting you off easily since I haven't drank any blood for 12 years. Ray said, pointing at the barrel. Ban laughed as he made a cut in his vein and pushed blood into the barrel. He continued to eat with his spare hand. "Say, kiddo, are you sure you're a boy? I mean, looking at you now, you look more beautiful than anything. I might have to say I have a little sis instead of bro," Ban said, looking at Ray. "Tisk, yours truly will be more handsome when I get older, just you wait. But you look like an old geezer with that beard of yours," Ray said, pointing at Ban. "Ha ha ha, every single hair on this beard means I'm more of a man. Ha ha ha, kiddo, when will you grow something like this?" Ban said, stroking his beard.
"This?"
Ray was about to say something, but he realized that he had never grew a beard at all, leaving his face bare of any sort of facial hair.
"Fuck,"
Ray said, causing Ban to laugh. "Anyways, Dad is gathering the rest of the guys," Ray said, causing Ban to grin widely. "Oh, seems like something fun is happening for Captain to gather the guys together again," Ban said, finishing his meal as well as fill the barrel up. Gathering the dishes, Ray put them back into the bag as he sealed the opening of the barrel and inserted a long small rubber tube to act like a straw. Ray then put the bag onto his back while he carried the barrel and drank blood. Ray smiled blissfully while he drank blood. Ban could only laugh as he walked out of the cell and saw Jericho walking towards the duo. "Ban Nii-san, you deal with it, I'm having my meal," Ray said as he drank the blood. Jericho didn't say anything as he flashed forward and cut towards Ban and Ray. Ban had used this moment to cut off his excess hair, pissing off Jericho, while Ray froze because she had cut his straw of the barrel, causing the blood to spill. Ray's hair shadowed his eyes as set down the barrel so that the blood won't spill. Ban and Jericho didn't notice this as Ban continued to insult Jericho as a pretty good barber boy. Ray tapped on Ban's shoulder, causing his to turn around and saw Ray's hateful red eyes staring at Jericho. Ban didn't know what happened, so he looked around and saw wasted blood and knew Jericho had fucked up. "Oi, barber boy, you have my condolences," Ban said, causing Jericho to be confused until she felt a hand of her face and saw Ray's red eyes staring into hers. Ray proceeded to smash her around like a ragdoll, breaking the walls of the prison easily. Ray then grabbed Jericho by the neck as he smashed her down onto the ground, causing the floors to collapse and destroy the prison. Ban quickly grabbed Ray's barrel of blood to not let more go to waste. Soon Jericho laid there battered and bloody while Ray calmed down a little and walked to Ban and got a new small rubber tube to drink blood from. Heis, kiddo, you still have that temper of yours whenever someone interferes with you drinking blood. Ban said as his ruffled Ray's hair like he did when Ray was still a child. 12 years without blood and she dares to waste a portion of my meal. Ray said, drinking blood once again. Ban only shrugged as they walked out of the ruins of Based Prison and towards where Meliodas and the rest of the guys would be. Ray and Ban met up with the others while Ray had finished his drink. Ray-chan, did you enjoy your drink?
Diane asked.
Ray nodded as he happily smiled from the first taste of blood after 12 years. Ray suddenly felt a pulse of fatigue causing him to stumble. Grabbing onto a table, Ray quickly asked the system what was going on. Host is experiencing a metamorphosis since Host had replenished the body with blood after 12 years. Host, long will it take to finish metamorphosis? Ray asked while he clutched his head, causing everyone else to worry. A few days to maybe weeks. Ray nodded as he looked at Meliodas. Hey Dad, I'm really tired right now, I head off to sleep first. Ray said as he fainted. As soon as Ray fainted, a blood cocoon wrapped around his body, causing the others to be worried. Hey Captain, I think it's because kiddo hadn't drank blood for so long. We know that vampires get their mana from blood, so maybe that's what's happening to the kiddo. His body is adapting to the increase of mana. Ban said, looking at the blood cocoon.
Maybe.
Meliodas said, looking at the cocoon before lifting it and bringing it to Ray's room.
Name, Ray. Age, immortal. Bloodlines, origin demon, Alucard.
Combat rank, high-mid-king. Ray saw his stats as he finally woke up.
Mid-king, ha.
Ray mumbled as he had a look at his body. Not much had changed except for the fact that his skin looked soft and more nourished. He could also feel his mana reserves being a lot bigger. Show me Meliodas' current combat rank. Ray said, getting off of the bed.
Half-step world.
And to think that this is merely leftovers after his power was taken by Merlin. Ray said as he looked out and saw that Hawk Mama was near the place where they would find King. Seeing that he still had some time before the group returned, Ray sat down and summoned out his Zanpakuto.
Kyoki Tengaku. It's been a while.
Ray said, looking at his Zanpakuto. Yet took you long enough to unlock us again. Kyoki called out in his mind. It seems like your foundations and control are much better this time.
Tengaku commented.
Yeah, I had to train with Dad and Merlin, who like to hammer in the basics into me. Ray said, smiling. But it is for good reason, so it seems. You can hold a fight much better now. Tengaku said, which Kyoki agreed. So how far can I access my abilities now?
Ray asked.
You can hold only my Bankai for a little while. As for Kyoki, he is experiencing some change, so it'll take a while to use him.
Tengaku said. Yeah, don't worry about it.
In the time I'm gone, Tengaku should be able to help you solve your problems.
Kyoki said.
Well, I hope whatever had changed will be good for you. Ray said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, Ray, I'll be stronger than ever when I finish, so just you wait. Kyoki said as his voice grew fainter.
I will.
Ray said as he unsummoned Kyoki.
Say Tengaku, do you have any idea who Eve is?
I remember her name but not much else.
Same here.
Someone had probably tampered with the memory itself. The only way to undo it is to ascend to the higher realms, so it seems. Tengaku said as she is part of his soul, her memories were altered as well. I guess that's the only way. Ray said, shaking his head. Well, I'll call you out when I'm in trouble, okay Tengaku? But it's nice to have you here again. Ray said, looking at the blade in his hands. It's nice to be back, Ray.
See ya.
Tengaku said as Ray unsummoned her. Ray then went down to the kitchen to make a meal, welcoming the Meliodas and the others back. It wasn't long until the rest of the group returned with the addition of King. They were confused as they could see smoke come out of the chimney and then realized what could have happened. They looked at each other before nodding and rushed into the tavern. Inside they saw Ray with an apron on waiting for them. Yo, you guys hungry? Ray said as he turned around with a smile. Kiddo, you're finally up? What happened back there?
Ban asked.
Just my body catching up to what my strength should have been. Now I'm a lot stronger. Ray said as he looked over to Ban. What say we have a barbecue outside?
Ray asked. Sure.
Meliodas said as he helped carry some of the items. Hey King and I san long time no see. And you seem to have lost a lot of weight. Ray said, looking at King. My other form was much better than this one. So much nobility and you couldn't even understand it. King said, laying on his pillow. Hey, it's all about perspectives. Ray shrugged as he brought the ingredients outside. Whilst everyone was eating, King brought up the question about their sacred treasures. Say, I've noticed that all of you don't carry your sacred treasures with you. Do you have it stored away safely? King asked, eating a skewer of meat.
Lost mine.
Diane said with her tongue out.
Sold mine.
Meliodas said as he gave a grin.
Mine got stolen.
Ban said drunk. I just made mine. Ray said as he drank blood from a cup.
Shame on you.
King said with a snort in his fat form. Captain, why did you sell yours? Ban, how did yours get stolen? And Ray, how did you make yours?
King asked.
Well, I needed money for the tavern. Meliodas said, scratching the back of his head. Mine was stolen when they put me in the prison. Ban replied, drinking some more ale. I just made it now with my magic, after I drank Ban and I sans blood.
See?
Ray said, summoning Tengaku.
What does it do? King asked. Secret.
I'll tell you guys next time. Ray said, finishing his drink and stabbing a straw onto Ban's wrist, refilling his cup. King only shrugged as Hawk was curious. Aren't these guys doing pretty well without the sacred whatevers?
Hawk asked.
You see, Sir Pig, if a lake is the total mana a sin has, then how much mana can you gather using your hands? However, with the sacred treasures, we are able to draw out the full potential. With the exception of Ray and Merlin, since they have great control over their mana, they don't need a scared treasure to help them draw out more. King said, demonstrating with the lake. I see, then why did you sell yours? Hawk shouted as he grabbed Meliodas with his hooves.
Ha 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 ha, Hawk.
Dad needed some money for the tavern after all. Without it, I wouldn't have been able to cook you this food. Ray said, causing Hawk to pause. Fine, only because it gave us good food. Hawk said as he started to eat once again. Don't you have your priorities wrong? King commented, seeing Hawk like that. The group only chuckled while they continued their barbecue.
Hey Dad.
Ray called out as he had found a poster for a festival that's going to happen with Diane's sacred treasure as the prize. What is it? Meliodas said, popping his head out from the kitchen. I found where Diane Nasan's sacred treasure had gone. It's in this festival as a prize. You guys can go participate while I go advertise Boar's Hat and make food for the festival. Ray said, handing over the pamphlet.
Oh, this'll be interesting.
Meliodas said as he walked towards the rest of the group and showed them the pamphlet. Hey kiddo, you're not gonna participate? Ban asked as he looked over to Ray. Nah, I'll go cook for the festival. It'll be a good chance to advertise and make money for Boar's Hat. Ray said as he shook his head. What about me? Won't I be too big to participate? Diane said, feeling sad about her size once again. Here, Diane Nasan, I've got a present for you once the other guys are gone. Ray said, looking at Diane with a smile.
Sure. Diane nodded.
Eli Chan, are you going to cheer my dad on? Ray asked, looking over to Elizabeth. Would it be okay if I help you out with distributing the food? Elizabeth said, slightly shocking Ray as he thought she would want to cheer on Meliodas. He recovered quickly as he nodded. Yep, no problem, it'll be a huge help. Ray said with a smile. Right then, shall I make everyone a big feast while we go there? Ray said, causing the rest of the group's eyes to sparkle. Yes. They shouted, causing Ray to chuckle. The journey was short while Ray cooked a feast for the group. They could see Diane's hammer by the side of the arena. Whistle. Damn, that hammer still looks as big as ever. Ray commented as he carried a huge bag on his back. Right then, Dad, you guys head to the arena first. Diane Nace and you stay behind for a second, I'll give you your present now. Ray said as the rest nuded and left for the arena. Looking around to make sure that no one's looking, Ray looked back at Diane. Right, Diane Nace, and you want to be small, right? Ray asked, causing Diane to nod her head. Before, this won't be possible, but because my mana reserve increased since I drank blood, I'm able to make this seal. This allows to compress all of your strength into a smaller body. So you'll keep your strength while being around the size of everyone else. Ray causing Diane's eyes to widen. What's even better is the fact that you can adjust it at any time, so you can punch out in small form but surprise the enemy when you suddenly turn big again. Ray said, causing Diane's eyes to tear up. Thank you, Ray Chan. Diane said, crying. Tears of happiness, and hugged Ray by her face. There, you guys have looked after me and gave me a family. This is the least that I can do. Ray said. Diane finally let Ray down after a while as he made the seal for Diane. But before he applied the seal, he didn't forget to get some clothing and a towel to cover her body. Diane Nasan. When I use this seal, your current clothes should shrink with you, but I'll prepare this set of clothing just in case, okay? Ray said while Diane couldn't wait to be the same size as everyone. Getting Diane's confirmation, Ray applied the seal and watched Diane's body shrink till it was just a bit below his own height. Diane hesitantly opened her eyes as she looked around and saw that everything was much bigger than before and that Ray was just a little taller than her. She looked at her arms as she teared up once more from happiness. Thank you, Ray-chan. Diane shouted as she hugged Ray and cried. Ray smiled as he patted her on the back. Come on, Diane-san, you should be able to switch between forms by inserting some mana, and if you want only your arms to enlarge, then you just insert mana into the seal and direct the mana to your arm and it should do it. Ray said, separating from her hug. Now let's go. Don't tell the guys about this and keep it as a surprise for them. Ray said with a grin, making Diane smile as well. Just give me a moment, Diane said as she went to change her clothes. Ray stood there as he waited patiently for her. Soon she was out and in casual clothing, which she was never able to do before. She smiled before giving it a twirl. What do you think, Ray-chan? She asked as she smiled at Ray. Diane-san looks beautiful in those clothes. Ray said, smiling, causing Diane to smile wider than she did. Thanks, Ray, this is one of the happiest days of my life. She said, looking at Ray sincerely. As long as you like it. Ray said, smiling. Now we should go before the guys get worried, Diane said as she walked with a slight skip, signaling her happiness. Ray smiled as he took the bag and followed her. They soon reached the area around the arena as he and Diane went separate ways so that she could surprise the guys. Approaching the group, Ray waved to get their attention. Hey kiddo, where's Diane? Ban asked as he couldn't see Diane. Diane-san will show up later. Right now you guys should register before it's closed while me, Hawk and Eli-chan make a stand for Boar's Hat, Ray said, pointing at the registration point. Ray then walked next to Elizabeth and Hawk. Right then, let's go find a good place, shall we? Ray said as the duo followed him. They soon found a spot not too close to the arena but not too far either. Ray crouched down as he placed both hands on the ground and made a makeshift stall with an outdoor eating area with some tables and chairs all made from stone. Opening his bag, Ray placed the sign Boar's Hat as he set up all of the equipment. Before he had even started to cook, there was a huge queue waiting outside as they all heard of the legend of the Boar's Hat and wanted to try the food. Elizabeth helped take the orders while Ray cooked them, causing the people to be intoxicated from the aroma. But thankfully, the aroma didn't reach the arena, so the competitors weren't distracted. The people truly got to experience the feeling to godlike food with an eye candy like Elizabeth around. People even paid more money just so that they can get their portions faster. Hawk distributed the drinks, causing them to be drunk midday, but the food stopped them from getting violent. The first round was a battle royal where everyone fought in the arena. Ray could see the group easily passing while Diane would wave smile towards him every time they had eye contact. Elizabeth was confused to who Ray had smiled towards but ignored it as though he was just happy for the group. It didn't take long for the quarterfinals to start as the first contestant was Diane versus Gryamore, a holy knight. Gryamore had tried to push Diane out of the ring using his ability as Diane looked backwards. Go for it. Ray cheered for Diane. Diane smiled as she brought her arm back and punched out. Her arm enlarged to its normal size just before contact, blasting Gryamore away like a rocket. The resulting wind had caused Diane's hat to be blown off as the rest of the group watched with their jaws dropped at Diane currently. Especially King. Ray only smiled as Diane jogged over to Ray. Ha ha ha, Ray-chan, you should have saw their faces, Diane said while she laughed. Yeah, I did. Ray nodded as the rest of the group arrived. Diane? King asked, unable to believe that Diane was like this. Hey, Ray-chan made a seal to allow me to switch between both of my sizes at any time I want, Diane said. Hey, good for you, Diane, you got your wish granted by kiddo, Ban said with a smile as he sat down. Yep. Ray-chan is the best, Diane said, causing King to glare at Ray with jealousy and rivalry. Ray could only shrug. Soon it was King's match against a drunken old man, which Ray knew was Cain Barzad, a friend of Meliodas from the kingdom of Danafor before its destruction. The fight between King and Cain was simple. King was too weak without his weapon and Cain easily knocked him off the stage. King Nii-san, you should train up your body a little, Ray said as he was cooking. Shut it, I'm more of a magic user unlike you who is an all-rounder, King said, feeling bad over his loss. Well, what can I say? I'm just like that. But here, have some food to cheer up, Ray said, handing King a dish which he ate with vigor. Now then, it should be time for Dad versus Ban Nii-san, Ray said as he pulled up a chair and prepared to watch. He never got a chance to see Meliodas use his demon mode, so he wanted for the end to copy it today. Everyone watched the fight whilst drinking as it was truly a show to behold. Soon, Meliodas seemed like he lost his strength whilst Ban seems like he was rearing for more. Ray took this as a sign to watch more carefully. He even used magic to improve his eyesight and recognition. Banning. A resounding explosion sounded out as Ban was hit away from the arena. Oh, this demon mode is similar to the 8 gates but uses mana and dark element instead of stamina. Ray though, as there could have been some way for him to combine the two together. Soon Ban and Meliodas walked back smiling.
Dad, Ban and I-san. Did you have fun?
Ray asked as he stood up and made them two a drink. Yep, ha ha ha, Captain is truly full of surprises. Ban said, drinking while Meliodas only smile. Diane had also finished her match and was into the finals. Here Diane Nay-san, congrats. Ray handed her some juice with a smile.
Thanks, Ray-chan,
Diane said as she smiled. Now the only match left was between Meliodas and Kane. At first Kane mistook Meliodas as his own son. Meliodas instead pointed over to Ray and said that he was his adopted son. Kane was then enraged at the fact that the real Meliodas was in front of him and that he was the one who destroyed Danafer. Ray only made some food for Kane as he knew the results. As just like he guessed, Kane believed that Meliodas didn't betray Danafer and came over to the stand. Here, old man, have some food, Ray said, handing him rice with some beef on the sides. Ray watched as Kane's face seemed like it suddenly regained his youth and started to eat it before asking for seconds. Ray took the plate before handing him another portion. It was at this moment that Ray and the others felt the presence of 3 strong holy knight approaching the area. Dad, we have to get everyone out of here, Ray said as he deconstructed the shell and packed away. Yeah, you deal with any long-ranged attacks, Meliodas said as he and the rest of the group prepared to walk on stage.
Diane Nay-san, take this first.
Use it on you weapon and it'll shrink and grow with you, Ray said, giving her a seal. She nodded as saw Ray jumped up towards the tallest building in front of the arena. Soon, a shower of fireballs could be seen. Ray smiled as he jumped up and started to eat all of the magic, shocking everyone. Ray then shot out a stream of fire, splitting the air and knocking the 3 holy knights off. Ray, look after Elizabeth, Meliodas shouted out as he and the rest jumped off of the arena. Ray landed next to Elizabeth as he took Hawk and her towards the boar's hat. Before Ray could reach it, he saw Ban and Meliodas collided with Ban mid-air.
Ray frowned.
Hawk, look after Eli-chan for a second, okay?
Ray said. Sure, count on me,
Hawk replied proudly as Ray ran towards Ban and Meliodas. Just as he reached the area, Ray saw balls of fire about to explode near King. Jumping up and eating the fire, Ray looked at the duo in front of him. Ho, barber boy is a barber girl instead, Ray said towards Jericho while Guela was on guard since Ray is the worst matchup for her. Divine 10 slashes, Jericho shouted as she appeared near Ray. In response, Ray instantly turned his whole body to mist as the attack passes. You see, mine and Ban Nii-chan's immortality are slightly different. Mine comes with more perks. Ray's voice rang out. He materialized his arm as he punched Jericho in the stomach, causing her to kneel in pain. And as for you, have a taste of your own medicine, Ray said as he created an explosion next to Guela, blasting her away. Heaving Ban and Meliodas on his back, Ray ran towards where Elizabeth is. King Nii-san, you get some info from them,
Ray called out as King nodded.
Ray then laid Ban and Meliodas down on the ground next to Elizabeth. Get away from Eli-chan, a voice rang out behind Ray as he quickly turned around.
Yo, Veronica.
Long time so see, Ray said as he looked at Elizabeth's older sister Veronica.
Shut it, criminal.
Eli-chan, step away from them, Veronica said as she ignored Ray. No, they're not criminals,
Elizabeth said.
Veronica was annoyed as she walked forward and tried to grab her by the hand. Ray was about to stop her till he saw Meliodas awake and jumped high onto the roof and looked at the scene. Meliodas stood in front of Elizabeth protecting her while Veronica looked at him with a frown before taking out the goddess Amber. She spoke out 4 words as it sealed Meliodas. Veronica was about to grab Elizabeth once more, but Ray jumped down once more. Now then, surely you didn't forget about me now, did you?
Ray asked.
Before Veronica could reply, Guela and Jericho tried to sneak attack Ray without caring for the fact that Veronica was in the blast radius. Swiping his hand, Ray summoned a wall of ice as it blocked the attacks. Yar, not even caring that a princess is nearby, Ray said, dropping the wall of ice. We'll just say she was killed by the 7 sins when we were intercepting them, Guela said, shocking both Veronica and Gryamore. Before Ray could even talk, an explosion of dark energy appeared behind him. Quickly ducking down, Ray dodged an attack from Meliodas, which then ripped off the hand of Guela. Ban stood up having recovered and went next to Ray.
Hey kiddo, this isn't good.
You want to take the princess and Master Hawk with you while I hold Captain back, Ban said as he looked at Meliodas. You must be kidding, exposing our backs would be more dangerous right now,
Ray said.
Fine then kiddo, just don't drag me down, Ban said as both he and Ray charged at Meliodas. Ray and Ban rushed towards Meliodas as they worked in sync. Ray had this chance to trace out a weapon similar to Ban's sacred treasure and gave it to Ban. Summoning Tengaku, Ray cut towards Meliodas. Meliodas had to dodge as he knew the damage caused by Tengaku would be high as it was wholly attributed. Ban appeared behind Meliodas and swung his weapon. Blocking it, Meliodas easily destroyed a portion of Ban's body. Ray sent several javelins of ice as he ran towards Meliodas. His sword shined with a golden light as Ray went into close combat with Meliodas, flowing through his movements just like Meliodas had taught him. Ray was fighting Meliodas almost as an equal even with this difference in combat grades. He had used pure technique to bridge this gap. But Ray was slowly in the losing ground as he was getting overwhelmed by Meliodas. My body should be able to take it for a little while. Ray though, as he knew, he had to do something fast. Ban was off, moving everyone away from the fight scene as the collateral could easily kill them if it hit.
8 inner gates, first gate open.
Ray said as he increased his recognition and was able to block Meliodas' attack and counter with his own more. Wounds started to appear on Ray's body while the fight continued. Ray had managed to stab Meliodas in one of his dark element enhanced limb, but the black substance instead moved somewhere else and formed a spear trying to attack him. Using the blood coming out from his wounds, Ray formed some shields and redirected the attacks, causing craters to be formed on the ground. Ray frowned slightly as he summoned a few blades to restrain Meliodas for a second. The blades stabbed through Meliodas' limbs, pinning him to the ground. Ray took the chance to quickly send a few spears of holy magic, burning some of Meliodas' limbs before they healed. Ray frowned slightly as he ran towards Meliodas once more. Meliodas made swords in each hand as sparks flashed out from the collision. Taking the chance they were locked in, Ray reinforced his knee with magic before kneeing Meliodas in the stomach, launching him away. Tracing a bow, Ray quickly gathered energy into an arrow.
Only enough for one arrow, huh?
Old friend? Ray said, feeling his mana drop by quite a bit. With my bow and arrows, I respectfully ask for the divine protection of the sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis. Ray said as he materialized one of his favorite noble phantasms. Merging holy magic with the arrow, it started to glow with a slight golden sheen. I offer thee this calamity, Phoebus catastrophe. Ray shouted as the golden arrow shot off and pierced the dark elements on Meliodas' body. Ray then controlled the arrow to combust into 100 arrows, damaging Meliodas' dark element. Enough to suppress him, but not enough to kill him. Ray kneeled down and coughed a little blood before wiping it away. Maybe fighting against someone like Dad was a bit above me for now. Ray said, feeling his internal damage slowly heal. If it wasn't for his training in mana control, he wouldn't even be able to summon 1/5 of the arrow. During this, Hawk was looking at the fight in amazement while there was a black swirl present in his eyes. To fight me son like this at his age? Truly interesting. It also seems like his bloodline is equal to or above my own. The Demon King thought while he watched through Hawk's eyes. Meanwhile, Meliodas stood there with his dark element regenerating constantly.
Still wasn't enough.
Ray though looking at Meliodas with a frown. Meliodas suddenly flashed in front of him as he looked down at Ray without emotion. This stare-off lasted for a moment before Meliodas flew off to fight Hellbram. Ray released the breath that he didn't even know he held. Standing up, Ray limped slightly over to where Ban, Hawk, and Elizabeth were. Hey kiddo, I didn't know you could fight that well, Ban said as he looked at Ray with a smile. Ray only shrugged when he felt dark magic about to cover him.
Shit.
Ray thought as he knew Hawk was the Demon King's eyes to watch Meliodas as well as the gate to purgatory. Ban and I-san, don't worry about me. I'll be back sooner than you think. Help Dad and Eli-chan please. Ray quickly said, disappearing from his spot, leaving a dazed group of man, woman, and pig. When Ray opened his eyes once more, he could see that he was in purgatory. He had some struggle breathing while his skin was blistering and regenerating, constantly leaving his body in pain. Soon Ray could see the giant body of the Demon King looking down on him. Seems like the Demon King want to chat. Ray said, looking at Demon King.
Ray, who are you?
You demon bloodline is equal to, no even higher than mine. The Demon King said, looking down on Ray. Well, I'm just a vampire demon. Ray said with a shrug. He could only answer since right now, the Demon King could easily kill him with some unknown method right now. As if some bat genes can make you superior to the demon bloodline. The Demon King scoffed. Now speak up or this king will lose his patience. The Demon King said, using his pressure. Ray could only withstand against the pressure since he was weakened after his fight with Meliodas. Know the name Lucifer?
Ray asked.
Great-grandfather? The Demon King said, eyes wide.
Yeah, wait, what?
Great-grandfather.
Ray said.
Oi Lucifer. You hear this? The Demon King here is your great-grandson. Ray shouted in his mind. Geez, stop shouting. Not only was I injured already, you just had to go and reincarnate again, and now I'm weak again. Lucifer's faint voice rang out in Ray's mind. Well, sorry, but what about the current problem?
Ray asked.
Well, he does have a very diluted bloodline, so I suppose so.
Lucifer said. Hey, Demon King.
You sure Lucifer is your great-grandfather? Because if he is, we're both his descendants then, Ray called out.
This isn't what I expected.
The Demon King said as he sat down again. Do you want to become my successor instead of that waste of a son of mine you call Dad? The Demon King said.
Nope.
Ray said, causing the Demon King to frown.
Why?
You have a bloodline above mine and you don't want to lead the descendants of the demon clan? Yeah, I don't really want to lead the demons, you see. Ray said nonchalantly. Are you serious? The Demon King bellowed out in anger, seeing such wasted potential.
Yes, I am.
I'm not suited to lose my emotions and lead the demon race. Ray said, shaking his head.
We'll see about that.
The Demon King shouted as a wave of darkness covered over Ray, making him writhe in pain. Clenching his teeth, Ray stopped himself from screaming and pulled his middle finger out towards the Demon King.
Fuck you.
Ray squeezed out. The Demon King frowned slightly before he gathered energy into a demon mark and sent it towards Ray. Ray didn't dare to try eat any of the energy as it could destroy his body from the insides. We have plenty of time to turn you into a perfect candidate. The Demon King said as he watched Ray writhe in pain. Ray was sat in a lotus position as he had been accepting the dark energy yet not letting it overcome him. It has been a few centuries and yet you still resist? The Demon King said as he looked at the person in front of him. While time was faster in purgatory, Ray hadn't changed a little except for the fact that his face became more masculine. No, resisting is futile, so I'm just going with the flow. Ray said, shaking his head. In these centuries, Ray had been using the Demon King's dark energy to further improve his own demon assault mode. But it had a negative side effect of amplifying his darkest emotions. It had acted like a switch. Out of combat, Ray would be friendly and caring. In combat, he would be a literal demon. If you are going with the flow, then why are you rejecting the position, if Demon King?
The Demon King asked.
Don't you understand me yet? Being tied down with looking after the demon race is not for me.
Ray spoke out.
In that case, would you participate in the next holy war as part of the demon race?
The Demon King asked.
We'll see, maybe I'll be on the human side, maybe the goddess clan, maybe the fairies, or maybe even the giants. Ray said towards the Demon King. You are too dangerous to let out of here. He said, looking at Ray. Stop the generous act. You never intended for me to leave without becoming truly loyal to the demon clan. Ray said, to which the Demon King only smiled at being found out. Well, would you like to entertain me for a while then? The Demon King asked, as guarding the gate between purgatory can be boring. What do you suggest? Ray asked, slightly curious that the Demon King wanted to be entertained. That cooking of yours. Through the pig, I can see a lot of people collapse at the food. As the Demon King, such foods must be tried. The Demon King said as he smiled slightly.
Ha 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 ha.
The Demon King, one of the strongest in the realms, want to try my cooking? Ray laughed out as he didn't think that a divine-level entity would want his cooking. Are you laughing at this, King? The Demon King said, frowning. Don't get me wrong, I was amused that my cooking gained the attention of one of the strongest beings in this realm.
Ray said. Just cook.
I can kill you with a pinch if it wasn't for the fact that you had a good bloodline. The Demon King said as he waved away the dark energy. Ray stood up for the first time in centuries, causing his bones to crack. Stretching his body, Ray could feel that he had regained more of his lost glory. System show stats please, simplified.
Ray thought. Name, Ray. Age, immortal.
Bloodline, origin demon emperor, Alucard. Combat rank, peak world.
Oh, the bloodline increased.
Ray, though, in surprise. Host had been exposed to the magic of a Demon King for centuries, tempering your own and gaining the next level of emperor. With this increase, your strength have also increased to peak world rank. So it seems. Ray thought before turning to the Demon King.
Any requests?
Ray asked. None, just give me your best dish. The Demon King said as he prepared to watch Ray cook. You got any ingredients then? Ray asked again. Look around, you'll find some. The Demon King responded as he sat down on a makeshift throne and supported his head with his arm, watching Ray. Ray only shrugged as he could take this chance to see how he fares against the monsters in purgatory. Ray didn't have to walk too far before he saw a huge black mammoth made from dark element. Let's try this assault mode. Ray said as demonic markings appeared on his forehead and shoulders. The dark element then formed a long coat on Ray's body as his hair spiked up slightly. Oh, now this is interesting. The Demon King said, feeling the power of Ray's assault mode. Ray flashed towards the mammoth as he wanted to only use his assault mode to deal with it. Bringing back his fist, Ray crouched down as he lowered his center of gravity. Twisting his body slightly, he increased the strength of his punch to the extreme through combining body movement and his own power. *Bananmunk. The mammoth was blasted away like an arrow in flight. So my strength increase is much bigger than the fourth gate. With the assault mode active, my body should be able to withstand using the true tremor fruit. Ray said as assault mode didn't take much mana as long as he controlled the expenditure. The mammoth soon crawled out of the crater looking pissed as it swung his trunk towards Ray. Using the dark element to form a shield, Ray tested the defensive capabilities. *Boom. The trunk landed on the shield as the result caused the ground Ray stood on to crack. So as long as the attack doesn't surpass my current combat rank in one go, it can block it as well as stay there provided that I keep a constant supply of mana. Ray thought as he condensed a small ball of dark energy on his chest. The ball suddenly shot forward spinning clockwise as it formed the shape of a drill. Harich! The mammoth cried out in pain as its whole body was pierced though. Ray deactivated the assault mode as he walked towards the mammoth corpse. Dragging it towards a location closer to the Demon King, Ray traced out a large cleaver as he prepared to cut the food up. The Demon King watched as Ray prepared the food with great interest. It didn't take long for the food to finish. Presenting the huge portion of food, Ray sat down and watched the Demon King eat the food. Argurg! You dare feed me this trash! The Demon King shouted in absolute disgust. Fuck! Turn off your ability! Why the fuck would you turn the best dish you eat into the worst food? Ray said exasperated. The Demon King could only stay silent as he had always had a habit of keeping his ability active. Turning off the Almighty, the demon took another bite of the food before widening his eyes. He had to restrain himself as much as he could to stop himself from losing control and devouring the food. This is not bad indeed. The Demon King commented as he took another bite. Heis, if it is not bad then this kind of mediocre food cannot be eaten by someone of your status. I shall not cook ever again. Ray lamented while he was snickering inside. Demon King, you dare say my food is not bad. I'll say I won't cook anymore. The Demon King paused as he didn't think that this is how Ray would react. No, it's fine, there is no one else to cook here so you can keep going. The Demon King called out. No, I have polluted your mouth with food that is not bad, only food that is amazing can be eaten by you. Ray said, pushing the Demon King into the corner, since if he wanted to eat this he'll have to discard what little pride he had. So be it. The Demon King said as he was about to eat again. But suddenly, he saw Ray take the dish away. What are you doing? How dare you take this king's meal? He called out, not wanting to lose his last chance to eat this kind of food. Since this food polluted your mouth, I cannot continue to let you eat now, can I? Ray said. Come on, you overgrown bitch. You know if you want this you'll have to discard your pride and you can't kill me either since there won't be another that can cook like me. Ray schemed in his mind. Fine. The Demon King said whilst trying to clutch onto his remaining pride. Every day from then, Ray could make sure to cook flavor bombs, each meal having the aroma fill the area. The Demon King tried to resist by using the Almighty but only led to torturing himself more. And every time he turned off the Almighty, he would be lured by the smell that he almost wanted to pounce on the food. It was when he threw a perfectly good meal away, acting like it was a failed dish. The Demon King watched as the monster of purgatory ate the meal with delight that his willpower started to crumble. Fine. This king admits that your food was the best. The Demon King shouted, unable to hold it in anymore. There, see, it wasn't so hard now, was it? Ray said as he gave the Demon King a grin. Making the food, Ray had started his scheme that he prepared during this time. The Demon King didn't suspect a single thing due to his eagerness and ate the food with vigor. Ray suddenly smiled as he snapped his fingers, causing a golden chain to explode out of the food and wrapped around the full body of the Demon King, who had no time to use his ability before he was bound. What are you doing? The Demon King shouted out in rage. Leaving, these chains are called Enkidu, they do wonders in sealing god-like entities. So enjoy trying to take it off. But don't worry, they'll disappear in time. Only when I leave, that is. Ray said with a grin as he pulled his middle finger out at the Demon King. Ray could see the Demon King's enraged face as he fell backwards into the gate of purgatory. Arrogant bastard! The Demon King shouted, seeing Ray escape. As Ray escaped though the gate, he could feel that his mana reserves had almost completely emptied just by using Enkidu. He continued to fall when he saw a sudden burst of light causing him to shield his eyes, *BNNNGGGG. A resounding bang ran out as Ray crashed into the ground. Looking around, Ray could see that the sky was made from a myriad of colors. There were also an assortment of rocks placed everywhere around him. In the center, Ray could see a huge tree as he knew where he was. You're kidding, I'm where the druids are, Ray muttered. Ray stood up when he saw 3 people surrounded him in hostility. Would you believe me if I said I didn't mean to intrude? Ray asked with a slightly forced smile.
As if, who are you?
How did you break through the barrier?
Jenna asked.
She was a short woman with blonde braided hair. She wore a long dress of red as she pointed her staff at him, radiating with holy magic. You won't believe me, but I'm Ray. I was in purgatory for a few centuries before flipping off the Demon King, jumped through the gate of purgatory, and landed here. Ray said, lifting both hands above his head. How are you alive after spending a few centuries in purgatory? Jenna asked with a slight frown.
I'm immortal.
Ray said simply.
Bullshit.
Jenna replied instantly.
It's true, try me.
Unless you want me to do it instead.
Ray asked. Do it. She said, still on guard.
Ray only shrugged before summoning a few swords and teared a hole in his torso. Leaving it for them to see, Ray regenerated his wounds. Ta-da, Ray said, shaking his hands a little. Okay, then why were you with the Demon King in purgatory? She asked, getting to one of the main questions that she had. Well, let's just say he wanted to make me his successor instead of Dad and basically kidnapped me.
Ray said. Who's your dad?
Jenna asked as she had someone in mind but wanted Ray to clear it up. Meliodas, dragon sin of wrath, son of the Demon King. Ray said, shocking Zaneri, who was the sister of Jenna. She had black braided hair, a white dress, and was short like Jenna. She was in love with Meliodas, so she was shocked to hear he had a child. Who is you mother? She asked hesitantly, hoping that it wasn't Elizabeth/Liz for that matter. Don't know, Dad picked me up as a kid 16 years ago, I think. Ray said as he wasn't sure after the time he spent in purgatory. Zaneri quietly sighed in relief. So where are you going to go now? Jenna said as she didn't feel any signs of lie from Ray. Actually, can I stay here for a while? Like till Dad comes to get his power?
Ray asked. Why do you want to stay here? Jenna asked.
Well, I know that Dad and everyone else can handle themselves for now, so I want to relax and train quietly while I have the chance. If possible, I want to also improve in healing magic. Ray said truthfully. With all the stress of scheming against the Demon King and not letting him find out, to fighting every day, Ray wanted to settle down for a little bit before he prepares to fight the 10 Commandments. Sure, but you'll have to do some chores around here, and depending on your talent, we may or may not teach you healing magic. Jenna said as she retracted her magic. Zaneri, would you please show Ray to a spare room?
Jenna asked.
Zaneri nodded before she led Ray away. So can you tell me about how Meliodas has been over these years? Zaneri asked when they were alone. Heiss, you're just like Eli Chan when she was younger.
Ray said.
Well, he is cheerful, runs a bar with me, likes to train me a lot, and loves to sexually harass Eli Chan. Ray said, causing Zaneri to pause slightly at the last sentence. By Eli Chan do you mean Elizabeth? She asked. Yup. Ray said, causing Zaneri to sigh. She then led him to his room without a word. Just before she turned around to leave, Ray opened his mouth. You know Dad is extremely faithful to Eli Chan, right? Ray said, halting Zaneri in her steps. Yes, I know. She said. Then why do you persist if you know? You just hurt yourself more. Ray said, not understanding why she would harm herself like this. I can't forget him, nor do I want to forget him, so I can't stop loving him. Zaneri said as she walked out. I can't forget him, nor do I want to forget him, so I can't stop loving him, huh? Is that the same for me and you, Eve? Ray muttered as he laid on the bed, drifting off to sleep. Ray woke up the next morning feeling more refreshed than ever, especially after his time in purgatory. He went out his room and saw that everyone was still asleep. He walked down as he saw a kitchen. He looked around and saw some ingredients that he could use and decided to make them some breakfast. I guess this can count as rent. Ray though while he got to work. The rest slowly woke up by the aroma of food. Walking down, they saw Ray with an apron cooking enough food for 4 people. Morning. Ray said as he turned his head slightly. Oh, I didn't know that you could cook. Jenna said looking at Ray. Well, I was the chef at Boar's Hat that I run with Dad, so I must know how to cook. Sit down, it should be done soon. Ray said while the other 3 sat down. Soon the food laid in front of the trio as they gulped down slightly. They looked at each other before they took a bit simultaneously. Ray took his chance to turn his head as he didn't want to see the 3 have foodgasms, especially the muscular man. Ray only ate with a smile as he heard them compliment his cooking. Ray finished first while the others were still savoring his food, making sure that none go to waste. I'll go out first, when you're finished leave it in the sink, I'll clean it up later. Ray said as the trio nodded. Ray walked out to the open field as he summoned out Tengaku and Lostvein. Creating a clone with equal strength and technique, Ray started to fight against himself, restraining his strength and instead use only technique. Using this, Ray is able to see the holes in his moves, improving himself the more he fights. It didn't take long for the trio to come out as they watched Ray train with some interest, as they could feel an overbearing amounts of holy element ready to be unleashed from Ray's sword, Tengaku. Taking a break, Ray walked over to the trio. "Is my training really that interesting?" Ray asked as he could feel their intense gaze on him the whole time. "Ha ha ha, no, but we were interested with the sword. The holy element in it is like a vast ocean. Where did you even get this sword?" Jenna asked, looking at Tengaku in Ray's hand. "Well, it's my soul sword. A Zanpakuto. It originates from my soul, and I'm guessing the holy element you're feeling is Tengaku's Bankai form," Ray said, holding up Tengaku. "Ho, a sword that comes from the soul, huh? Hey, can you show me the Bankai form, or whatever you call it?" Jenna asked. "Sure, step back a little," Ray said as he held Tengaku up in front of his face. "Bankai!" Ray shouted as a sudden energy storm exploded from him, filled with holy element. A golden beam shot upwards as the trio had to shield their eyes. "Nanatsu no Tengaku," Ray said as he scattered the light, revealing his Bankai form. This time, there had been some slight changes this time due to the fact that he had changed significantly ever since he interacted with the 7 sins. His 14 wings glowed with a brighter sheen of white and gold, his hair extended slightly to halfway down his back, a golden halo could be seen above his head as his armor looked more holy with a mixture of white and gold, with cloth extending from the waist to his ankles colored white. "Angel," Jenna muttered, seeing this form of Ray's. Ray soon undid his Bankai as the energy it consumed was still too large to be used easily. "How is this possible? You're a demon yet you use holy element," Jenna said as she looked at Ray. "Well, what can I say? I'm a man with many secrets and talents," Ray said, shrugging. "We have some holy element spells as well if you are interested to learn," Jenna said, as the Druids had always worshipped the goddess clan. And seeing Ray become a literal angle with 14 wings, Jenna had wanted to assist Ray as much as she could. "Sure." Ray smiled as he would be increasing his arsenal of weapons for him to use. Ray woke up extra early today as he and the others got the notification that Meliodas was coming. Ray walked downstairs as he quickly whipped up a quick breakfast for the 3 druids before training once more. Finishing the training, Ray looked at his full stats for the first time in a long time. Name, Ray. Age, Immortal. Bloodline, Origin Demon Emperor, Alucard, Archangel. Combat rank, Low Sovereign, Suppressed. True combat rank, Divine. Laws, Space. Concept, Seal, Elements. Body, Low Sovereign, Suppressed. True body, Divine. Soul, Mid-Sovereign, Suppressed. True soul, Divine. Will, Divine. Skills. Fire Demon Slayer plus Frost Domain dash, All Energy Eater / Gluttony. Unlimited Phantasm Works. Haki. True Tremor Fruit. The End. Passive. 8 Inner Gates. Divine Inner Gates. Kyoki plus Tengaku. All Weapon Mastery, 55%. Perfect Mana Control, 75%. Perfect Body Control, 85%. I'm getting there, Ray muttered as he saw his current ranks. Show Unsealed Meliodas combat rank, Ray said as the system showed the rank. Peak Sovereign. System, where did the Archangel bloodline come from? Ray asked, seeing this new addition. It came with the small evolution of Tengaku. I see, Ray muttered as he sat down in the lotus position. Closing his eyes, Ray started to train himself in mana control. Turning his mana into thin strands, Ray made each strand light up with a different element, making sure that the element only made a thin layer on the strands and not more. Sweat started to appear on Ray's forehead as he concentrated in this exercise. The area around him lit up in an array of colors as it slowly spread outwards, allowing Ray to feel everything that goes on here. Jenna was about to call out Ray but stopped once she saw he sitting with mana dancing around him. She only watched for a little while before walking away. She didn't want to disturb the scene of a handsome Ray being in tune with nature. Ray continued to sit still in his lotus position as he controlled the mana in the air. Soon he felt a new energy within his senses. The new energy was small than his mana but was more powerful. Each strand was equivalent to more than 10 of his strands. Ray tried to use this new type of energy but was struggling to harness it. Outside, Meliodas and the guys had already arrived. They were looking around and ready to go train when Jenna spoke up. Hey Meliodas, your adopted son showed up quite a while ago. What? Meliodas said, not expecting Ray to be here. Where is he? Meliodas asked quickly, wanting to see Ray. Jenna showed them to the location and were shocked at what was happening. Green energy could be seen surrounding him in abundance. they would feel a large surge of nature energy in the area as Ray sat unmoving with his eyes closed. Meliodas was shocked at how he couldn't feel Ray's presence at all and how Ray seems to be a fully matured man in his 20s with no facial hair. Why does he look like this? Meliodas asked with a slight frown as last time he saw Ray he was only 16. Apparently he spent a few centuries in purgatory entertaining the Demon King before trapping him in a scheme and landed here. Jenna said, causing Meliodas to frown when he heard about the Demon King, while the others gasped slightly at the fact that Ray spent a few centuries in purgatory. Why can't I feel his presence?
Meliodas asked.
It's supposed to be a secret, but since you're looking at it I'll tell you. What Ray is doing now is similar to the highest practice of druid magic, which is where the user would harness the power of nature to perfection. There is a delicate balance that needs to be held or else the user would receive a severe backlash from the energy.
Jenna explained.
So I would suggest we leave Ray for now or else it would be dangerous. Jenna said as she led them away. While Jenna was leading the group away, Ray was comprehending the concept of nature. Hours went by with Ray not moving at all. Soon markings could be seen slowly appearing on Ray's body and face. The markings were a mixture of gold and green spreading across Ray's body, while a crown-like marking appeared on his head. Ray slowly opened his eyes, which had a golden ring around his red iris.
Fu'u.
Ray breathed out as he felt the power of his new form. Congrats host for comprehending concept of nature and gaining the passive Sage mode. Detecting synergy between concept of nature, element and Sage mode. New passive gained, Divine Sage mode. The system's message displayed itself. Divine Sage mode huh? Ray said quietly as he felt serene on the inside. He felt peaceful, yet at the same time he wouldn't mind using this power to stand against his enemies. Ray spread his senses and found out his senses were improved even more. Wait, if Divine Sage mode makes me peaceful and reduces negative emotions, then if I pair it with Assault mode then? Ray thought as he started to manifest his dark energy. Starting with his chest, the dark energy spread out until it covered his arms. The energy then started to shift before it settled down as some dark energy covered his chest, shoulders, back and formed 10 tail-like objects behind him. Ray could tell that these tail-like objects were many times shaper than even some of the best noble phantasms he had, especially since it is reinforced with natural mana. Soon Ray turned around to see everyone standing with panic from the sudden increase of demon aura and saw Ray in his new form. Retracting it, Ray smiled. Ray retracted his Divine Sage mode as he walked towards the group. Hey Dad, you got your powers back yet? Ray asked as he looked over to Meliodas. Yep, but I still need a bit more training to gain some control over it, Meliodas said with a grin. Ray nodded as he looked over to Merlin. Merlin, long time no see, 16 years in this world I believe. Ray smiled towards Merlin. Hey Ray-chan, seems like you've changed quite a bit, Merlin said, observing Ray's current body.
Yep, hey Merlin.
Can you help me with a small favor?
Ray asked. Go on.
Merlin said, willing to hear him out. I want you to teleport me to the 10 commandments for 10 to 20 seconds and bring me back. Ray said, shocking everyone. Are you crazy?
Hawk shouted.
Nope, trust me, it's just a small greeting for them.
Ray said.
Okay, but 15 seconds is the longest I'll let you go, Merlin said as she trusted Ray as well as the fact that he is immortal. Thanks. Ray smiled as he entered Divine Sage mode once more. This time Ray also brought out Tengaku. Bankai Nanatsu no Tengaku. Ray said, shocking everyone from the sudden increase of holy magic in the air, especially Meliodas, as it should be impossible for someone to use both holy and darkness of the goddess and demon clans. Soon the light dispersed as Ray could be seen in his Bankai form with 14 wings behind him, long hair, a halo as well as markings to show his Sage mode. Merlin-san, get ready, Ray said as Merlin nodded and prepared her magic. Ray then urged the dark energy to wrap around him once more, but this time the wings became embroidered with black and red lines, with his hair turning black in some areas. Ray then turned the wings into 14 swords that floated near him. 8 inner gates, 4th gate open. Ray shouted as an additional layer of green energy exploded from him.
Merlin now.
Ray called out as he could only sustain this fusion of forms for half a minute currently. Soon Ray saw that he was in front of the 10 commandments, shocking them. Quickly sending the 14 swords out, Ray constructed a seal around the whole area, suppressing the commandments. Ray then flashed towards Galland as his arms became a blur. Suddenly, countless cuts appeared everywhere on Galland's armor, shocking him. Guerrero tried to use his ability to keep Ray locked in here, but Ray snapped his fingers and the chains disappeared. Zeldris and Fraudrin flashed towards Ray, one trying to cut and one trying to punch. Ray pinched Zeldris' sword and blocked Fraudrin with one of his tails. Ray then manipulated 2 of his tails and pierced the duo in the stomach before launching them away. Dreary flashed near him as she was 30 hits through her combo star. Turning his body to mist, Ray dodges easily before slumming her in the sides with all of his tails, causing her to crash through the forest. Monspeet fired magic towards Ray, to which Ray opened his mouth and ate it before firing it back at Monspeet, shocking him. Droll tried to use giant magic to manipulate the earth to attack Ray, using his concept of nature. Ray stopped Droll using his magic before flashed near him and punched his in the chest, causing Droll to kneel down in pain. Jumping backwards, Ray dodged Zeldra's sword strike before countering with his own attack. The two swords clashed, causing sparks to appear in the air, with Zeldra slowly getting more and more wounds on his body. Esterasa flashed behind Ray as he cut down with multiple swords that he had summoned. "You're not the only one that can do that," Ray said as he summoned multiple noble phantasms, blocking Esterasa's sword before hitting him with his tail, launching Esterasa away. Taking this chance, Melascula tried to extract Ray's soul, but a sudden explosion of fire surprised her.
"Sunshine,"
Ray said simple as he used Escaner's power, burning Melascula as she cried out in pain. Ray sent a shockwave out around him as he felt time was soon going to be up. "That was a little greeting from me to you.
"See ya,"
Ray said simply as retracted his 14 swords to float around him once more as he disappeared, leaving a group of wounded commandments angry at what had just happened. Ray soon reappeared in the druid's location and saw a group of shocked people looking at him. Turning off all of his abilities, Ray sat down heavily as he is mostly drained of his magic.
"Ray,
that was amazing. How were you able to fight those monsters like that?" Gilthunder said, shocked, as Hauser nodded. Ray only shrugged because he couldn't be bothered to explain it.
"Oh yeah, Merlin.
"I should be able to release you of the commandments pretty easily," Ray called out to Merlin. "That would be helpful," Merlin said as she smiled. King stayed silent as he didn't know what to do with the fact that Ray was both demon and angel. "Say, Dad, where is Diane Nay-san and Ban Nii-san?"
Ray asked.
"Diane has lost her memories of us because of Gao the." King gnashed his teeth in anger. "I can sort that out, but what about Ban Nii-san?" Ray said, causing King to widen his eyes in anticipation. "Not sure, apparently last time he was at the Fairy King's forest," Meliodas said. "It should be time for Ban and Elaine to meet again soon, which means Escaner is next."
Ray thought as he nodded.
"Well, I'm gonna go sleep for a bit, wake me up when." Ray was soon woken up by Jenna calling for him. "Hey Ray, they've finished their training. Are you going to help Merlin now?"
Jenna said.
Ray opened his eyes as he got up.
"Sure,"
he said simply as he got up. Soon Ray saw the statue of Merlin and started to examine it.
It's just a high-level seal."
"Nothing I can't undo," Ray said, causing Merlin to watch in curiosity. Pointing a finger upwards, a magic circle appeared above the statue as the petrified parts start to flake off. "Oh, your knowledge in seals have surpassed mine now." Merlin smiled proudly. Ray chuckled slightly. "It's all thanks to you, Merlin. If you didn't teach me the basics, I would be lost," Ray said as her hologram disappeared and his eyes fluttered open on her body. Ray hugged her before she fell onto the floor.
"Era,"
Merlin said as he hugged Ray back. "Sorry I didn't huge you early, Merlin. I would have fell through your hologram," Ray said, to which Merlin only laughed slightly. "It's fine, you're making up for it now, aren't you, Ray-chan?"
she said as they separated.
"Right, are we going to look for Ban Nii-san now?"
Ray said.
"Not yet, we haven't got a clue where he is yet, but we might know where Diane is," Merlin said as they went back to the group. "I should be able to break Gauther's spell on Diane Nay-san once we find her,"
Ray said.
"Say Ray-chan, so I heard that you escaped the Demon King in Purgatory. Can you tell me in detail?"
Merlin asked. Only for you, Merlin."
"Keep it a secret, okay?" Ray said as he smiled.
"Of course,"
Merlin responded. "So it started with me arriving. The overgrown prick wanted me to be his successor instead of Dad, so I refused and held off against him, erasing my emotions and changing my mindset. So a few centuries went by and the overgrown prick wanted to try my cooking." Ray started to talk about his time in Purgatory, whilst Merlin listened patiently. "So when he tried to eat the food, I had one of my strongest weapons to restrain him, giving me enough time to jump down the gate and landed here," Ray said as he finished his story. "So what's the strongest weapon you have that managed to retrain the Demon King?" Merlin asked, interested about what Ray said about his weapon. Summoning Enkidu, Merlin saw a spiral on golden chains appear around Ray. "This is Enkidu, the chains of heaven. The stronger someone is or closer to God, the tighter the chains bind them and seal away their power. So for someone like the Demon King, this is their worst enemy," Ray said, showing Merlin the chains.
"Ray-chan, be careful, okay?
"You never know if someone of the Goddess clan will find out and kill you because of these chains," Merlin warned, causing Ray to smile widely as Merlin didn't forget to remind him of the dangers. Ray retracted Enkidu as they were about to reach the rest of the group.
Yo Merlin, you got your body back. Meliodas called out.
Yes, Captain, it's thanks to Ray-chan over here, Merlin said, pointing to Ray. King suddenly perked up as he muttered,
Elaine?
He was about to fly off when Ray grabbed hold of him. Let me go, Ray. King as frowning slightly. King Nii-san, I'll come with you. I'll be able to teleport you over there and help in case a commandment shows up,
Ray said as King paused. Merlin, Dad.
You two go look for Escaner Nii-san and I'll go help King Nii-san, Ray said as Meliodas just smiled.
Be careful out there, Merlin said.
Ray nodded as he walked out with King. So King Nii-san, can you tell me roughly where to go?
Ray said as King nodded.
Pointing to the direction, Ray held onto King's shoulder as he started to teleport them towards the location. Ray stopped once they reached the Fairy King's forest. King looked around nervously, but he couldn't find her.
Jarhead.
Where is Elaine?
King called out in slight panic.
Jarhead only pointed to a direction before King flew off, leaving Ray looking over to the direction where he flew off before looking at Jarhead. She was a fairy with a long yellow dress that covers her legs and a green hat that covers an eye. Your brother is Gloxinia, right? Ray said, shocking her as she went on guard.
How did you know? She said, frowning.
Ray only shrugged. So do you know that he is still alive?
Ray said, shocking her. Impossible.
She cried out as she tried to use nature magic against him, but shocked to see the trees refuse to attack him.
It's not impossible.
He was forced to become one of the commandments and he should be showing up soon, Ray said, sitting down on a makeshift chair he made using magic. How can I trust you?
She said in caution.
You can't, I'm just telling you this because if any of my current family was missing but alive,
I would want to see them again,
Ray said simply as he felt pity for the pair of brother and sister, especially since he knew of Gloxinia's ending. Jarhead frowned in deep thought. Ray only shrugged as he told her what he wanted to say and stood up. He was about to teleport away when Jarhead called out once more. Take me with you to find my brother, please, she said, looking at Ray.
Sure.
Ray nodded as he held her shoulder and teleported over to where Ban and Elaine is right now. Ray looked around and saw that Escaner just woken up and fighting Galand with Melascula watching. Galand and Melascula paused in slight fear when they saw Ray appear. Yo, Escaner and Nii-san.
Need a hand?
Ray asked and he grinned widely. Ray, I can deal with this easily, Escaner said pridefully as he looked down on the two demons. Sure, I'll talk to Ban and Nii-san in the back, Ray said as he took Jarhead with him. Galand and Melascule looked at Ray as they considered the options on running. But Escaner won't give them that chance. Walking through the vault, Ray saw Ban, Jericho and Elaine huddled in a corner. You look like you've seen better days, Ban and Nii-san. Ray grinned as he sat down on a table and crossed his legs. Jarhead sat silently, unable to see Elaine in the eyes due to the fact that she stabbed her lover through the chest. So you're finally back, kiddo. Took you long enough, Ban said weakly. Yeah, say, is this sister-in-law? Ray asked, lifting an eyebrow. Yep, kiddo meet Elaine and Elaine meet kiddo. Vampire, immortal, nibbled on my neck when he was a kid, Ban said, grinning. Ray quickly created a small pebble with magic and flicked it through Ban's skull, shocking Jericho.
Fuck off with that,
Ray said, watching Ban regenerate. Ban only shrugged before he laughed slightly. So you know sister-in-law is going to disappear right after we kill the demons, right?
Ray said as he
looked at Ban, who seemed conflicted.
I know, he said slowly with a sign.
So Ban and Nii-san, if Elaine Nay-san were to get a sustainable body, immortal like yours, would you want it?
Ray asked.
Ban widened his eyes before he nodded. Well, you in luck. I can make her a vampire body with my bloodline, so she is immortal. As a plus, the nibbling rights on the neck belongs to her new body, Ray said whilst grinning, shocking everyone present. How do you know how to create a body?
Ban asked. I've done it before once. Ray smiled. Who was it for?
Ban asked, curious.
Someone called Eve.
Ray smiled as he replied on instinct, even though he can't remember much about Eve. Elaine looked at Ray as she saw a familiar smile. One that she saw often on Ban's face. You love her, don't you, and you want to see her? Elaine said, causing Ray to widen his eyes before smiling wearily. I don't know, I don't even remember her face. I just have small instances when I remember the things I did but not detail,
Ray said.
Everyone stayed silent for a few seconds in pity for Ray. Right, enough about that, let's make Elaine Nay-san a body now, shall we? Ray said as he smiled, dispersing the negative mood. Ban nodded as he tried to stand up. Rest for a bit, Ban and Nii-san, I'll sort it out, Ray said as he made a few seals. He was much stronger than the time he made Eve's body for her, so it was easy for him this time, which is made easier with his control in mana. Ray looked around and saw that the defensive seals were in place as he summoned out Avalon. Gesturing Elaine to walk over, Ray applied a seal to her back as a light blue orb appeared. Ban watched in nervousness as he wanted to see everything. Ban any suggestions for the body?
Older, more bust?
Or stay the same? Ray asked with a shit-eating grin.
Stay the same, Ban said.
Ray made a OK sign with his hand before clasping his palms together as rainbow energy swirled around the sheath and started to form a body. Ray then made a slight cut on his hand as he infused his Alucard bloodline with the body. Lighting roared out as it attempted to strike down at where Ray stood, wanting to stop the process.
Fuck off,
Ray shouted as he waved his hand, easily dispersing the lighting and created a hole in the ceiling. Stamping down hard, Ray applied the final burst of energy as the grounds cracked with a burst of light shooting to the sky. Quickly making a large piece of cloth, Ray covered up the body of Elaine before anyone could see. The light died down, as Elaine's body could be seen wrapped up. Her eyelids fluttered open as she looked around. Tada, now I suggest you get your first feeding now, Ray said, pointing over to where Ban is. Elaine nodded as she thanked Ray. She walked over to Ban as he opened up his neck for her. Watching Elaine bite into Ban's neck, Jericho watched with a red face as Elaine started to moan from the pleasure of the first feeding. Ray grabbed Jericho and Jurhead as he walked out. Turning around, Ray gave Ban a shot-eating grin. Go for it, I'll make sure no sound comes out, Ray said as he gave Ban a thumbs up and made a silencing seal and vision seal, blocking out all sound from the room, and no one can see them either. Ban only returned a thumbs up before Ray left with Jurhead and Jericho in tow. Ray sat down on the bar counter as he watched Escaner and Galen fight with Jericho and Jurhead. Ray was able to see the shockwaves travel through the air as he had a sudden burst of inspiration. The shockwaves travel through the entire area without it being hindered by anything. It goes through even the particles in the walls. Ray thought as he delved deeper into his thoughts. Snapping his fingers, Ray enhanced his eyesight as much as he could and barely saw the particles shift as they carried the sound. Then if I used the wave as a catalyst and synchronized a sword slash to it then? Ray thought as he summoned a katana in his hands, surprising everyone on the scene from the appearance of a sword out of nowhere. Flicking the blade of the sword, Ray saw it vibrate as the sword was duplicated slightly as it travels. Ray's eyes lit up as he started to formulate a new technique within his mind. Ignoring everything around him, Ray started to create sounds with the sword on different sections of the blade. Ray then put a seal on the sword to amplify its rate of vibration and sound. Flicking it slightly, Ray could see how the waves have surpassed the normal speed of sound as it traveled across the whole room. If I'm able to complete this, I should be able to hit my enemies beyond the absolute limits of my body without any side effects. Ray thought as he started to combine different seals and methods together to accomplish this. Melascula wanted to interfere with whatever Ray was doing, but felt as if she was being pointed but a sword that could end her at any moment. This feeling was getting stronger every second, while Melascula was getting paler as seconds passed. As Ray continued to experiment, he didn't notice that Galen had already been turned to stone and that Melascule was about to try eat Escaner's soul. Ray suddenly stood up as his grin grew wider. With the seals he made on the katana, Ray had made a brand new noble phantasm that was suited towards this technique he had just created. The katana was able to amplify the speed of which the sound / traveled at, and the stronger he got the faster it was. Ray theorized that at the peak, this technique would slash faster than the speed of light and start to distort reality. It wasn't like the Gibalg, which changed the cause and effect, but rather when combined with different laws and concepts could potentially affect the object / person before the universe even registered the attack. Such an technique would be devastating in a fight. Being able to kill a person before the universe even recognized it. Ray started to fall back into old habits, smiling with bloodlust when he imagined how the fight could have gone against Alea and Gaia if he had this technique. Even during a fight, as long as the swords collided, the technique would allow him to create attacks everywhere, meaning the person had to defend against a slash from every particle in the area, which if done correctly even a divine-level entity can't block. Ray held his katana as he turned around to look at Galen in front of him and brought his katana black slightly. Ray then gave the blade a gentle flick. Before anyone could realize what had just happened, the stone statue of Galen was already erased from its location. Slash marks could be seen densely gathered around the area. The only downside to this ability was the fact that the technique has ridiculously stringent requirements to be used at its fullest. Not only does one need to understand several different laws to concepts, they also needed an inhuman amount of control and energy reserves. Ray was only able to recreate a weaker version of his technique through using seals, but the energy taken by this was unbelievable. Without the concept of seals, Ray, the maker of this technique, wouldn't have been able to use it. At the current level, the attack was only a few times faster than sound. To increase this, Ray would need the law of seals and law of atoms with the addition of even more energy reserves, as the stronger it gets the more energy it takes. Looking at the sword, Ray realized that he would be able to use the technique with Tengaku. I shall name this technique Instance-Da, Ray said lightly. He named it Instance due to the fact that the instant he touches the sword, the enemy would have already been slashed by the particles around them. Congratulations, host, for creating the passive Instance.
Grade, Divine/God.
Host has gained rewards for creating a personal Divine/God rank skill.
Reward.
Comprehension increase. Concept of seals 68% to 98%. Acquired. Concept of particles/atoms. Concept of sound. Would host like to add skill to shop catalog?
Yes, no.
Ray looked at the system message in slight confusion. What do you mean add to shop catalog? Ray asked in his mind. This places your self-created skill in the system shop so other people may gain access to the skill. Wait, other people uses the system shop? Ray asked, slightly shocked. Certain people in the higher realms are granted skills from the shop as rewards for tournaments and events hosted by the system god. Only skills below sovereign are sold, while some important people are allowed access to the ascendant rank skills. But having the skill and being able to use it are two separate cases, which is why the people in higher realms derive techniques from these skills and pass them on. You are the only exception from this rule. The system replied, giving Ray more information on the higher realms. That means people in the higher realms are not able to use the system too. So why am I the only exception? Ray was cut out of his thoughts when he heard Melascula scream out in pain due to Escaner burning her entire body with his magic. Ray saw that Melascula was still alive, seeing that half of her hearts were still there, and decided to finish the job. Snapping his fingers, Ray used a very toned-down version of Instance to destroy the rest of Melascula's hearts. She died the moment Ray used Instance with no visible damage on the surface of her body. Ray was walking back to the group when he suddenly slapped himself on the forehead. How did I forget about the true tremor fruit? Although I can't make the vibrations and tremor appear away from my body, I can at least use it on the sword to lessen the mana drain as well as amplify the amount of slashes being made. When I awaken the fruit, I should be able to create vibrations in the area around me. Ray thought when he covered his finger in a small coating of white before tracing out his katana and gave it a gentle flick. The katana suddenly started to shake at a dangerous level when it suddenly exploded into shards. Ray quickly created a small space around the sword to keep the damage minimal. The true tremor fruit is slightly overkill, but it sends out the waves/vibrations at a faster rate and covers more area at the cost of the sword's destruction. Ray thought, holding the broken katana. Until I've awakened my fruit, I should increase the control of it so I don't break my swords. Ray thought as he untraced the katana. Ray, what was that? Escaner asked with curiosity. It's my newly made magic Escaner Nii-san. It allows for me to instantly attack anyone as long as there are particles around them. Each particle represents a slash, and just on a finger are several million to trillions. Ray said, lifting a finger. Oh, and you just made that magic now? Impressive. Escaner said, smiling at Ray. Ray only grinned as they returned to Jurhead and Jericho. Ray saw that Ban and Elaine still haven't walked out of the room yet, so they waited for a little while. A few hours passed when the duo walked out with Elaine wearing a makeshift dress and blushing madly. Ban only had a grin as he sent a thumbs up to Ray, thanking him for the room. I'll erase the evidence, don't worry. Ray said as he collapsed the space, turning everything inside to dust, leaving a square-shaped hole in the vault. Everyone sat down to rest for a while to regain some stamina. Jurhead eventually got some guts to talk to Elaine about what she did to Ban. To her surprise, Elaine forgave her, causing her to tear up emotionally. On the other hand, Ray started to tell the story of him being in purgatory to Escaner and Ban, who only laughed when they found out that basically Ray cooked his way out from purgatory. Oh yeah, Ban and I-san, I should tell you some of the abilities that my vampire bloodline gives. First, you already know, true immortality. Unless she wills it, she can't be killed. Blood control, which you've seen me do. Mist transformation is this. Ray said, turning his entire body to mist. In this you can't be touched at all except for a few exceptions. Ray's voice rang out as he rematerialized himself. True transformation. This turns your entire body, bones and muscle to the form you want. Different gender, race and even beasts. Ray said, turning his body into Elizabeth's, then to a giant Diane's and finally Hawk's before turning back to himself. This takes a lot of mana since you change your whole body structure, and I can only do this right now because of my control and mana reserves.
Ray explained.
Also, my bloodline has no weakness against the sun, so she can be out in the day if she wants to. Ray continued as each ability only served to make everyone's jaw drop even more. Isn't that too much of a cheat? Jericho shouted out as she couldn't believe such a bloodline was possible. Well, I like to call it #lifehack. Ray said with a grin and spread his arms out. The sun set not too long after and Ezener was back to his weak form. Sneezing a little, Ezener looked around and saw his vault being complete non-existent. My wine! Escaner shouted as he fainted from the shock. The rest of the group only blinked slightly before Ray made a cloth for Ezener so he doesn't get sick, even though that is impossible. Before they could continue where they left off, King floated down as he saw Elaine in Ban's embrace.
Elaine?
He muttered before frowning heavily. What did you do, Ray? He shouted in rage as he saw Elaine was now a vampire. King was about to launch his spear towards Ray when Elaine and Ban stood in front of King shielding Ray.
Ni-san, listen to me.
Elaine shouted as she stared at King. I was brought back by the demon's magic. But Ray helped me make a new body so that I'm truly alive and made me a vampire so that I'm immortal like Ban and can't die anymore. Elaine shouted as King calmed down slightly. King, Elaine would have disappeared again if Ray didn't do what he did. Ray saved Elaine. Ban said as King calmed down fully with what he had said. King had mixed feelings for Ray right now. He was thankful that he saved Elaine, but he was also annoyed at the fact that he had turned Elaine into a vampire and couldn't be changed back.
Thank you,
King muttered as he then ignored Ray. Ray could only shrug and sigh. They then saw a poster saying that there was a fighting tournament to which the winner would gain a free wish. I can guarantee that this was done by the commandments. Since we just got rid of 2 of them, there should be 8 left. If we can take care of more of them, it would be good, Ray said as he looked towards the rest of the people. Jurhead, I believe that your brother would appear at the fighting tournament. Ray said as Jurhead perked up and nodded. Shall I teleport everyone there, or do you guys want to rest a little before we go?
Ray asked.
Let's go now, we shouldn't let more people get their soul taken from them. Ban said as he just had the soul of his father figure get taken instead of his, so he doesn't want anyone else to have the same experience. Okay, just hold on then, I'll need to get some mana back.
Ray said.
Need some blood then, kiddo? Ban asked as he knew that Ray gets more mana from blood.
This?
Ray said looking at Elaine.
Go for it.
She smiled back as she was grateful for Ray making a body for her. Ray nodded as he made a barrel and held it towards Ban, who slit his wrist and blood started to pour out into barrel. While it was being filled up, Ray made a rub tube as he started to drink from the barrel. The more blood Ban put in, the faster Ray drank, and soon Ban poured enough blood to fill huge bath for nobles. Kiddo, aren't you drinking a bit much? Ban asked as he didn't think that Ray would drink this much. Fuck do you mean bit much? I had a few centuries in purgatory, not being able to drink blood since the monsters there had no blood. Ray said as he continued to drink. Ban only stopped for a second before stabbing the tube to his vein. This should be faster, no? Ban said as Elaine giggled as the sight of Ray using Ban as a water bottle. Rayon shrugged as he dismissed the barrel and started to make a complicated seal to teleport the whole group towards the location. When he was marking the location, he found Melioda's signature and turned to Ban. Ban and I-san, I can teleport us to Dad if you want since he is going the same way.
Ray said.
Ban hesitated for a second before he remembered what his father figure had said to him when he told him about how he tried to kill Meliodas to revive Elaine.
Sure, kiddo. Ban said.
Ray only nodded when he started to lock down on Melioda's mana signal and finished his seal. Barber girl, bring a scanner here please. Ray called out to Jericho. My name is Jericho, not Barber girl. She shouted but still complied. Ray then set down the seal as a neon blue light twisted around the area. Grab hold of the nearest person and brace yourselves. Next stop should be now. Ray shouted with a wide grin as he teleported everyone. HHHHHH. Jericho shouted out as the group was suddenly teleported to where Meliodas was.
Yo!
Ray said as he landed on his feet. Meliodas only grinned while he saw that Ray brought everyone. Ray looked around and saw that they were already at the entrance of the fighting festival. The commandments have made this entire area into a maze. This is where they kill Dad and he turns back to his old self with no emotions. Ray thought while Meliodas was talking to everyone that just arrived.
What's up, Ray?
You look like you're thinking of something serious. Meliodas asked looking at Ray.
HM? Oh, don't worry about it.
I'm just gonna go set up a few seals around the place as a fail-safe for when things go to shit. Ray said turning back to Meliodas. Alright, do you need some help with that? Meliodas asked offering his help. It's fine Dad, I got this. Just go to the fighting festival, I'll join you guys after I done this. Ray said as he gave everyone a wave before jumping off. Making some blood wings, Ray flew as high as he could with the help of the night to camouflage himself. Looking down on the area, Ray started to think up of a seal. What do I need? I need a seal to restrain the commandments, a seal to weaken them and a seal to stop the commandments from leaving once they arrive. Ray thought as he started to make a seal. Flying above the clouds, Ray made sure that no one saw him make the seals. Azure energy started to twist into an intricate seal while Ray attacked them to 6 different swords. Waving his hands, Ray sent the 6 swords to 6 different points, causing a faint grid of energy to connect each of the sword, forming a hexagon. Ray started to then form more layers to the seals, making them more powerful. For every 5 seals that Ray made, it would become a magic circle. For every 5 magic circles Ray made, he would turn them in a larger ring, while he layered more rings below the first ring. These magic circles gave many benefits to everyone he had registered. From attack increase, defense increase to weakening the enemy who have the magic signal of commandments in their body. Creating one last magic circle to mask away the huge array that he had just created, Ray floated downwards as he had a look at what was happening. He could see that 2 of the commandments were about to explain the tournament. Ray suddenly had a grin as he went into divine sage mode. Marking appeared everywhere on his body as his presence was masked from everyone. Manipulating the water element in the air, Ray redirected the light so he couldn't be seen. Landing behind the 2 commandments, Ray made a makeshift chair as he make it so that people could see him again.
Gloxinia and Droll, the 2 commandments. URG, what happened?
Ray moaned as he tried to open his eyes to no avail.
Where am I? Wait, I died.
But how? Ray's mind wondered as he tried to move his body. That's right, I fought Gaia and Aleia. I forced my power up, but why? Ray continued to think while his body floated in the warm liquid. Right, it was because she harmed Eve?
Who's Eve?
Why does my heart hurt thinking of this name? Ray though as he moved his hand to his heart. Eve, why is it so familiar? Yet I don't remember. Ray's mind drifted as some tears could be felt flowing out of his eyes. I crying? Why? Ray asked as he wiped his tears away. Eve, I can find her after I leave for the higher realms, but why must it be the higher realms? Ray wondered at his peculiar thought. Why is Eve so important to me? Why is my heart hollow when I think of her? Why does my mind beg me to find her? Ray though as he drifted slowly. Why do I long for you, Eve? Who are you, Eve? Ray said as his tears fell uncontrollably. Don't worry, Eve. No matter how long it takes, I will find you. A memory appeared in Ray's mind. Did I make a promise like this? Ray though not being able to remember how Eve looked. Ray looked at the scene over and over again. Each time his heart ached more, but he couldn't remember what she looked like, what they did together, or what her voice was like. He held the memory close, as it was the only hint to finding who she was. Ray shook his head as he decided to reach the higher realms to find himself some answers. System, are you there? Ray asked. Yes, I am, host. A text box appeared in his mind the moment he asked. Show me my status. Name, Ray, weakened. Age, immortal. Bloodline, Alucard, origin demon. Combat rank / power output, common. Laws, space. Concepts, seals, elements. Body, half-step divine. Soul, half-step divine. Will, half-step divine. Skills. Fire demon plus frost domain -- all demon / god slayer magic. True unlimited blade works. Haki. True tremor fruit. The end, Medaka box. #% at %, $% at $. Passive. Kyoki plus Tengaku, stage 2. 8 inner gates -- divine inner gates. The end, show details of the end. Ray called out to the system. The end divine. Allows the user to copy people's abilities that you see and use it to 120% of its power maximum. The percentage you can use depends on how strong the host is. Maximum is upgradable when host gets stronger. Okay, what about the one beneath it? #% $$ at $$ at % at divine. At % $$ at % at $$ at % at % at $$ #% #% at % at % at % $$ at % at % at $, at % at % $, at a % at $, at $, at % 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 at $, at % $% at /. Wait, I can't understand any of that. Ray said, seeing the description. Host isn't authorized to know just yet. When will I be authorized? Information is not applicable. Chase stingy. But where am I? A womb. I fucking know that, I mean what world I'm in currently. Ray retorted. 7 Sins world. The one with demons, angels, fairies, giants and the human? Yes. What part of the timeline? Before the destruction of Danafor. I see. Ray muttered as he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Time passed quickly as Ray slept, and soon it was time for his birth. The sudden change in temperature caused Ray to wake up. Before he could even cry out, a sudden wave of dark energy crashed into the kingdom of Danafor. Ray opened his eyes as he saw the people around him disintegrate. What a great fucking way to wake up. Ray, though, as he began to eat only the energy around him. Soon, the only place in Danafor that wasn't destroyed was where he had stood. Ray could feel his body replenish in energy after he had eaten the attack. Looking up, Ray could see Meliodas holding Elizabeth, who was in child form. As Ray looked at Meliodas, he also looked at Ray and was surprised that someone survived his outbreak. He jumped down, landing on the platform looking at Ray. Meliodas watched in silence as he could suddenly feel his demon bloodline wanting him to kneel in front of the baby. He was confused as he only found this when he was in front of the demon lord, his father, yet he has the same feeling in front of this child.
You're a demon,
Meliodas said with his eyes slightly narrowed, as he still has some pent-up wrath against the demon who killed Liz, his lover. Using dark demon magic, Meliodas made a sword and cut towards the baby. Ray, seeing the sword coming for him, quickly opened his mouth and ate all the energy. Melito's eyes widened as he never heard of a demon eating another demon's magic power. Ha 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 ha! Ray's baby-like voice rang out in laughter as he pretended to find it fun and look at Meliodas with innocent eyes.
However, within his mind,
Ray was cursing at the fact that he had to resort to acting cute to not let Meliodas kill him. Meliodas looked at the child who, though eating dark elements, was fun. Sigh. Meliodas sighed as he picked up the child with his spare hand. I'm sorry for killing your parents at your birth. You can hate me, but I'll look after you until you are strong to protect yourself, Meliodas said as he looked at the two babies in his hands. Shaking his head, Meliodas walked towards the kingdom of Lyonesse. Ray watched as Meliodas continued to walk with both him and Liz in his arms. Ray's eyelids felt heavy as he tried to keep them open, his vision darkened as he fell asleep.
URG, what happened?
Ray moaned as he tried to open his eyes to no avail.
Where am I? Wait, I died.
But how? Ray's mind wondered as he tried to move his body. That's right, I fought Gaia and Aleia. I forced my power up, but why? Ray continued to think while his body floated in the warm liquid. Right, it was because she harmed Eve.
Who's Eve?
Why does my heart hurt thinking of this name? Ray, though, as he moved his hand to his heart. Eve, why is it so familiar? Yet I don't remember. Ray's mind drifted as some tears could be felt flowing out of his eyes. I crying? Why? Ray asked as he wiped his tears away. Eve, I can find her after I leave for the higher realms, but why must it be the higher realms? Ray wondered at his peculiar thought. Why is Eve so important to me? Why is my heart hollow when I think of her? Why does my mind beg me to find her? Ray, though, as he drifted slowly. Why do I long for you, Eve? Who are you, Eve? Ray said as his tears fell uncontrollably. Don't worry, Eve. No matter how long it takes, I will find you. A memory appeared in Ray's mind. Did I make a promise like this? Ray, though not being able to remember how Eve looked. Ray looked at the scene over and over again. Each time his heart ached more, but he couldn't remember what she looked like, what they did together, or what her voice was like. He held the memory close, as it was the only hint to finding who she was. Ray shook his head as he decided to reach the higher realms to find himself some answers. System, are you there? Ray asked. Yes, I am, host. A text box appeared in his mind the moment he asked. Show me my status. Name, Ray, weakened. Age, immortal. Bloodline, Alucard, origin demon. Combat rank / power output, common. Laws, space. Concepts, seals, elements. Body, half-step divine. Soul, half-step divine. Will, half-step divine. Skills. Fire demon plus frost domain -- all demon / god slayer magic. True, unlimited blade works. Haki. True tremor fruit. The end, Medaka box. #% at %, #% at $%. Passive. Kyoki plus Tengaku, stage 2. 8 inner gates -- divine inner gates.
The end, show details of the end.
Ray called out to the system.
The end, divine.
Allows the user to copy people's abilities that you see and use it to 120% of its power maximum. The percentage you can use depends on how strong the host is. Maximum is upgradable when host gets stronger. Okay, what about the one beneath it? #% $$ at %$ at % at divine. At percent dollar dollar at percent at dollar dollar at percent at dollar dollar hashtag percent at percent dollar dollar at percent at dollar at percent dollar dollar at dollar at dollar at percent at percent at dollar at percent dollar percent at forward slash. Wait, I can't understand any of that, Ray said, seeing the description. Host isn't authorized to know just yet.
When will I be authorized?
Information is not applicable.
Chase stingy.
But where am I?
A womb.
I fucking know that, I mean what world I'm in currently.
Ray retorted.
Seven Sins world. The one with demons, angels, fairies, giants and the human?
Yes.
What part of the timeline? Before the destruction of Danafor.
I see.
Ray muttered as he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Time passed quickly as Ray slept, and soon it was time for his birth. The sudden change in temperature caused Ray to wake up. Before he could even cry out, a sudden wave of dark energy crashed into the kingdom of Danafor. Ray opened his eyes as he saw the people around him disintegrate. What a great fucking way to wake up. Ray, though, as he began to eat only the energy around him. Soon, the only place in Danafor that wasn't destroyed was where he had stood. Ray could feel his body replenish in energy after he had eaten the attack. Looking up, Ray could see Meliodas holding Elizabeth, who was in child form. As Ray looked at Meliodas, he also looked at Ray and was surprised that someone survived his outbreak. He jumped down, landing on the platform looking at Ray. Meliodas watched in silence as he could suddenly feel his demon bloodline wanting him to kneel in front of the baby. He was confused as he only found this when he was in front of the demon lord, his father, yet he has the same feeling in front of this child.
You're a demon,
Meliodas said with his eyes slightly narrowed, as he still has some pent-up wrath against the demon who killed Liz, his lover. Using dark demon magic, Meliodas made a sword and cut towards the baby. Ray, seeing the sword coming for him, quickly opened his mouth and ate all the energy. Meliodas' eyes widened as he never heard of a demon eating another demon's magic power. Ha 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 ha! Ray's baby-like voice rang out in laughter as he pretended to find it fun and look at Meliodas with innocent eyes.
However, within his mind,
Ray was cursing at the fact that he had to resort to acting cute to not let Meliodas kill him. Meliodas looked at the child who, though eating dark elements, was fun. Sigh. Meliodas sighed as he picked up the child with his spare hand. I'm sorry for killing your parents at your birth. You can hate me, but I'll look after you until you are strong to protect yourself, Meliodas said as he looked at the two babies in his hands. Shaking his head, Meliodas walked towards the kingdom of Lyonesse. Ray watched as Meliodas continued to walk with both him and Liz in his arms. Ray's eyelids felt heavy as he tried to keep them open. His vision darkened as he fell asleep.
URG, what happened?
Ray moaned as he tried to open his eyes to no avail.
Where am I? Wait, I died.
But how? Ray's mind wondered as he tried to move his body. That's right, I fought Gaia and Aleia. I forced my power up, but why? Ray continued to think while his body floated in the warm liquid. Right, it was because she harmed Eve?
Who's Eve?
Why does my heart hurt thinking of this name? Ray, though, as he moved his hand to his heart. Eve, why is it so familiar? Yet I don't remember. Ray's mind drifted as some tears could be felt flowing out of his eyes. I crying? Why? Ray asked as he wiped his tears away. Eve, I can find her after I leave for the higher realms, but why must it be the higher realms? Ray wondered at his peculiar thought. Why is Eve so important to me? Why is my heart hollow when I think of her? Why does my mind beg me to find her? Ray, though, as he drifted slowly. Why do I long for you, Eve? Who are you, Eve? Ray said as his tears fell uncontrollably. Don't worry, Eve. No matter how long it takes, I will find you. A memory appeared in Ray's mind. Did I make a promise like this? Ray, though not being able to remember how Eve looked. Ray looked at the scene over and over again. Each time his heart ached more, but he couldn't remember what she looked like, what they did together, or what her voice was like. He held the memory close, as it was the only hint to finding who she was. Ray shook his head as he decided to reach the higher realms to find himself some answers. System, are you there? Ray asked. Yes, I am, host. A text box appeared in his mind the moment he asked. Show me my status. Name, Ray, weakened. Age, immortal. Bloodline, Alucard, origin demon. Combat rank / power output, common. Laws, space. Concepts, seals, elements. Body, half-step divine. Soul, half-step divine. Will, half-step divine. Skills. Fire demon plus frost domain dash, all demon / god slayer magic. True unlimited blade works.
Haki. True tremor fruit. The end, Medaka box.
Hashtag percent at percent hashtag percent dollar at percent dollar.
Passive.
Kyoki plus Tengaku, stage 2. 8 inner gates dash, divine inner gates.
The end, show details of the end.
Rei called out to the system.
The end, divine.
Allows the user to copy people's abilities that you see and use it to 120% of its power maximum. The percentage you can use depends on how strong the host is. Maximum is upgradable when host gets stronger. Okay, what about the one beneath it? Hashtag percent dollar at percent dollar at percent at divine. At percent dollar at percent at dollar at percent at dollar hashtag percent at percent at percent dollar at percent at dollar at percent dollar at a percent at dollar at percent 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 at dollar at percent at /. Wait, I can't understand any of that. Rei said, seeing the description. Host isn't authorized to know just yet.
When will I be authorized?
Information is not applicable.
Chase stingy.
But where am I?
A womb.
I fucking know that, I mean what world I'm in currently.
Rei retorted.
7 Sins world. The one with demons, angels, fairies, giants and the human?
Yes.
What part of the timeline? Before the destruction of Danafor.
I see.
Rei muttered as he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Time passed quickly as Rei slept, and soon it was time for his birth. The sudden change in temperature caused Rei to wake up. Before he could even cry out, a sudden wave of dark energy crashed into the kingdom of Danafor. Rei opened his eyes as he saw the people around him disintegrate. What a great fucking way to wake up. Rei, though, as he began to eat only the energy around him. Soon, the only place in Danafor that wasn't destroyed was where he had stood. Rei could feel his body replenish in energy after he had eaten the attack. Looking up, Rei could see Meliodas holding Elizabeth, who was in child form. As Rei looked at Meliodas, he also looked at Rei and was surprised that someone survived his outbreak. He jumped down, landing on the platform looking at Rei. Meliodas watched in silence as he could suddenly feel his demon bloodline wanting him to kneel in front of the baby. He was confused as he only found this when he was in front of the demon lord. His father, yet he has the same feeling in front of this child.
You're a demon.
Meliodas said with his eyes slightly narrowed, as he still has some pent-up wrath against the demon who killed Liz, his lover. Using dark demon magic, Meliodas made a sword and cut towards the baby. Rei, seeing the sword coming for him, quickly opened his mouth and ate all the energy. Meliodas' eyes widened as he never heard of a demon eating another demon's magic power. Ha 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 ha! Rei's baby-like voice rang out in laughter as he pretended to find it fun and look at Meliodas with innocent eyes.
However, within his mind,
Rei was cursing at the fact that he had to resort to acting cute to not let Meliodas kill him. Meliodas looked at the child who, though eating dark elements, was fun. Sigh. Meliodas sighed as he picked up the child with his spare hand. I'm sorry for killing your parents at your birth. You can hate me, but I'll look after you until you are strong to protect yourself. Meliodas said as he looked at the 2 babies in his hands. Shaking his head, Meliodas walked towards the kingdom of Leoness. Rei watched as Meliodas continued to walk with both him and Liz in his arms. Rei's eyelids felt heavy as he tried to keep them open, his vision darkened as he fell asleep.
URG, what happened?
Rei moaned as he tried to open his eyes to no avail.
Where am I? Wait, I died.
But how? Rei's mind wondered as he tried to move his body. That's right, I fought Gaia and Aleia. I forced my power up, but why? Rei continued to think while his body floated in the warm liquid. Right, it was because she harmed Eve?
Who's Eve?
Why does my heart hurt thinking of this name? Rei, though, as he moved his hand to his heart. Eve, why is it so familiar? Yet I don't remember. Rei's mind drifted as some tears could be felt flowing out of his eyes. I crying? Why? Rei asked as he wiped his tears away. Eve, I can find her after I leave for the higher realms, but why must it be the higher realms? Rei wondered at his peculiar thought. Why is Eve so important to me? Why is my heart hollow when I think of her? Why does my mind beg me to find her? Rei, though, as he drifted slowly. Why do I long for you, Eve? Who are you, Eve? Rei said as his tears fell uncontrollably. Don't worry, Eve. No matter how long it takes, I will find you. A memory appeared in Rei's mind. Did I make a promise like this? Rei, though, not being able to remember how Eve looked. Rei looked at the scene over and over again. Each time his heart ached more, but he couldn't remember what she looked like, what they did together, or what her voice was like. He held the memory close, as it was the only hint to finding who she was. Ray shook his head as he decided to reach the higher realms to find himself some answers.
System, are you there? Ray asked.
Yes, I am host. A text box appeared in his mind the moment he asked. Show me my status.
Name, Ray, weakened. Age, immortal. Bloodline, Alucard, origin demon.
Combat rank / power output, common.
Laws, space. Concepts, seals, elements. Body, half-step divine. Soul, half-step divine. Will, half-step divine. Skills.
Fire demon plus frost domain -- all demon / god slayer magic. True unlimited blade works.
Haki. True tremor fruit. The end, Medaka box.
#% at %, $% at $.
Passive.
Kyoki plus Tengaku, stage 2. 8 inner gates -- divine inner gates.
The end, show details of the end.
Ray called out to the system.
The end, divine.
Allows the user to copy people's abilities that you see and use it to 120% of its power maximum. The percentage you can use depends on how strong the host is. Maximum is upgradable when host gets stronger. Okay, what about the one beneath it? #% $$ at $$ at % at divine. At % $$ at % at $$ at % at % at $$ #% #% at % at % at % $$ at % at % at $, at % at % $, at a % at $, at $, at % 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 at $, at % $% at /. Wait, I can't understand any of that. Ray said, seeing the description. Host isn't authorized to know just yet. When will I be authorized? Information is not applicable.
Chase stingy.
But where am I?
A womb.
I fucking know that, I mean what world I'm in currently.
Ray retorted.
7 Sins world. The one with demons, angels, fairies, giants and the human?
Yes.
What part of the timeline? Before the destruction of Danafor.
I see.
Ray muttered as he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Time passed quickly as Ray slept, and soon it was time for his birth. The sudden change in temperature caused Ray to wake up. Before he could even cry out, a sudden wave of dark energy crashed into the kingdom of Danafor. Ray opened his eyes as he saw the people around him disintegrate. What a great fucking way to wake up. Ray, though, as he began to eat only the energy around him. Soon, the only place in Danafor that wasn't destroyed was where he had stood. Ray could feel his body replenish in energy after he had eaten the attack. Looking up, Ray could see Meliodas holding Elizabeth, who was in child form. As Ray looked at Meliodas, he also looked at Ray and was surprised. That someone survived his outbreak. He jumped down, landing on the platform looking at Ray. Meliodas watched in silence as he could suddenly feel his demon bloodline wanting him to kneel in front of the baby. He was confused as he only found this when he was in front of the demon lord. His father, yet he has the same feeling in front of this child.
You're a demon.
Meliodas said with his eyes slightly narrowed, as he still has some pent-up wrath against the demon who killed Liz, his lover. Using dark demon magic, Meliodas made a sword and cut towards the baby. Ray, seeing the sword coming for him, quickly opened his mouth and ate all the energy. Melito's eyes widened as he never heard of a demon eating another demon's magic power. Ha 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 ha! Ray's baby-like voice rang out in laughter as he pretended to find it fun and look at Meliodas with innocent eyes.
However, within his mind,
Ray was cursing at the fact that he had to resort to acting cute to not let Meliodas kill him. Meliodas looked at the child who, though eating dark elements, was fun. Sigh. Meliodas sighed as he picked up the child with his spare hand. I'm sorry for killing your parents at your birth. You can hate me, but I'll look after you until you are strong to protect yourself. Meliodas said as he looked at the 2 babies in his hands. Shaking his head, Meliodas walked towards the kingdom of Lyonesse. Ray watched as Meliodas continued to walk with both him and Liz in his arms. Ray's eyelids felt heavy as he tried to keep them open, his vision darkened as he fell asleep.
URG, what happened?
Ray moaned as he tried to open his eyes to no avail.
Where am I? Wait, I died.
But how? Ray's mind wondered as he tried to move his body. That's right, I fought Gaia and Aleia. I forced my power up, but why? Ray continued to think while his body floated in the warm liquid. Right, it was because she harmed Eve?
Who's Eve?
Why does my heart hurt thinking of this name? Ray, though, as he moved his hand to his heart. Eve, why is it so familiar? Yet I don't remember. Ray's mind drifted as some tears could be felt flowing out of his eyes. I crying? Why? Ray asked as he wiped his tears away. Eve, I can find her after I leave for the higher realms, but why must it be the higher realms? Ray wondered at his peculiar thought. Why is Eve so important to me? Why is my heart hollow when I think of her? Why does my mind beg me to find her? Ray though as he drifted slowly. Why do I long for you, Eve? Who are you, Eve? Ray said as his tears fell uncontrollably. Don't worry, Eve. No matter how long it takes, I will find you. A memory appeared in Ray's mind. Did I make a promise like this? Ray though not being able to remember how Eve looked. Ray looked at the scene over and over again. Each time his heart ached more, but he couldn't remember what she looked like, what they did together, or what her voice was like. He held the memory close, as it was the only hint to finding who she was. Ray shook his head as he decided to reach the higher realms to find himself some answers. System, are you there? Ray asked. Yes, I am, host. A text box appeared in his mind the moment he asked. Show me my status. Name, Ray, weakened. Age, immortal. Bloodline, Alucard, origin demon. Combat rank / power output, common. Laws, space. Concepts, seals, elements. Body, half-step divine. Soul, half-step divine. Will, half-step divine. Skills. Fire demon plus frost domain -- all demon / god slayer magic. True unlimited blade works. Haki. True tremor fruit. The end, Medaka box. #% at %, $% at $. Passive. Kyoki plus Tengaku, stage 2. 8 inner gates -- divine inner gates. The end, show details of the end. Ray called out to the system. The end divine. Allows the user to copy people's abilities that you see and use it to 120% of its power maximum. The percentage you can use depends on how strong the host is. Maximum is upgradable when host gets stronger. Okay, what about the one beneath it? #% $$ at $$ at % at divine. At % $$ at % at $$ at % at % at $$ #% #% at % at % at % $$ at % at % at $, at % at % $, at a % at $, at $, at % 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 at $, at % $% at /. Wait, I can't understand any of that. Ray said, seeing the description. Host isn't authorized to know just yet. When will I be authorized? Information is not applicable. Chase stingy. But where am I? A womb. I fucking know that, I mean what world I'm in currently. Ray retorted. 7 Sins world. The one with demons, angels, fairies, giants and the human? Yes. What part of the timeline? Before the destruction of Danafor. I see. Ray muttered as he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Time passed quickly as Ray slept and soon it was time for his birth. The sudden change in temperature caused Ray to wake up. Before he could even cry out, a sudden wave of dark energy crashed into the kingdom of Danafor. Ray opened his eyes as he saw the people around him disintegrate. What a great fucking way to wake up. Ray though as he began to eat only the energy around him. Soon, the only place in Danafor that wasn't destroyed was where he had stood. Ray could feel his body replenish in energy after he had eaten the attack. Looking up, Ray could see Meliodas holding Elizabeth, who was in child form. As Ray looked at Meliodas, he also looked at Ray and was surprised that someone survived his outbreak. He jumped down, landing on the platform looking at Ray. Meliodas watched in silence as he could suddenly feel his demon bloodline wanting him to kneel in front of the baby. He was confused as he only found this when he was in front of the demon lord. His father, yet he has the same feeling in front of this child. You're a demon. Meliodas said with his eyes slightly narrowed as he still has some pent-up wrath against the demon who killed Liz, his lover. Using dark demon magic, Meliodas made a sword and cut towards the baby. Ray, seeing the sword coming for him, quickly opened his mouth and ate all the energy. Melito's eyes widened as he never heard of a demon eating another demon's magic power. Ha 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 ha! Ray's baby-like voice rang out in laughter as he pretended to find it fun and look at Meliodas with innocent eyes. However, within his mind, Ray was cursing at the fact that he had to resort to acting cute to not let Meliodas kill him. Meliodas looked at the child who, though eating dark elements was fun. Sigh. Meliodas sighed as he picked up the child with his spare hand. I'm sorry for killing your parents at your birth. You can hate me, but I'll look after you until you are strong to protect yourself. Meliodas said as he looked at the 2 babies in his hands. Shaking his head, Meliodas walked towards the kingdom of Lyonesse. Ray watched as Meliodas continued to walk with both him and Liz in his arms. Ray's eyelids felt heavy as he tried to keep them open, his vision darkened as he fell asleep.
URG, what happened?
Ray moaned as he tried to open his eyes to no avail.
Where am I? Wait, I died.
But how? Ray's mind wondered as he tried to move his body. That's right, I fought Gaia and Aleia. I forced my power up, but why? Ray continued to think while his body floated in the warm liquid. Right, it was because she harmed Eve?
Who's Eve?
Why does my heart hurt thinking of this name? Ray though as he moved his hand to his heart. Eve, why is it so familiar? Yet I don't remember. Ray's mind drifted as some tears could be felt flowing out of his eyes. I crying? Why? Ray asked as he wiped his tears away. Eve, I can find her after I leave for the higher realms, but why must it be the higher realms? Ray wondered at his peculiar thought. Why is Eve so important to me? Why is my heart hollow when I think of her? Why does my mind beg me to find her? Ray though as he drifted slowly. Why do I long for you, Eve? Who are you, Eve? Ray said as his tears fell uncontrollably. Don't worry, Eve. No matter how long it takes, I will find you. A memory appeared in Ray's mind. Did I make a promise like this? Ray though not being able to remember how Eve looked. Ray looked at the scene over and over again. Each time his heart ached more, but he couldn't remember what she looked like, what they did together, or what her voice was like. He held the memory close, as it was the only hint to finding who she was. Ray shook his head as he decided to reach the higher realms to find himself some answers. System, are you there? Ray asked. Yes, I am, host. A text box appeared in his mind the moment he asked. Show me my status. Name, Ray, weakened. Age, immortal. Bloodline, Alucard, origin demon. Combat rank / power output, common. Laws, space. Concepts, seals, elements. Body, half-step divine. Soul, half-step divine. Will, half-step divine. Skills. Fire demon plus frost domain -- all demon / god slayer magic. True unlimited blade works. Haki. True tremor fruit. The end, Medaka box. #% at %, $% at $. Passive. Kyoki plus Tengaku, stage 2. 8 inner gates -- divine inner gates.
The end, show details of the end.
Ray called out to the system.
The end, divine.
Allows the user to copy people's abilities that you see and use it to 120% of its power maximum. The percentage you can use depends on how strong the host is. Maximum is upgradable when host gets stronger. Okay, what about the one beneath it? #% at $$ at $$ at % at divine. At $$ at % at $$ at % at % at $$ #% #% at % at % at $$ at % at % at $$ at % at % $$ at $$ at $$ at $$ at $$ at % 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 at $% %. Wait, I can't understand any of that. Ray said, seeing the description. Host isn't authorized to know just yet. When will I be authorized? Information is not applicable. Chase stingy. But where am I?
A womb.
I fucking know that, I mean what world I'm in currently.
Ray retorted.
7 Sins world. The one with demons, angels, fairies, giants and the human?
Yes.
What part of the timeline? Before the destruction of Danafor.
I see.
Ray muttered as he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Time passed quickly as Ray slept and soon it was time for his birth. The sudden change in temperature caused Ray to wake up. Before he could even cry out, a sudden wave of dark energy crashed into the kingdom of Danafor. Ray opened his eyes as he saw the people around him disintegrate. What a great fucking way to wake up. Ray though as he began to eat only the energy around him. Soon, the only place in Danafor that wasn't destroyed was where he had stood. Ray could feel his body replenish in energy after he had eaten the attack. Looking up, Ray could see Meliodas holding Elizabeth, who was in child form. As Ray looked at Meliodas, he also looked at Ray and was surprised that someone survived his outbreak. He jumped down, landing on the platform looking at Ray. Meliodas watched in silence as he could suddenly feel his demon bloodline wanting him to kneel in front of the baby. He was confused as he only found this when he was in front of the demon lord. His father, yet he has the same feeling in front of this child.
You're a demon.
Meliodas said with his eyes slightly narrowed as he still has some pent-up wrath against the demon who killed Liz, his lover. Using dark demon magic, Meliodas made a sword and cut towards the baby. Ray, seeing the sword coming for him, quickly opened his mouth and ate all the energy. Meliodas' eyes widened as he never heard of a demon eating another demon's magic power. Ha 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 ha! Ray's baby-like voice rang out in laughter as he pretended to find it fun and look at Meliodas with innocent eyes.
However, within his mind,
Ray was cursing at the fact that he had to resort to acting cute to not let Meliodas kill him. Meliodas looked at the child who, though eating dark elements, was fun. Sigh. Meliodas sighed as he picked up the child with his spare hand. I'm sorry for killing your parents at your birth. You can hate me, but I'll look after you until you are strong to protect yourself, Meliodas said as he looked at the two babies in his hands. Shaking his head, Meliodas walked towards the kingdom of Lyonesse. Ray watched as Meliodas continued to walk with both him and Liz in his arms. Ray's eyelids felt heavy as he tried to keep them open, his vision darkened as he fell asleep.
What happened?
Ray moaned as he tried to open his eyes to no avail.
Where am I? Wait, I died.
But how? Ray's mind wondered as he tried to move his body. That's right, I fought Gaia and Aleia. I forced my power up, but why? Ray continued to think while his body floated in the warm liquid. Right, it was because she harmed Eve?
Who's Eve?
Why does my heart hurt thinking of this name? Ray, though, as he moved his hand to his heart. Eve, why is it so familiar? Yet I don't remember. Ray's mind drifted as some tears could be felt flowing out of his eyes. I crying? Why? Ray asked as he wiped his tears away. Eve, I can find her after I leave for the higher realms, but why must it be the higher realms? Ray wondered at his peculiar thought. Why is Eve so important to me? Why is my heart hollow when I think of her? Why does my mind beg me to find her? Ray, though, as he drifted slowly. Why do I long for you, Eve? Who are you, Eve? Ray said as his tears fell uncontrollably. Don't worry, Eve. No matter how long it takes, I will find you. A memory appeared in Ray's mind. Did I make a promise like this? Ray, though not being able to remember how Eve looked. Ray looked at the scene over and over again. Each time his heart ached more, but he couldn't remember what she looked like, what they did together, or what her voice was like. He held the memory close, as it was the only hint to finding who she was. Ray shook his head as he decided to reach the higher realms to find himself some answers. System, are you there? Ray asked. Yes, I am, host. A text box appeared in his mind the moment he asked. Show me my status. Name, Ray, weakened. Age, immortal. Bloodline, Alucard, origin demon. Combat rank / power output, common. Laws, space. Concepts, seals, elements. Body, half-step divine. Soul, half-step divine. Will, half-step divine. Skills. Fire demon plus frost domain -- all demon / god slayer magic. True unlimited blade works. Haki. True tremor fruit. The end, Medaka box. #% at %, $% at $. Passive. Kyoki plus Tengaku, stage 2. 8 inner gates -- divine inner gates.
The end, show details of the end.
Ray called out to the system.
The end, divine.
Allows the user to copy people's abilities that you see and use it to 120% of its power maximum. The percentage you can use depends on how strong the host is. Maximum is upgradable when host gets stronger. Okay, what about the one beneath it? #% $$ at $$ at % at divine. At % $$ at % at $$ at % at % at $$ #% #% at % at % at % $$ at % at % at $, at % at % $, at a % at $, at $, at % 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 at $, at % $% at /. Wait, I can't understand any of that. Ray said, seeing the description. Host isn't authorized to know just yet. When will I be authorized? Information is not applicable. Chase stingy. But where am I?
A womb.
I fucking know that, I mean what world I'm in currently.
Ray retorted.
7 Sins world. The one with demons, angels, fairies, giants and the human?
Yes.
What part of the timeline? Before the destruction of Danafor.
I see.
Ray muttered as he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Time passed quickly as Ray slept and soon it was time for his birth. The sudden change in temperature caused Ray to wake up. Before he could even cry out, a sudden wave of dark energy crashed into the kingdom of Danafor. Ray opened his eyes as he saw the people around him disintegrate. What a great fucking way to wake up. Ray, though, as he began to eat only the energy around him. Soon, The only place in Danafor that wasn't destroyed was where he had stood. Ray could feel his body replenish in energy after he had eaten the attack. Looking up, Ray could see Meliodas holding Elizabeth, who was in child form. As Ray looked at Meliodas, he also looked at Ray and was surprised that someone survived his outbreak. He jumped down, landing on the platform looking at Ray. Meliodas watched in silence as he could suddenly feel his demon bloodline wanting him to kneel in front of the baby. He was confused as he only found this when he was in front of the demon lord, his father, yet he has the same feeling in front of this child.
You're a demon,
Meliodas said with his eyes slightly narrowed as he still has some pent-up wrath against the demon who killed Liz, his lover. Using dark demon magic, Meliodas made a sword and cut towards the baby. Ray, seeing the sword coming for him, quickly opened his mouth and ate all the energy. Melito's eyes widened as he never heard of a demon eating another demon's magic power. Ha 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 ha! Ray's baby-like voice rang out in laughter as he pretended to find it fun and look at Meliodas with innocent eyes.
However, within his mind,
Ray was cursing at the fact that he had to resort to acting cute to not let Meliodas kill him. Meliodas looked at the child who, though eating dark elements, was fun. Sigh. Meliodas sighed as he picked up the child with his spare hand. I'm sorry for killing your parents at your birth. You can hate me, but I'll look after you until you are strong to protect yourself, Meliodas said as he looked at the two babies in his hands. Shaking his head, Meliodas walked towards the kingdom of Lyonesse. Ray watched as Meliodas continued to walk with both him and Liz in his arms. Ray's eyelids felt heavy as he tried to keep them open, his vision darkened as he fell asleep.
To attack Ray.
And here I was helping you fight your war, Ray said as his eyes grew cold. I'll give you a second chance. Are you sure you want to fight me? I won't kill those that leave, but for those who stay, death is the only result, Ray said slowly as he increased the pressure he was outputting. We don't fear you. We have the archangels on our side, one of the knights said as he put on a fearless smile.
Oh, is that so?
Ray said as his voice grew cold. Eli-chan, you might want to close your eyes, Ray said as he floated up. His 7 swords spread themselves to encircle the entire battlefield. No one was left out as no one left. The archangels and Esterasa struggled to move as Ray started to crush them with his pressure. Ray enlarged the 7 swords as he brought forward his katana. Ray covered it in a white glow as the other 7 swords also glowed. 7-fold destruction, instance, Ray said as his fingers tasted the blade of the katana. The archangels had a bad feeling the moment the sword were covered with a white glow. A vibrating sound rang through the battlefield as everyone burst into blood and flesh, killing them before they even realized. Even the archangels and Esterasa burst into blood. Waving his hand, Ray gathered all of the blood into a pill before eating it. Esterasa revived as his commandments took effect while the 2 archangels appeared in their true forms. Are the demon king and goddess so confident that you ants can defeat me? Ray said as each word brought fear into the trio as they never imagined that Ray could have killed them without them even realizing. Sariel and Tarmiel were drenched in cold sweat as if that was their true body, they would have died before they did anything. Elizabeth opened her eyes to an empty battlefield. She put her hands to her mouth as she sat down in utter disbelief. An army made up of the hopes of humans gone with one move from Ray. But seen as though they were so kind as to give me a present of 2 graces and 5 commandments, I'll take them gratefully, Ray said, appearing in front of them using his space laws, and ripped out 7 seals from their bodies as they cried out in pain with their eyes bloodshot. Storing them away in a separate space, Ray looked towards Camelot as he could feel that the goddess and demon king have the greatest chance of appearing there. Oh, and did you know that Esterasa was male to begin with? Ray said as he removed Gauther's seal on Esterasa's identity as the 4th archangel. Flying off towards Camelot, Ray left behind a silent battlefield where there had been an army of humans and demons. It didn't take long for Ray to arrive at Camelot, and he could see that the leader of the archangels were clutching his head in pain from the truth of Esterasa being male. Oi, I'm sure you have received the orders from your demon king and goddess, am I correct? Ray said as he saw how both the demon and archangel looked towards him. Ray, why are you here? What about Elizabeth? Meliodas shouted out to Ray. She's safe, Dad, don't worry. But everyone else is dead, Ray said, face cold. Meliodas frowned as he knew what this meant. I helped them fight their war, and in return they follow the shitty angel's commands to try kill me. What a bunch of idiots. Ray told Meliodas the reason as he walked towards the archangel. The 2 graces were particularly nice, Ray said as he smiled. However, it was also this smile that brought fear to the archangel. First, get the fuck out of her body, Ray said as he forced the archangel out of his current host. The princess, which was his host, collapsed from fatigue while the archangel's true form was revealed as he was crouching and clutched his head. Reinforcing his finger, Ray held it up as he broke Zeldra's sword when he had tried to attack him. "You can piss off to one side," Ray said as he flung Zeldris away with a kick. Aiming a palm at the weakened archangel, Ray's hand glowed while he crushed the archangel's head and pulled out a seal, causing his body to fall. Storing the grace into separate dimension, Ray looked in the air.
"Oi! Piece of shit goddess.
You provoked the wrong person," Ray shouted out as he knew the goddess could hear him. Looking forward, Ray could see that Chandler, Melioda's master, and Cusack were in the process of fusing together. "Yo Ray, thanks to the souls we got when you killed the army, I finished my evolution faster." Kyoki's voice rang out in Ray's head as he watched the two demons fuse.
"Oh, that's so. So what's changed?"
Ray asked, not bothering about the fact that the enemy is fusing in front of him. "Well, the domain has changed. From space to slaughter, shadow and darkness domain. You'll keep all of your laws, but not you can also get slaughter law, shadow law and darkness law," Kyoki said, voice tinged with excitement.
But don't I already have the element law?"
"Shouldn't the law included darkness?"
Ray asked. "No, it doesn't.
Your element law covers all of the elements except of conceptual elements, such as darkness, holy, destruction, and creation elements. And that's not including the origin element, which is yin and yang,"
Kyoki replied.
Ray's interest grew when he heard about the conceptual elements.
"Demon."
The two finished fusing, but Ray didn't hear their full speech.
"Come again,"
Ray said, asking for them to repeat what they said. "We are the origin demon." The man-horse hybrid look-alike shouted as he charged at Ray. Before the demons could even approach, a ring appeared beneath it as constricted against the origin demon, causing it to fall.
"Seal of Solomon.
Great for restraining demons," Ray said with a smile. The demon tried to struggle, but the ring started to burn his soul, causing mass amounts of pain. It clenched his teeth, trying not to scream out. "So you call yourself the origin demon, huh? Well, Lucifer, what do you think about this?" Ray said as a man's figure started to appear. Melioda's eyes widened as he heard the name Lucifer. The Demon King had told him about his great-great-grandfather, who was the first and most powerful demon, but one day he disappeared mysteriously. And now this demon appeared besides his adopted son, at his beckoning. "First off, Ray, I was still sleeping. Second, surely you don't need me to deal with this trash now, do you?" Lucifer said as he looked at the quivering demon with disdain. "No, but rather it would be interesting for the origin demon to meet you," Ray said with a grin. "Well, don't bother me with this kind of trash," Lucifer said as he waved his hand and a black fire shot out, engulfing the origin demon before he was reduced ash.
"Such powerful flames,"
Meliodas thought when he saw how easily Lucifer killed the origin demon.
"Che cocky prick.
Just because you reached true divine rank before me," Ray said before walking to Zeldris and extracted the remaining 5 commandments easily.
"Now then.
Since you two don't want to come to me, I'll go to you," Ray said towards the goddess and demon king. Spreading out his wings, Ray flew up into the sky, leaving the rest of the group dazed about how Ray dropped in, killed the enemy and flew off before they could even show off their skills. Ray clasped his hands together when he was high enough and used his space laws to open up a portal towards the goddess realm and purgatory. Exerting more force, Ray merged the two, shocking everyone, especially the goddess and the demon king, as Ray was able to merge 2 different dimensions together. Walking in, Ray closed off the entrance as he stood facing the demon king and the goddess. "So here we are, you bastards wanted to try kill me so much. Why aren't you moving now, ah?" Ray said with his face cold and exerting more pressure as he entered Divine Sage mode, Bankai and Demon Assault mode. The pressure exerted from Ray almost made the Demon King and Goddess kneel, as both the Demon Clan and Goddess Clan watched in horror as Ray suppressed their gods easily with pressure alone. "Since you like to see people being used as pawns so much, I'm sure you don't mind if I do the same," Ray said as his aura continued to rise. "Release restraint level 0. Ray said as a huge burst of dark red energy exploded out from him. An ocean of blood flowed out from his feet, and within the ocean was all of the people he had killed. This included all of the demons and humans. "Let me give you a surprise," Ray said as both the Demon King and Goddess could feel 2 divine auras radiate from the pool of blood. Gaia and Alea appeared as they followed the army and started a massacre on the Demon and Goddess clan. The Demon King and Goddess tried to move but found out they had golden chains appeared from the blood ocean and restrained their bodies.
"Demon King.
If I could restrain you when I was weaker, do you think I can't do it now?" Ray said as regret dawned on the Demon King. If he had ignored the stranger's request, his clan will still live on. But now no a single one was spared. The same thought passed through the goddess' mind as they could only watch the clans they nurtured after thousands of years laid to waste. Aerg. The Demon King screamed out in rage as he tried to have a final battle with Rei, but the chains bound onto him too tightly and he couldn't escape. From this day on, there shall be no goddess or demon clan, Rei said as his army finished slaying the last remains of the two main clans of this world. Summoning out Kyoki and Tengaku, Rei could see how Kyoki radiated much more bloodthirst and killing intent now that it had finished its evolution. Rei suddenly had an idea as he approached the Demon King and Goddess.
Kyoki, Tengaku.
You ready to try something out with me?
Rei asked. Go on.
Tengaku replied as she was curious on what Rei had planned. The Demon King is a divine entity of dark element, while the Goddess is a divine entity of holy element. What if I allow you to absorb their divine essences?
Rei said.
Oh, that might be interesting.
Kyoki said.
Stabbing Tengaku into the goddess heart, Rei made a seal as it started to convert everything the goddess had into Tengaku. While he did the same with Kyoki, the two roared out in pain as they could feel all of their power taken by the two respective swords.
Don't worry, we have time.
After all, I fused purgatory with heaven and the time had increased to be much faster than the real world. By the time they finished, only a few minutes or hours would have passed. Rei said as he sat down in a lotus position and started to comprehend the divine essence of space. When he had fused the two dimensions together, he had felt himself on the verge of a breakthrough, so he took this chance to study the law. Time passed in centuries as the aura of the goddess and demon grew weaker and weaker. On the other hand, the dark and holy elements in Rei's Zanpakuto became more and more prominent to the point that it had started to change Rei's souls in a good way. With the harmony of dark and holy, Rei's soul had started to make a balance between the two as the two conceptual elements started to merge. Soon, Rei had a burst of energy as the ground cracked around him. The space started to twist and turn under Rei's control as he had just comprehended the divine essence of space and broke through to true divine rank. Congratulations, host, for entering true divine rank. In true divine rank there is a total of 10 different stages before one can enter the god rank.
Kyoki, Tengaku. Are you finished?
Rei asked as he looked at the two swords sticking out of the dried-up corpses of the goddess and demon king. Yep, Kyoki replied as the two swords flew back to Rei's hands.
System status. Rei said. Name, Rei. Age, immortal.
Bloodline, origin demon emperor, demon king, Alucard, archangel, goddess. Archangel plus goddess equals holy. Origin demon emperor plus demon king equals true demon. True demon plus holy equals heavenly demon. Bloodlines, heavenly demon, new, Alucard. Comprehension. Divine essence space. Law elements, seals darkness, new, holy new, slaughter new. Comprehension particles / atoms, sound, shadow, new. Combat rank, divine stage 1.
Body, divine. Soul, divine. Will, divine.
Skills. All energy eater. Unlimited phantasm works.
Haki. True tremor fruit. The end.
25%. Passives. 8 inner gates. Divine inner gates. Kyoki plus Tengaku. All weapon mastery. Perfect mana control. Perfect body control. Heavenly tribulation lightning. Well, let's go back to the guys. I think it's time to change worlds after this, Rei said as he stored away the two swords and opened a portal. As Rei left the dimension through the portal, the hazy figure who gave the task to both the Demon King and Goddess appeared. Kuhuhahaha, that system god wasn't wrong. This kid is perfect to also be my successor. The figure's voice rang out as he looked at the destruction caused. But truly, what a lad. While most derived techniques from the skills, he actually evolved the skills himself. Now wonder the system god also wanted him to be his successor. The figure spoke while he erased this dimension with a wave of his hands. Rei, my lad, you'll need to kill more to inherit my Berserk War God legacy. But don't worry, I have plenty of worlds for you to train yourself.
Ha 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 ha.
The Berserk War God laughed as he left the scene. Meanwhile, Rei, who returned to the real world, felt a bad sense to what is about to happen in the future. He frowned before dismissing it. He looked down as he saw the 7 sins staring at him. Landing in front of them, Rei took a deep breath. Dad, I've destroyed both the demon and goddess clan. For this day on they won't exist. Rei said, causing everyone to widen their eyes in shock. That and also I'll be leaving this world. Rei said as he sighed. What do you mean by leaving this world, Rei-chan? Merlin asked in worry. Merlin, I'm not a part of this world. I was reincarnated here. My original goal was to travel to different worlds to get stronger, but overestimated myself and got killed. Rei said, shaking his head. But so far, this world had truly been my favorite. Thank you for giving me a real family. Dad, Merlin, Ban and I-san, Diane Nay-san, Ezener and I-san, King Nii-san and Gauther Nii-san. Please help me look after Aiko-chan, live well and goodbye. Ray smiled sadly as he teleported from his location. Teleporting next to Aiko, Ray surprised the young girl. Ray! She cried out in surprise before jumping and hugged him. Ray stroked her head fondly as he allowed her to hug him. Aiko-chan, I'll be heading to other worlds in a few minutes. Ray said as Aiko looked up in shock.
But can I come? She asked.
Ray shook his head. It'll be too dangerous for you, how about this? I'll make a seal so that you can find me once you're strong enough no matter which world I'm in.
Ray said.
Aiko nodded as she sat aside and watched Ray construct the seal. Now that he had reached Divine Stage 1, Ray found it much easier for him to do what he had done before. He only needed to lift a finger before the seal was done. Pressing the seal against Aiko's head, Ray saw the seal integrate with her soul before he removed his hand. Now then, Aiko-chan, I'll see you again in the future if you decide to follow. Remember, ask the 7 sins for any help if you need it, okay?
Ray said as Aiko nodded.
Ray also made it possible for him to forcefully teleport next to her if her life comes into danger that she can't handle. However, it will only activate after the 5 life-saving barriers and her immortality as a vampire are bypassed. See you, Aiko-chan, stay safe. Ray smiled as he stroked her head one last time before disappearing. As Ray disappeared, Aiko sat there holding her head where Ray had stroked her before leaving. However, she felt some regret as she didn't tell Ray the full truth. The demons didn't kill her dad. She did, he had been using her as a sex slave and she couldn't take it anymore before stabbing him through the eye and through the brain. It was there where she awoke her ability to see weak spots. No one knew about this, not even her mother. Though she hated her for marrying this sort of man. Which was also why she had got the demon blood smeared on the wall and drug her drink. So when she saw Ray, how he took care of her, how he helped her. He was her first experience of warmth, she wanted more of him, to follow him, to take him for herself. Ah, Ray-sama, I'll defiantly get stronger and find you. Aiko muttered with a heavy blush feeling where Ray had touched her. However, Ray, who was traveling through the space tunnel of Go to Other Worlds, felt a sudden chill. The fuck is wrong with me today? First a bad feeling, then a chill down my spine. Ray thought with a frown before traveling through the gateway and found himself back into the galaxy of orbs once more. Turning around, he could see the orb with the image of Melioda's grinning face. Now how to get to the higher realms? Ray thought before turning around, coming face to face with a hazy figure. Ray's eyes widened as he didn't think someone would be here. He went on guard as he couldn't feel this guy's aura, but his senses are screaming out danger. Who are you? Ray said carefully. You don't need to know, Ray lad, but you're not going to the higher realms just yet. And these anime worlds are too weak for you. The Berserk War God said as he could see that Ray was prepared to either escape or fight at a moment's notice. I'll take you to novel worlds as they should prove more of a challenge for you. The Berserk War God said, causing Ray to frown. And what if I don't want to? Ray said, causing the Berserk War God to grin. You have no opinion in this, Ray lad. He said before waving his hands, and Ray was blasted away to a different space tunnel. Ray didn't forget to stick a middle finger up at the Berserk War God as he disappeared into the tunnel. Old friend, I know you've been watching. Berserk War God said as 2 figures also appeared. It was the System God and another hazy figure which the Berserk War God could feel was Calamity bringing Element God. Oh, to think the almighty Element God had also come to take a look. The Berserk War God said with a battle-thirsty grin.
Humph, don't you dare turn Ray like you.
I still want him to be calm and not a musclehead like you. With his control in the elements so far, he is perfect to be my successor. The Element God said as he had a clash of aura with the Berserk War God. The System God only snapped his fingers, causing the two to calm. He needs to get stronger before we talk about successors. If anything, it should be my successor, since when have you seen anyone this in tune with the system skills? The System God said as the 2 gods nodded. Hey ol buddy, still mad at how Ray lad took your daughter? The Berserker War God said as he grinned at the System God. No, he hadn't touched anyone, even though he only knows Eve's name. Though that Aiko girl worries me a little. The System God said, looking at Aiko. It's fine, look at it like a trial for Ray in the future. The Element God said. Oh, how is your daughter, by the way?
The War God asked.
Humph, you should be happy I didn't kill you for the stunt you pulled with Alea and Gaia. The System God said with his eyes cold. Haha, sorry, it was an accident. But damn, aren't you and daughter con, I think some people call it. The Berserk War God laughed as he had his hand on the back of his head. The System God grew a tick on his head before blasting the War God off to another dimension. The Element God face-palmed as he though. Insensitive idiot, and this is why I don't want you to turn Ray into a muscle head like you. As Ray was blasted through the space tunnel, He tried to move but was unable to. Host, system has detected foreign energy. Recommended for host to adapt as new worlds will have no natural means to replenish mana. Wait, if it doesn't use mana, what does it use? Ray asked as he could only go with the flow of the tunnel. These worlds use different variants of chi. From astral energy / chi, do chi to profound energy. In the next world, the people use spiritual chi mixed with spirit rings which aid them in battle. Final warning, there are no natural ways to regain mana, so it is advised for host to use previous abilities with caution. What about the way to cultivate? Ray asked as he felt the suction increase. There will be basic knowledge on how to create host's own ring. The system said as Ray was immediately thrown out of the tunnel and into the sky of his new world.
Fuck.
Ray cursed as his body shot down towards a mountain range like a meteor.
Boom.
A huge crater was formed as Ray had used some mana to keep himself from turning to paste. Ray frowned when he felt the absence of mana and how it took a lot more to affect the world with mana. Where the hell am I? Ray muttered as he stood up. Looking around, Ray could see that he was surrounded by a lush forest. Spreading out his senses, Ray could feel many dangerous beasts gathering at his location. While I can take these guys on using mana, I won't be able to regenerate my reserves. Ray pondered as he decided to ultimately leave as he doesn't know what the inhabitants could do. It was better to be careful than guns blazing resulting in death. Running through the forest with just his physical strength, Ray was able to leave the mountain range in the distance easily. I should learn how to use chi and any other forms of energy. It would help if I had a multitude of reserves to back up on. Ray thought as he ran. He found a beautiful lake of the clearest blue and walked over. There are not many beasts around here. I should cultivate here for the time being. Ray muttered as he sat on a boulder near the lake. Calming his mind, he started to ponder over how he should create his own ring. I need to infuse my spiritual energy as well as physical energy together as a medium. While doing this, I'll need to synergize an aspect of my previous powers into the ring, allowing me to use it with spiritual chi. Ray thought as he started to construct his ring, I cannot go full power but rather slowly nurture my energy while the ring ages. As it passes each threshold it would gain a different color. The most basic will be white. After it passed the 100-year threshold it will turn yellow. Going further will be the 1,000-year threshold, turning the rings into purple rings. 10,000-year threshold will make the rings black while 100,000 turns them red. At the 100,000 threshold, spiritual beasts are able to turn themselves into human and cultivate using the human system. At 1,000,000 years, the ring becomes gold and gains colors based on the attribute that I choose to nurture the ring with at the start. So this is why system wanted me to nurture my own rings. Not only is my body compatible, but I can make all of my rings 1,000,000-year rings with this method. Ray thought as he started to gather this foreign energy around him to construct his first ring. Let my first ring be my heavenly demon bloodline. Ray thought as he started to infuse his bloodline into the ring. While in the state of cultivation, Ray had lost his concept of time as every passing thought resulted in years passing. As he constructed his ring, Ray had also stumbled on comprehending the concept of time. Time is but a passing thought. It was a concept made by man to begin with. There is nothing such as time but rather the acceleration at which things age and decay. Ray had thought as he hit the 1,000-year threshold for his ring. The purple ring had engravings of angels and demons, while there is the symbol of a heavenly demon in the middle. Clad with 14 wings, dark energy and a cold expression. The demons stood proud as the ring became more and more detailed. Many more years passed as Ray cultivated. During this, Ray had started to understand some aspects of this new energy. It worked similar to mana but revolved around using one's own energy instead to borrowing energy from the surroundings. As Ray cultivated to the 100,000-year mark, the ring had transformed itself into a deep crimson color, making the demons seem more demonic. Ray suddenly felt a disturbance in his surroundings as he hit the 850,000-year mark. Opening his eyes once more after 850,000 years, Ray looked at the familiar lake and saw a small white rabbit look at him in caution. Rabbit! Ray muttered as he stood up and shook off the vegetation that had gathered onto his body. The rabbit backed off in slight fear as Ray walked towards it. Don't worry, I won't harm you, Ray said as he crouched and patted the bunny's head. The rabbit slowly opened its eyes as it saw Ray's handsome smiling face. First company since I first started to cultivate, Ray said as he smiled and sat back down. Ray was about to go back to cultivate when the rabbit placed itself on his lap and made itself comfortable. Usagi-chan? Rabbit, Ray said looking at the rabbit. The rabbit ignored him as it laid there. Ray only sighed as he stroked the rabbit's head. System cultivation status.
Name, Ray. Age, immortal.
Cultivation, Spirit Master rank 20.
Rings. Heavenly Demon, 850,000. Skills. Allows for user to enter Heavenly Demon mode. Increase in overall status. Slaughter domain. Black energy manipulation. Heavenly Demon avatar. System. What's the overall ranks for cultivation? Ray asked. Spirit Trainee, 1 to 10 no rings. Spirit Master, 11 to 21 ring. Spirit Grandmaster, 21 to 32 rings. Spirit Expert, 31 to 43 rings. Spirit Ancestor, 41 to 54 rings. Spirit King, 51 to 65 rings. Spirit Emperor, 61 to 76 rings. Spirit Saint, 71 to 87 rings. Spirit Dolua, 81 to 98 rings. Title Dolua, 91 to 99 9 rings. God, 100. What is God rank compared to the previous combat ranks? Ray asked, unsure. Divine Stage 1. Ho, would I be able to combine both cultivation systems together? Ray thought, as it would mean that his reserves for energy would double. He would have the options of spiritual chi, mana, and natural energy. Since I am making my own rings, I think after I evolve my Heavenly Demon ring to million-year rank, I should turn my Zanpakuto into the second ring and boost their powers. Ray thought as he went back to cultivating his ring. Ray breathed out heavily as he felt movement on his lap. You awake, Usagi-chan? Ray said as he looked at the rabbit on his lap. The rabbit made a small yawn as it climbed onto Ray's shoulder. Ray rubbed the rabbit's nose as it knocked his hands away and made a small protest with its voice. Ray chuckled slightly as he smiled. Let's go look for a human town to get you some food and me some information, Ray said as they stood up. Looking in the river, Ray could see that his hair grew out once more. Heis, I really need to stop my hair from growing out, Ray said as he used some chi to make a small knife on his finger. Cutting his hair, Ray paused before looking at the location. I think I should mark this place since it's quite relaxing, Ray thought as he used a small amount of mana to mark down the location. Usagi-chan, do you know where the human towns are? Ray asked, looking at the rabbit. The rabbit nodded as it pointed its small paws behind Ray. Thank you, Ray said as he gently stroked the rabbit behind the ears. It didn't take long for Ray to exit out of the forest as he could see that there were a small town nearby. Walking over, he could see that everyone could summon a tool of some kind. Excuse me, Ray called out to a farmer. The farmer said, completely confusing Ray. Installing translation function. Can you repeat that? Ray said as he saw the system install the translation function. I said, little brother, are you calling out for me? The farmer repeated. Yes, sorry, I want to ask, where are we right now? Ray asked. Oh well, you see that forest behind you, that is the Star Duo forest. Little brother, you are lucky that no beasts harmed you. Further that way is Suwato City, the farmer said, pointing out the locations. I see, are you able to tell me about this world? You see, I woke up not too long ago and I can't remember anything. Ray lied as he wanted to get some information about this world. Well, we are in the Dolua continent and people here go through an awakening ceremony to get their essence spirits. The farmer explained as Ray took it all in. So basically, we are in the Dolua continent where people go through awakening ceremonies to get their spirits. With these spirits, they cultivate, and once they reach a threshold they kill spirit beasts to rank up all the way to title Dolua, which is rank 90 and above. Ray repeated, wanting to confirm. Yes, speaking of which, little brother, how you gone through the awakening ceremony yet? If not, then there is a spirit elder/expert, rank 31 to 40, here performing the ceremony. It could be helpful for you. The farmer, thank you, Ray said as he bowed a little as thanks. Walking over to what seemed like a plaza, Ray saw a large gathering of people. Usagi-chan, you wait by the side, okay? Ray whispered as the rabbit nodded and walked to the side. Excuse me, Ray called out, gaining the spirit elder's attention. Yes, make it quick, I need to get through everyone here, the spirit elder said as he frowned. He couldn't believe that he was sent out here to awaken some trash spirits. You see, I never awakened my essence spirit, so can you help me out here? Ray said as he ignored what the spirit elder said. Fine, prepare yourself, the spirit elder said as he started the process of spirit awakening. Ray felt a sudden tug in his soul as he frowned slightly before allowing free itself. A burst of black and crimson energy exploded out of him as the illusory figure of a man clad in armor appeared. He had a fearless grin while it seemed like there were a bloody battlefield behind him. The spirit elder backed away slightly as he felt the suppression from the figure as he was sweating out cold sweat. Congratulations, host, for awakening, Azura War God Spirit and Samsara Eyes. The system's message appeared as Ray felt a cooling sensation in his eyes as the Azura War God disappeared. Ray blinked his eyes a few times as the sensation disappeared. In innate full spirit. The spirit elder stuttered slightly as he still felt fear from the suppression of the Azura war god. Young man, would you like to come with me to the spirit hall? I can assure you that with your spirit, they will nurture you into an amazing title Dolua. The spirit elder said. If I bring such a good spirit back, I'll defiantly get rewarded. The spirit elder thought with greed.
Ray thought.
If I join this spirit hall, I'll get nurtured. But that also means giving my allegiance to them. I have too many secrets, and who knows if one of them could find out about them. And from what I could tell, they value spirit rings, and if they found out I had a 850,000 years old spirit ring, they'll try to kill me for it. While I can easily kill them, I'd rather save mana for something else than what I could have avoided. Ray thought about this spirit hall, as he didn't want to take too many chances with the unknown. I'll have to decline, I need to find out about my lost memory. Ray lied as he was about to turn around and walk away when the spirit elder was about to forcefully grab his shoulder. Bringing up his hand, Ray moved the momentum of the spirit elder elsewhere as he missed Ray's shoulder. What's the meaning of this? Ray said as he frowned. You should be grateful that Spirit Hall wanted you. How dare you reject the offer? I'll give you a second chance. Will you come willingly, or should I use force? The spirit elder said as he revealed his spirit. A scorpion-like armor covered the spirit elder's body as he looked at Ray. Well, if this is how Spirit Hall is like, then I'm glad I rejected the offer. Ray said as he went on guard. He could feel that there were no one else except for this guy here in the town. Fine, then don't blame me for being vicious. Paralysis sting. The spirit elder shouted as his scorpion tail launched forward towards Ray. Before Ray could even respond, he saw that he was looking at a forest. Ray responded dumbly as he blinked a few times and looked down. So it was your doing, Usagi-chan. Ray said as he smiled and picked up the rabbit.
Thank you.
Ray said as he placed the rabbit on his shoulder.
Let's go home.
Ray said as they made their way back to the Star Duo forest. Reaching the lake, Ray sat down as he gently stroked the body of the rabbit with a smile. System, show me the abilities of my spirits.
Azura War God. Azura War God Avatar.
War God domain enemy suppression of 20%, strength, speed, defense increase of 15%.
Samsara eyes. See the weak points of enemies.
Able to see through illusions. See the life and death of anything when cultivated to the max level. Azura War God Avatar and my Heavenly Demon Avatar could go together. It seems like I also need to get rings for my Samsara eyes. As for the Azura War God, I should integrate my Heavenly Demon ring with it when it reaches 1 million years. Ray thought while he started to cultivate once more, training his body to adapt to Chi even more and some control over Chi, be making small Chi threads around him.
Ha-ah!
Ray shouted as he summoned out his 900,000-year Heavenly Demon Spirit Ring. The deep crimson ring glowed with menace as Ray activated the Heavenly Demon Avatar. An energy covered his entire body as a construct was formed as its size increased higher and higher. When it stopped, Ray could easily peer far into the distance of the forest as the lake was the size of a large puddle beside his feet. 14 wings sprouted out from the construct's back. Instead of the normal pristine white wings that Ray had in his Bankai form, these wings were deep black as each feather seemed to glow with a sheen of red. Dark energy could be seen covering the construct's entire body except for the head, turning them into black-plated armor. Behind his wings was an energy ring colored gold, while his spirit ring laid in the middle. Heavenly Demon Assault Mode. Ray said as a network of information on the ring appeared in his head. Heavenly Demonic Beast Mode. Ray said as the energy construct crouched over and 10 tails appeared behind him. His wings condensed into 4 large pairs while the construct's head became that of a dragon. Heavenly Demon Assault Mode allows me to use some of my techniques, while the Heavenly Demonic Beast Mode allows a much larger increase of physical power at the expense of techniques. While in these forms, any dark and holy abilities are 2 to 3 times as powerful. Ray said as he dispersed his avatar form. Ray sat down heavily next to the lake as he panted heavily from the spiritual energy drain the mode took on him. While it may be my own spirit ring, the energy taken in is ridiculous. Even by just summoning it and not doing anything drains everything from my reserves. Ray though, as he saw the rabbit snuggle next to him. Ray smiled as he stroked the rabbit's head. Usagi-chan, shall we explore around Stardow Forest a little after I recovered? Ray asked with a smile. The rabbit nodded as it waited for Ray to recover. It was only after a full day did Ray finally recover.
Come on, Usagi-chan.
Ray said as he held his hand out. The rabbit hopped onto his hand as Ray stroked it gently as he walked through the forest. Ray took the rabbit sightseeing as they discovered many beautiful zones. From reverse waterfalls, floating islands to a sanctuary of blue river grass.
Wow, this is quite the surprise.
Ray said as he saw the sanctuary of blue river grass.
All of these are spirit beasts. Ray muttered as he crouched near a blue river grass and gently touched the grass. Ray suddenly felt a burst of spiritual energy aimed towards him as if to warn him not to harm the grass. After spending time with the rabbit, Ray had understood somewhat of how spirit beasts communicate. Sending out a gentle wisp of spirit energy, Ray sent his goal, which was to just explore the places around here. It didn't take long for the spiritual energy to fade, but was still on guard as Ray explored the location. Ray left not long after as he looked at the rabbit. Usagi-chan, that was quite surprising, wasn't it? Even a spirit like the blue spirit grass which seemed harmless can be dangerous in certain situations. Ray said, to which the rabbit nodded while it closed its eyes. Lazy rabbit. Ray chuckled as he poked its back, causing it to hit Ray with its ear. Ray only shrugged as he returned to the lake with the rabbit. It shouldn't be long until Usagi-chan reaches 100,000 years. I wonder what it'll do then. Ray thought, looking at the rabbit in his arms before shaking his head. What it wants to do it up it. If it wants to stay, then it shall stay. Ray thought while he sat down by the lake once more. Ray calmed himself as he entered deep concentration. Time, acceleration, deceleration, aging, continuation. As Ray dived deeper into the understanding of time, different concepts to do with time appeared within his mind. Due to the fact that Ray already had an understanding of time, comprehending the concept and law came easily for Ray. Years passed as Ray finally understood the law of time. While this law is good for aging my rings, I still need to be careful of when I use it. I should make sure that the foundations for each grade is stabilized before I increase the age, or it could become problematic. Ray thought as he stood up from his cultivation. Looking at the rabbit, Ray could see that the body was glowing with a faint hint of pink. Using his samsara eyes, Ray was able to see the spirit ring of the rabbit slowly turn red. So you're wanting to become a human, Usagi-chan? Ray said as he understood what was happening. Ray only smiled faintly as he brought out his 910,000-year spirit ring. Using spiritual energy, Ray started to age the ring as it approached the 1 million year mark. 920,000. 930,000. 960,000. 990,000. Ray frowned when he felt the energy to increase his own ring to 1 million increase. I should have enough chi to push it to the 1 million mark.
Ray though.
Normally, the energy required to upgrade a ring to the 1 million year mark would be astronomical. However, due to the fact that the ring was Ray's own spirit ring, the energy needed was decreased by several folds. Ray steeled himself and started increase the age to 1 million years. A red, black and gold beam of energy shot towards the sky as most of the beasts in Stardew Forest could see it. 1 million year rings. They all thought as each of them bowed with respect one after another. As the light died down, Ray could see his heavenly demon spirit ring transform into a brand new ring. The new form had 3 colors. The main color was gold as the patterns were intertwined with a mix of red and black. Ray fainted from spiritual chi exhaustion as he finished forming his 1 million year ring. Before Ray could hit the ground, the human-formed rabbit spirit grabbed his body before it could fall. If Ray was awake, he would see a girl with brown hair that reached below her back, round eyes, soft features and a light pink dress that covered her whole body. She held him gently as he stroked his hair like how Ray would have done to her. She smiled softly when she felt the softness of his hair with her own finger. Ray opened his eyes slowly as he still felt the signs of fatigue from upgrading his spirit ring. Ray said as he saw a girl stare at him.
Usagi-chan?
Ray said slowly, wanting to confirm. She smiled sweetly as she nodded. Ray sighed out in relief as he relaxed. So Usagi-chan, do you have a name? Ray asked as it would be weird for him to call her Usagi all of the time.
She shook her head while.
You make one for me, she said as her voice were soft.
Are you sure? Ray asked.
She said as she played around with Ray's hair. How about lazy rabbit? Ray said with a grin. She directly chooped down on Ray's forehead. I'm not lazy. Just saving energy, she said as she continued to play with Ray's hair.
Ha ha ha, fine, how about buy for white and woo for dance?
Since your fur was white and when you hopped around you looked like you were dancing, Ray suggested as he used the language used on the Dolua continent. By woo and I like it. She smiled widely as she repeated her name in joy. Ray chuckled at her display. I still don't know your name? Bai Wu said as she looked at Ray. I haven't told you my name yet, have I? Well, it's Ray. Ray said as he looked up to Bai Wu.
Lightning?
Lei, which is lightning in Chinese, weird name.
Bai Wu said.
No, not Lei, Ray Ariai. Ray said slowly.
Tired?
Why are you called tired? She asked as Ray felt a twitch surface on his mouth. Screw it, go with lightning. Ray said, giving up.
Unlay.
So why do you have red, black and gold ring? Bai Wu only has red. She asked as she was curious. So you know how Bai Wu is 100,000-year spirit beast. Well, once you pass 1 million year your ring becomes gold and with colors to do with your attribute.
Ray explained.
So Lei is spirit beast who lived 1 million years? She said looking Ray. Well, I suppose that it mostly correct. Ray said as he tried to get up. Bai Wu held his head down stopping him from getting up. Rest more, your energy low from upgrading ring to 1 million year. Bai Wu said as her tone didn't allow him to say no.
Hi's fine.
Ray sighed as he and Bai Wu enjoyed the lake scenery. After a few hours, Ray opened his eyes as he felt refreshed. Looking up, Ray saw Bai Wu drooling on his hair. Ray's eyes twitched as he carefully got up making sure to not wake her. Walking off to the side, Ray took off his jacket and shirt as he washed his hair from Bai Wu's drool. Ah! Ray suddenly heard a scream as he quickly ran back to see a startled Bai Wu. What was that scream? Ray asked as he looked around and saw no one. Bai Wu thought Lei disappeared. She said as she tried to hide her face as she had a heavy blush from seeing Ray's bare upper body. Oh, that's good then, at least there were no danger. Ray said as he sighed and went to retrieve his clothes. Say Bai Wu, we might want to go to a city again since it has been a few thousand years. Ray said as he got dressed again. Bai Wu nodded as she stood up. Since her body wasn't as strong as Ray's, Ray took her into his arms as he leaped from tree to tree making their way out from the forest. Wee ha 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 ha. Bai Wu cried out from the thrill as she laughed happily from Ray holding her like a princess. So she likes the thrill just like Eve. Ray though out of nowhere causing him to frown as he stopped suddenly feeling a throbbing pain in his head. Ray kneeled as Bai Wu crouched near him in worry seeing Ray clutch his head. Lei, are you okay? Lei? She asked in worry. Yeah, it's fine, it's gone now. Ray forced a smile as he stood back up. It's been 1 million years since I had last had a resurface of Eve's thoughts. Is it because of Bai Wu? When can I go find you? Ray thought as he shook his head and carried Bai Wu once more. Let me down, Lei is tired. We'll walk. Bai Wu said as she tried to struggle out of his carry. Fine fine. Ray smiled seeing Bai Wu be considerate as he set her down and they walked instead. Ray only smiled as he saw how Bai Wu was curious about everything since she is in human form. Chuckling slightly, Ray helped her gather things of interest for Bai Wu. From fruits to flowers, Ray and Bai Wu spent their time slowly as they walked out of the forest. You think they still remember me from last time? Ray asked Bai Wu. She shook her head. It's been a few thousand years since it happened. I doubt they would remember such a thing. She said to which Ray only nodded. Entering the village once more, Ray and Bai Wu can see that it was much more developed than the last time they had visited the town. Asking around, they looked for a carriage to Suwato City. Excuse me, are we able to tag along to Suwato City? I can help protect the carriage. Ray called out to a merchant. Are you even strong enough to protect my carriage? The merchant said with a questioning look. If it helps, you can just tell me how to get to Suwato City instead. Ray said as he doesn't want to deal with humans too much as they will easily betray as long as a more powerful being wills it. The route is confusing for first-timers. All you need to do is prove to me you can protect the carriage and I'll take you there for free. How's that? The merchant asked as he wanted a free bodyguard using this excuse of he has another meat shield if anything goes wrong. Ray frowned inwardly as he could see the evil thoughts radiate from the merchant thanks to the additional benefits that his samsara eyes gave him. Sure, with just my physical strength I should be able to defeat a spirit elder, rank 31 to 40 easily. Ray said. Is that so, then you'll guard the carriage. Is this young lady guarding with you? The merchant asked. No, if it is okay, can she rest in the carriage? You don't need to pay me at all as long as she can rest. Ray suggested. I suppose it's fine if she just sits with the cargo. And maybe halfway there we can... The merchant thought is evil thoughts. Sure, we're leaving in a few minutes. The merchant said as he turned away. Lei, that guy seems to be pretty nice. Bai Wu said as she looked at Ray. Ray only shook his head. URG, what happened? Ray moaned as he tried to open his eyes to no avail. Where am I? Wait, I died. But how? Ray's mind wondered as he tried to move his body. That's right, I fought Gaia and Alea. I forced my power up, but why? Ray continued to think while his body floated in the warm liquid. Right, it was because she harmed Eve? Who's Eve? Why does my heart hurt thinking of this name? Ray though as he moved his hand to his heart. Eve, why is it so familiar? Yet I don't remember. Ray's mind drifted as some tears could be felt flowing out of his eyes. I crying? Why? Ray asked as he wiped his tears away. Eve, I can find her after I leave for the higher realms, but why must it be the higher realms? Ray wondered at his peculiar thought. Why is Eve so important to me? Why is my heart hollow when I think of her? Why does my mind beg me to find her? Ray though as he drifted slowly. Why do I long for you, Eve? Who are you, Eve? Ray said as his tears fell uncontrollably. Don't worry, Eve. No matter how long it takes, I will find you. A memory appeared in Ray's mind. Did I make a promise like this? Ray though not being able to remember how Eve looked. Ray looked at the scene over and over again. Each time his heart ached more, but he couldn't remember what she looked like, what they did together, or what her voice was like. He held the memory close, as it was the only hint to finding who she was. Ray shook his head as he decided to reach the higher realms to find himself some answers. System, are you there? Ray asked. Yes, I am, host. A text box appeared in his mind the moment he asked. Show me my status. Name, Ray, weakened. Age, immortal. Bloodline, Alucard, origin demon. Combat rank / power output, common. Laws, space. Concepts, seals, elements. Body, half-step divine. Soul, half-step divine. Will, half-step divine. Skills. Fire demon plus frost domain -- all demon / god slayer magic. True unlimited blade works. Haki. True tremor fruit. The end, Medaka box. #% at %, $% at $%. Passive. Kyoki plus Tengaku, stage 2. 8 inner gates -- divine inner gates. The end, show details of the end. Ray called out to the system. The end, divine. Allows the user to copy people's abilities that you see and use it to 120% of its power maximum. The percentage you can use depends on how strong the host is. Maximum is upgradable when host gets stronger. Okay, what about the one beneath it? #% $$ at $$ at % at divine. At % $$ at % at $$ at % at % at $$ #% #% at % at % at $$ at % at % at $$ at % at % $$ at $$ at % at $$ at % at $$ at $, at % 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 at $$ at % at /. Wait, I can't understand any of that. Ray said, seeing the description. Host isn't authorized to know just yet. When will I be authorized? Information is not applicable. Chase stingy. But where am I? A womb. I fucking know that, I mean what world I'm in currently. Ray retorted. Seven Sins world. The one with demons, angels, fairies, giants and the human? Yes. What part of the timeline? Before the destruction of Danafor. I see. Ray muttered as he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Time passed quickly as Ray slept and soon it was time for his birth. The sudden change in temperature caused Ray to wake up. Before he could even cry out, a sudden wave of dark energy crashed into the kingdom of Danafor. Ray opened his eyes as he saw the people around him disintegrate. What a great fucking way to wake up. Ray though as he began to eat only the energy around him. Soon, the only place in Danafor that wasn't destroyed was where he had stood. Ray could feel his body replenish in energy after he had eaten the attack. Looking up, Ray could see Meliodas holding Elizabeth, who was in child form. As Ray looked at Meliodas, he also looked at Ray and was surprised that someone survived his outbreak. He jumped down, landing on the platform looking at Ray. Meliodas watched in silence as he could suddenly feel his demon bloodline wanting him to kneel in front of the baby. He was confused as he only found this when he was in front of the demon lord. His father, yet he has the same feeling in front of this child. You're a demon. Meliodas said with his eyes slightly narrowed as he still has some pent-up wrath against the demon who killed Liz, his lover. Using dark demon magic, Meliodas made a sword and cut towards the baby. Ray, seeing the sword coming for him, quickly opened his mouth and ate all the energy. Meliodas' eyes widened as he never heard of a demon eating another demon's magic power. Ha 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 ha! Ray's baby-like voice rang out in laughter as he pretended to find it fun and look at Meliodas with innocent eyes. However, within his mind, Ray was cursing at the fact that he had to resort to acting cute to not let Meliodas kill him. Meliodas looked at the child who, though eating dark elements was fun. Sigh. Meliodas sighed as he picked up the child with his spare hand. I'm sorry for killing your parents at your birth. You can hate me, but I'll look after you until you are strong to protect yourself. Meliodas said as he looked at the two babies in his hands. Shaking his head, Meliodas walked towards the kingdom of Lyonesse. Ray watched as Meliodas continued to walk with both him and Liz in his arms. Ray's eyelids felt heavy as he tried to keep them open, his vision darkened as he fell asleep. Bai Wu, who swung her arms around with joy. They spent some time walking around the market as Ray saw a belt that contained some space fluctuations.
What's this?
Ray asked the stall manager.
This?
It's just a belt that I bought from a merchant. I have no idea how to use it and hadn't been able to sell it for a few weeks now.
The manager signed. How much for the belt? I'll take it,
Ray said as he was curious on the first sign of space fluctuation he saw in this world.
Really?
Little bro, you better not trick me, okay? The stall manager said happily. Don't worry, just tell me how much it is, Ray said with a smile. That'll be 2 silvers and 50 coppers. The manager quoted, fearing that it may be a little high for Ray.
Little bro?
If it is too high for you, I can give you a discount, the manager said, looking at Ray.
Don't worry about it. Here,
Ray said as he flicked a gold coin at the manager, surprising him, as 1 gold was equal to 100 silvers. 1 gold would be able to last a family of 4 for quite a while before they would run out. The manger only looked up to see Ray off into the distance with the belt. Lay, what's so good about this belt? Bai Wu asked as she saw Ray make a happy face when he obtained the belt. Not sure, but I can tell that it's something good. We'll check it out when we return home, Ray said as they walked past the streets. As they were returning home, Bai Wu was curious about a comb as she saw its strange shape.
Hey Lei, what's this?
She asked as she pointed to the comb. It's a comb, it's used to brush your hair and make it look nice, Ray said as he looked at the comb. The comb was a wooden one but was decorated with detailed engravings. Ray bought the comb as he looked at Bai Wu. I'll show you how to use this, okay? Ray smiled, handing her the comb. Bai Wu took it as he held it towards the sky before bringing it back to her chest.
Thank you, Lei,
she said, giving Ray a hug. Ray only smiled as he patted her back for her to calm down. Ray gave Bai Wu a piggyback as he quickly traveled back to their lake in Stardow Forest. Letting her down, Ray and Bai Wu sat down as they looked at the belt. Carefully examining it, Ray could recognize some aspects of the spatial fluctuations he felt from it. This belt allows for people to store items into a separate space. It seems to use chi as an activation code and takes whatever the user wanted into its dimension, Ray muttered while he tried it out. Injecting some of his chi, Ray attempted to absorb some of the clothes as he witnessed the outfit disappear and reappear as he inject the chi. The belt is so magical, Bai Wu muttered as she looked at the belt.
Do you want it?
Ray asked, gesturing her to take the belt.
Bai Wu hesitated before nodding. An belt is so special, she said.
Ray smiled as he patted her head and handed her the belt. I'll show you how to comb your hair, come, Ray said as he led her by the hand and sat next to the lake. Grabbing the comb, Ray started to gently comb her hair as Bai Wu watched in wonder. Would this really make my hair beautiful?
She asked.
As long as you like it, Ray replied as he continued to comb gently.
What about Lei?
Does Lei like it? She asked, looking at Ray. As long as you like it, then I like it, Ray said as he finished combing her hair.
See, nice and smooth,
Ray said as Bai Wu looked into the lake and looked at her reflection. She smiled before hugging Ray from behind. Hey Lei, can you comb it for me every day?
She asked. Sure, it shouldn't be too hard,
Ray replied with a small smile as he helped Bai Wu store all of her clothes into the belt. But Bai Wu, I might have to call you lazy rabbit again if you need me to do everything for you. Ray smiled as he looked at Bai Wu hugging him from behind. Che, like I said, I am not lazy, just saving energy. Since Lei can help me, I should let you do it. She grinned cheekily as Ray chuckled slightly. Sure, just saving energy, Ray said as he sat down with Bai Wu. Laying on the grass with Bai Wu, they gazed at the sky filled with stars as another day had passed quickly for them. Bai Wu was sitting by a rock as he was swinging her legs back and forth in the lake. Ray was beside her as he was making a seal using chi. What are you making, Lei? She asked, seeing his detailed seal.
Oh, this?
It's a secret. Ray smiled as he continued making the seal.
So it's a secret,
Bai Wu said as she laid her head against Ray's lap. Ray only smiled faintly as Bai Wu rested her head.
Hey Lei.
Bai Wu looking at Ray above her. What is it? Ray replied as he looked down. Do you have any family? Like a father, mother, or maybe even a wife and kids? She asked while Ray only smiled in nostalgia.
Yeah, I do, they're far away.
My father was called Meliodas, he was always easygoing. Ray started to talk about the 7 sins while Bai Wu listened carefully. What about a wife? Does Lei have a wife? She asked, wanting to know. Ray shook his head, causing Bai Wu's face to light up with hope. But I feel like it's not far off being a wife.
She is called Eve.
I don't remember much about her, but I know that she is very important. Ray said as he stroked Bai Wu's hair. Bai Wu felt sad when she heard that Ray had someone similar to a wife. So important that you like her even after millions of years? She asked. I don't know about like, but I can tell that she is important even after millions of years. Ray said, causing Bai Wu's face to drop slightly in sadness. So Lei loves someone else? She thought before looking back at Ray. What about Bai Wu? She asked.
Lazy sister/daughter I suppose.
Ray chuckled. Bai Wu frowned as she hit his torso gently. Stop calling me lazy. She said, causing Ray to laugh lightly. But why is Bai Wu a sister/daughter? She muttered. Because I watched you grow from a lazy bunny to lazy person. I am also much older than you. Ray said. So if Bai Wu met you earlier, would Bai Wu be your wife? She asked while staring at Ray.
Heis Bai Wu.
It doesn't work like that. But rather who you love becomes your wife or for you, your husband.
Ray explained.
Then does Lei not love Bai Wu? Bai Wu asked as she sat up in fear. I do, but it's a different type of love. Ray said, patting her head. Then how can Bai Wu make that love into make Bai Wu wife love? She asked, leaning closer. Silly rabbit, it comes naturally. You can't predict when it will happen.
Ray sighed.
Go on Bai Wu, it's getting pretty late. You should go and rest. Ray said as Bai Wu nodded sadly and curled up next to Ray. But Bai Wu already love you, why won't you love Bai Wu? Bai Wu thought as she fell asleep with tears in her eyes. Bai Wu? Ray muttered, seeing the tears. Wiping them off, Ray only sighed before going back to make the seal. System, why is it that there are people much younger but higher ranked in power? Ray asked while making the seal. That is because host's power is on a much higher scale than inhabitants of this world. As a spirit grandmaster, rank 21 to 30, host can fight on par with low spirit saints, rank 71 to 80. That is with just chi and power without taking into account for reserves. I see. Ray thought as it made sense for him, all of his rings do far is based off of attributes be gained when he was using mana. System, show my current stats.
Name, Ray. Age, immortal.
Rank, 23, Spirit Grandmaster. Spirit, Azura War God / Samsara Eyes.
Rings.
Heavenly Demon, 1 million. Sword Monarch, 2,500. Ray continued to make the seal as he dismissed the status board. This seal was harder for Ray as he wasn't as proficient in using chi as he was using mana. While he could easily wave his hand and make the seal with mana, Ray took this chance to increase his control with chi. After a few hours, Bai Wu woke up with a slight yawn. Morning Bai Wu. Ray said as he looked at her. Bai Wu responded, but it was devoid of the energy that used to be there. Was it because of yesterday?
Ray thought. Heis?
Ray sighed as he stood up. Lei? Bai Wu asked, seeing Ray stand up.
Close your eyes.
I got a surprise. Ray said as he walked over to the lake. Bai Wu nodded as she closed her eyes. Clasping his hands together, Ray gathered some mana to decrease the temperature. Touching the lake, Ray froze it over as he swept his hands and made the area snow. Due to the sunrise, the snow looked like diamonds floating in the air. It didn't take long for the surrounding area to be covered with snow. You can open your eyes now, Bai Wu. Ray said as he stood looking at her with a smile. Bai Wu opened her eyes as she was surprised at the scene. She looked around in wonder as her previous energy returned to her. What's this? Bai Wu said as she crouched down and picked up some snow. The snow instantly melted as Bai Wu held it in her palms. Her eyes sparkled as she played around with the snow. Bai Wu. Ray called out to her as he presented his hand. Bai Wu grabbed it with a wide smile as Ray took her to the lake. Stepping onto the frozen lake, Ray took her skating as she smiled happily. Ha 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 ha. She laughed cheerfully as she skated. Ray smiled, seeing Bai Wu regained her former energy. Lei, look. Bai Wu called for Ray as she skated around the lake at high speeds. Careful. Ray called out. She was about to fall. Flashing over to her, Ray carried her in his arms, stopping her from falling. Bai Wu looked up at Ray with a smile as he was hugging her. Lei, she said, causing Ray to look down. Yes. Ray asked as he slowly skated around with Bai Wu in his arms. I'm not giving up, I'll make you love Bai Wu like a wife. She said, determined. Heis. Ray sighed, seeing her determined look. I won't stop you, but you'll have to try really hard. Ray said truthfully as he poked her nose. Bai Wu frowned as she rubbed her nose. Heh, just you wait. She muttered as she skated away from Ray. Was it really fine for me to say that? Ray thought before shaking his head. Heis, let time decide what will happen. Ray muttered. Phew, Ray breathed out as he raised his sword monarch ring to the 700,000-year threshold. With the addition of his law of time, Ray was able to mature his rings much faster, saving him a lot of time. Lay. Seeing that Ray finished cultivating, Bai Wu launched herself onto Ray's back. How many years is the ring? She asked, curious, as she knew Ray was able to age his rings much faster. 700,000 years now. Ray said, patting Bai Wu's head. To upgrade his ring, Ray and Bai Wu had spent 7,000 years by the lake.
Can you teach Bai Wu how to age her rings faster?
She asked with her chin on Ray's shoulders. I can, but you need to understand the concept of time and then the law of time. Ray said as he confused Bai Wu.
So confusing.
Bai Wu lamented as she didn't understand what Ray was talking about when he talked about concept and law. Ray chuckled as poked her nose. MNN, stop poking my nose, Lay. Bai Wu complained as swatted Ray's hand away.
Ray chuckled as stood up. Come on, Bai Wu, let's go to the human cities again.
It has been 7,000 years, we should see if anything has happened.
Ray said as Bai Wu nodded.
Bai Wu had always enjoyed their day outs to the human towns. Oh, can we spend more time there? We can see so much more fun stuff. Bai Wu smiled as she moved around happily.
Sure, we have got time.
Ray smiled as he walked with Bai Wu out of the forest. Bai Wu walked with a slight skip in her steps while Ray only smiled as he followed her. Paying for a carriage, Ray and Bai Wu decided to take their time heading to the city. So why you two going to the city? The driver asked, curious. Just sightseeing, I suppose. Ray said, looking out of the carriage window. Ho, going on a date with a beautiful young lass in the city. Good on you, young man, ha ha ha. The driver laughed.
Date?
Bai Wu asked, curious on what the driver meant by date.
Sheltered one, huh?
Well, a date is when two lovers have a day out together and have fun. The driver said, glancing backwards. Bai Wu blushed hearing the truth. Date with Lay. She muttered continuously as she became more and more red.
Hey driver, sir.
What do people do on dates? Bai Wu said, leaning closer to hear every detail. Well, just call me Old Chun, and as for what people do on dates. Old Chun started to tell Bai Wu about dates while Ray only watched in humor at how Bai Wu nodded in seriousness. So what happens most times is the couple will kiss in their free time to display love. Old Chun said as Bai Wu tilted her head in confusion.
Kiss?
What's that?
She asked.
Young miss, don't tell me you're this sheltered? Old Chun said as he only looked in shock. Bai Wu didn't learn about these things. She said, shaking her head. Old Chun, watch the road. Ray said, snapping Old Chun out of it. Well, young lady, I think it's your lover's job to teach you about it. Old Chun said as he got Ray's hint.
But Lay said I have to try hard myself, so I can't ask him.
Bai Wu whispered while she glanced at Ray.
Then young miss, it's like this.
Old Chun was about to say when Ray spoke up. I can still hear you. Ray said, causing Bai Wu sit up straight. Bai Wu wasn't asking about kissing. Bai Wu said, causing Old Chun to mentally slap himself in the forehead. Ray raised an eyebrow as he looked at her. Since when did I say anything about kissing?
Ray asked.
Bai Wu paused as her eyes wandered around. You Old Chun, what were you saying about couples looking at nice places again? Bai Wu quickly asked as Ray chuckled before looking away. It didn't take them long to reach the city. Well, this is your stop, young miss, and I hope you have good luck in your attempts on your partner. Old Chun said, giving Bai Wu a smile.
Bye.
Bai Wu said as she waved him goodbye. HN. Bai Wu was humming happily as she managed to get more information about dates and what lovers do together. Hey Lay, can we go visit the flower plaza? Old Chun said it was very beautiful. Bai Wu suggested. Yeah, beautiful and fit for couples? Ray said, looking at her. Bai Wu paused her step as Ray easily caught her out. You know, you shouldn't make it so obvious. Especially since I heard you and Old Chun talk about it on the carriage. Ray remarked as he walked forward, leaving a dumbfounded Bai Wu. Come on, didn't you want to go to the flower plaza? Ray asked, turning around. Bai Wu smiled widely as she jogged over and grabbed Ray's arm. Lay treats Bai Wu so well, she said as they walked to the plaza. Since Bai Wu wanted to show what she learned with Old Chun. I'll let you take me where you want to go. Try to impress me. Ray said as Bai Wu took it as a challenge. You see this flower, when two people who love each other see it, it's supposed to increase their love for each other. Bai Wu said, pointing at a flower. Bai Wu, that's a normal rose. The flower you're on about it over there. Ray said, pointing towards the center of the plaza. Bai Wu, who was about to touch the rose, paused as she looked over to where Ray was pointing. Ahaha, they look similar, so Bai Wu got it wrong. Bai Wu laughed nervously. One's pale pink and one's deep red. Not to mention, they're different shapes. Sure, they look totally similar. Ray said, looking between the two flowers.
Never mind that, let's go somewhere else.
Bai Wu said as she dragged Ray along. Ray only smiled as he allowed her to show him around. Bai Wu took Ray to the lake, the restaurants, the chapel, and finally they reached the lover's balcony, which Old Chan had told Bai Wu was one of the best couples' location. From here they could see over 80% of the city. Old Chan said lovers kiss here, but Bai Wu doesn't know what's a kiss. Bai Wu muttered quietly.
Bai Wu.
Ray said, catching her attention.
Yeah.
She said, looking back at Ray.
Let's play a game.
You teleport around the city to find out from different people what kissing means, and I have to find you. When I grab your shoulder, it means you lose and you're not allowed to ask around for hints on kissing, okay? To make this easier, I'll only use physical power.
Ray said.
This should help her learn sense danger when people are approaching.
Ray thought. Really?
So Lei is allowing Bai Wu to ask about kissing. She asked, eyes glowing in anticipation.
Yes.
The game starts in 3 seconds and ends when the sun sets. Ray said as he held up 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. Ray counted down as the moment he said 1, Bai Wu teleported away.
She doesn't realize that she leaves spatial signs when she teleports.
Ray muttered as he leaped from building to building at blistering speeds. Ray didn't take long to see Bai Wu being cautious around a building corner, looking out for Ray. Landing quietly behind her, Ray stood there with a smile. Bai Wu couldn't see Ray as she sighed out in relief before turning around.
Kaya ah.
She shouted out in shocked, teleporting to the roof on instinct.
Ha ha ha, Bai Wu.
You should use other senses and not just your eyes. Use your chi to prod your surroundings and act like a radar. Ray said as he jumped towards Bai Wu, who teleported away. This game of cat and mouse continued as Bai Wu slowly was able to spread out her senses so that she is able to tell when Ray was near. Finding out the trick, Bai Wu was finally able to spend some time asking about kissing. Excuse me, but I'm in a rush, what is kissing? Bai Wu asked quickly.
Oh.
The girl Bai Wu asked, screamed out, seeing a person appear out of nowhere.
Damn.
Bai Wu said as she quickly teleported again. She could feel that scream only drew Ray to her position faster. Learning her lesson, Bai Wu teleported further away and walked up to a couple. Do you know what kissing is? Bai Wu asked quickly. The guy paused in shock, seeing how beautiful Bai Wu was, while the girl frowned at Guy's reaction. Bai Wu frowned slightly at the guy's pause before quickly teleporting away. Ray appeared on a nearby roof not long after. So her detection range is increasing.
This is good.
Ray said with a smile as he leaped towards her next location. Bai Wu became more and more proficient in using her senses as she was able to determine how long it would roughly take for Ray to approach and teleport away at the last second. This had allowed her to use more time to ask about kissing, but she only got 2 answers. 1. Pause and blush. 2. Are you serious? This had frustrated Bai Wu as she wasn't able to find out what she wanted. Ray, on the other hand, was happy that Bai Wu was able to sense people better so that she can protect herself. Let's change it up a little. Ray muttered as he fluctuated his speed when he would dash towards Bai Wu. He would go slow to give her a false sense before accelerating quickly, making her flustered. Arg! Bai Wu shouted in frustration as she still didn't know what kissing was. Why won't anyone tell Bai Wu what's kissing? She said with a deep sigh. Hey, I'll show you what's kissing. A good-looking person said, walking up to Bai Wu. Really? Bai Wu said, looking at him. Yes, here it's simple. He said, approaching Bai Wu. Bai Wu focused seriously as she wanted to know. The guy almost reached Bai Wu when she suddenly teleported away. The guy said, seeing his prey disappear. Ray appeared where Bai Wu stood with a slight frown. So you wanted to demonstrate what kissing was to her, huh? Ray said, voice a slightly frosty. What's that to do with you? The guy said, annoyed at the fact that one of the most beautiful people he saw disappear. None of your business. Ray said, kicking the guy in the stomach as he leaped away. Kua. Motherfucker. The guy shouted as he was kicked away and crashed against a wall. Ray had ignored the guy as he continued to where he could sense Bai Wu. During his chase, Ray saw something that caught his attention. There was a bracelet on display that had a carving of a white rabbit. This would look good for Bai Wu as it is like her rabbit form. Ray thought as he landed near the stall. Excuse me, how much is this bracelet? Ray asked. Ah, sir, you have a good eye. This rabbit bracelet was made from an exquisite dash. Spare me the details, just tell me the price. Ray said as he didn't want to waste too much time. Sure, it'll be 30 gold. The person said, clearly asking for more, but Ray didn't mind. Here, 30 gold. Ray said as he passed the person 30 gold and took the bracelet and left. The shopkeeper slapped his forehead as he realized that he should have quoted a higher price since Ray seemed like the price didn't matter.
Meanwhile,
Hey auntie, can you tell me what is kissing? Bai Wu asked as she walked up to a woman. Lei isn't approaching.
Bai Wu thought.
Young lady, you don't know what kissing is? The auntie said looking at Bai Wu. Bai Wu shook her head as the auntie seemed surprised. Well, you see the boys and girls holding hands? The auntie said as Bai Wu looked where she was pointing. Bai Wu saw a couple kissing each other whilst sitting on a bench. That's kissing. The auntie said as she walked away. I should have time to ask them too. Bai Wu thought as she walked near them. Tapping their shoulders, Bai Wu brought them out of their kiss as they looked at her. Excuse me, but can you tell me why do people kiss who they love?
Bai Wu asked.
Young sister, I'm guessing you haven't kissed anyone. The woman said looking at Bai Wu, who nodded at the question. Do you have anyone you like/love?
The woman asked. Bai Wu nodded once more.
Well, it's better if you try it out for yourself. When you get time with them alone, kiss him lip to lip like this and it'll feel good for you. The woman said, demonstrating by kissing her lover. Bai Wu watched curious as she walked away. If I do this it'll make Bai Wu feel good? Would Lei feel good though?
She muttered. Bai Wu will know when she tries.
She said as she teleported to the lover's balcony. Ray appeared not too long after as he could see that the sun is setting. Bai Wu, seems like I won. Ray said as he turned to her and paused slightly. He could see her long brown hair sway with the wind as her dress fluttered. Yeah, Bai Wu didn't find out what a kiss was. She said, but a minuscule smile formed itself as she walked towards Ray and tried to kiss him on the lips with her eyes closed. Feeling a different sensation on her lips, Bai Wu opened her eyes as she saw that she was kissing a rabbit bracelet Ray held in front of his face. If you hid your smile properly, I might have been caught off guard. Ray said, handing her the bracelet. Here, that's your prize. Ray said as he chuckled at her surprised expression.
Eh?
But I thought Bai Wu will be allowed to kiss Lei if she knew what kissing was. She said looking at him. I said you can find out what it was. Not you can find out then kiss me. Ray said poking her nose. Come on, we'll be gathering some information tomorrow. It's getting late. Ray said as he walked away with Bai Wu following behind him pouting. She looked down at the bracelet as she saw that something was written underneath it. Bai Wu was carved behind the carving of the bunny in fine words as she understood that Ray got the bracelet for her and had her name carved it. She smiled as she wore the bracelet. Lei. Does it look good? Bai Wu asked with a smile as she showed off what she looked like wearing the bracelet. Yes, it does. Ray said whilst he patted her head. Making their way to the inn, Bai Wu went to sleep while Ray started to cultivate his ring again. Ray felt like there should be an event tomorrow as the city seemed to be way more crowded than normal.